Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obuni kife la chasha so. Obuni kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, and me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuni kife la chasha me, my baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, yeah.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna mota, hakuna koga book.
Ejemini ekebo, akobi ewe ayo, ewe tumeje, itun ni ọtún ẹṣẹ, ìfà lóní kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pa Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pa Jíṣà padà dẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìgbàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn yẹn kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn yẹn kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn yẹn kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn yẹn kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́fìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there, Baba Ijebu. So there it is right there. So I will appear on your screen in a moment, but what is showing on your screen? We have a guest joining us tomorrow. Sheyi Adisa, his name is. You can see it right there. It's a parliamentarian coming out of the Edo State space, and he's coming to discuss with us all matters Nigerian. He's very big on the leadership space, so we will touch base with that as well. Is one of the exciting young emerging politicians looking to replace what obtains as the essentially looking to replace the old fogies. So a real coup. So a rising star within the Nigerian political firmament, a young and thrusting politician with an opinion on just the direction of travel of the Nigerian state. So he will be joining us, Honorable Sheyi Adisa. So that will be tomorrow, Friday, 9:45. So I'll send the link to that session now. So the links into that session should be the first item in all of the comment sections. So go and bookmark that so you don't miss your slot. Honorable Sheyi Adisa joins us tomorrow. So book your seats now. So book your seats now as you book your seats now as we cascade into this new session. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. So a gloriously wonderful day to cascade into spending time with your favorite or your laughing man. One man went to mow. So we do it again as we always do it. So we do it again as we always we do it again as we always do it. So first, the usual protocol. Let me slick this thing back. Yes, sorry. That works better for me because I'm using a green screen. It casts a shadow somewhat. Yes, I think that should actually. Let me just put it back like that. So yes, so first the usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you come in. So we want to be seeing that like go up as we are inviting you to. Nigerman is inviting you in the comment section. I'm inviting you directly on your screen. So for whoever's sake, just do it. So click on the like button. Very, very important. On whichever space you're joining us from, click on the like button. So click on that. Let's say the like numbers go up. Click on the subscription button as well. If you've not already subscribed, or if you've unsubscribed in a moment of vexation, resubscribe or subscribe for the first time. So don't be a stick in the mud. Don't be an antagonist to progression. Click on the subscription button. So click on like and click on subscribe. So do all those two things. And then the other click you're clicking on as well is this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. So this invites you into a studio space, into the studio space. It's not just a random studio space, but it is our studio space. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It invites you into our studio space, into this studio space. As soon as I finish fleshing out the body of the discussion points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in conversation. You've seen it work countlessly, endlessly, and that is how it works. So nobody has a booked seat. It's essentially first come, first serve. So everybody you've seen and heard on the screen, all they ever did was to click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and suddenly they appear on your screen. So if you want to be an active combatant, if you want to be a frontal participant, if you want the ebb and flow, the thrust and parry, and all of those funky stuff, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. We're forever on the lookout for a champion voice, and all of the voices, of course, that has joined us since the inception of this platform have always I don't have Edo news, so apart from Philip Shaibu, who now I heard survived gunshots, haven't been reinstated as the deputy governor of Edo State. So there is that. But hopefully, when World Peace, if and when World Peace joins us, maybe he will update us on Edo politics. But no, Edo politics there seems to be a lot of excitement there, but I don't have the expertise. I'm saying in response to Nigerian's comments. Yes, I did hear about the shooting today. Somebody actually sent me a clip of. Actually, let me see if I can even. I'll download it and play it to you. Actually, somebody sent me a clip of Tony Kabaka, which I've not really even watched, but maybe for your sake, I'll download it. All right. Let me share this. This is for your sake, Niger man. So this is the shootings going on in Edo State as we speak. Right. So that's the shootings going on. We can't play too much of it for reasons of it's not actually on the screen. So yes, this is the shootings going on in Edo State. We won't be able to. Right. So that's what's been going on in Edo State. What's it called? Philip Shaibu reinstated as the deputy governor of that state, and then summarily his opposition tried to assassinate him. So Edo State politics is just another Tuesday there. That's what usually goes on there. So yes, we are keeping abreast of Edo State politics. I'll actually bring you a clip of Tony Kabaka. Let me just line it up. Let me hold on. Let me line it up. So I've taken a pause somewhat. Just from all right, I'm going to download a clip of Tony Kabaka and play it to you later on. That's for you, Edo man, a Niger man rather. So now, yes, where was I? Sorry, so let me just reset. Click on the like button, click on the subscription button, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then of course the last click, which is not the least important, click on the dollar sign that says, click on the dollar sign at the bottom of the YouTube stream and super chat, super sticker, super everything to the platform. So we have the anticipation of 5 super interactions, super chat, super stickers, whatever. We have the anticipation of 5. Often instances are your kicks us off. It's kicked us off again. So it kicked it off with actually 3 super chats, but that counts as 1 because that's coming from 1 person. So we still have the anticipation of 4 or more people joining in that space. So whatever, you know what I mean. Click on the dollar sign and do what you have to do. So click on the dollar sign and do what you have to do. So enough let me just see. Yes, let me download this. This is for you, Edo man, Nigerian Kabaka. All right. So all that plenty to go through. When is there never not plenty to go through? So let's just kick it off. So a lot of the narrative actually wraps around the narrative wraps around the signing of the agreement rather for minimum wage. So a lot of conversations around that. A lot of conversations around the parliamentarian having their salaries as a token towards the hardship being suffered by the citizenry and the pushback around that, and a lot of other storylines to come. But before we even get into any of the storylines, let me play you the clips that I have before we get to the readout. So let me play you the clips that I have before we get to the readouts. Let's kick it off with this. So as I said, an agreement has been reached between the Nigerian state and the labor union for the minimum wage. and that agreement has landed the minimum wage on 70,000 naira, which a lot of people will still say is still small. I had the anticipation of around 80, 90, maybe even 100,000 naira, but they seem to have agreed that minimum wage. But now, before we even get to that minimum wage, it's somewhat of a scattergun approach that I'm having today. But before we even get to that minimum wage, before we even get to that minimum wage, let me preface it with this. Before we get to that minimum wage, let me preface it with this. Hold on. So I want to preface it with the demands of the people that are saying they want to demonstrate. So, right, let me preface it with this. So before we get to the minimum wage, let me share this. So this, before we get to the minimum wage, let me share this. These are the demands by the people looking to protest. And their number 3 demand, it says, let me see. So their number 3 demand, it says, pay Nigerian workers a minimum wage of nothing less than 250,000 naira monthly. So this is the demand of the people looking to demonstrate or really riot and cause anarchy in a few weeks' time. So that's their demand. That's number 3. Pay Nigerian workers a minimum wage of nothing less than 250,000 naira. So that is their demand. But what do the Nigerian workers actually want? That's the thing. So what do the Nigerian workers actually want? The Nigerian workers have actually, the Nigerian workers have actually agreed. Hold on. I'm wanting to go to a headline that nicely segues into that. So the Nigerian workers have actually agreed a minimum wage of 70,000 naira. So that's where they have landed. So let's kick off the readers with this. 4 key highlights from agreements reached between Tinubu and labor union. So there it is. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Thursday approved 70,000 naira as the new minimum wage for Nigerian workers. Correspondents report that Tinubu announced the minimum wage during a meeting held with leaders of the Trade Union Congress TUC and the Nigerian Labour Congress NLC in Abuja. Major highlights from the agreement reached by the federal government of Nigeria and organized labor unions include: number 1, President Bola Tinubu approved 70,000 naira minimum wage for Nigerian workers with promise to review the national minimum wage law that should not be the law. Why is he reviewing the law? It's reviewing the wages, not the law. So I think that must be a mistype. President Bola Tinubu approved 70,000 naira minimum wage for Nigerian workers with the promise to review the national minimum wage every 3 years. So that's the first thing. So the next review will be in a second term or in the term of whoever is president then. So number 2, President Tinubu also promised to find ways to assist the private sector and subnationals to pay the minimum wage. Number 3, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu also promised to use his discretionary powers to meet the demands of university unions demanding unpaid 4-month salaries. So number 4, President Bola Tinubu has promised to give 36 CNG-powered buses with a seating capacity of 100 to each of the TUC and NLC. In related developments, the leader of the organized labor have accepted President Bola Tinubu's 70,000 naira minimum wage offer for Nigerian workers. Speaking with journalists after the meeting, the president of NLC, Comrade Joe Ajero, said the union had accepted the offer. Flanked by the president of the TUC, Comrade Festus Usifo, and other representatives of Nigerian workers, who attended the meeting, Ajero said unions agreed to the offer because of other incentives attached. He said another reason for accepting the offer is that President Tinubu promised a review every 3 years, which was against what obtained in the past. So there it is right there. So that removes then a significant part of what the rioters, the demonstrators, the anarchists, to give them their proper appellation, are looking to demonstrate riot and anarchy about. So that removes a very big chunk of their argument. So they cannot argue for the minimum wage of the workers anymore, because the workers are more than satisfied with what Tinubu has offered them. Like I said, the workers are more than satisfied with what Tinubu offered them. But don't take my word for it. Oh, listen to them express it in their own terms.
In the struggle for Nigeria, there is victory. In Africa, Isoleto, Aluta, Continua, Victoria, Asata, Triposa to the president. Goza, Goza, Goza.
All right, so there it is right there. So when the Nigerian workers are giving 3 gosas to the president and doing high fives with Tinubu in the Oval Office, or whatever we call our office in Aso Rock, what would then be the basis of you demonstrating for better pay from them, or for them? What would be the basis of you demonstrating for better? They are dancing palongo, doing obesity, whatever it is, just in sheer delight at the agreements that they have reached. So what would then be the basis of your demonstration? So it is narrowing now to just anarchy, which is what we've always insisted that it was. It is narrowing now to just anarchy, but still staying within that that protest, demonstration, or riot, anarchy, depending on how you view it. This is a message coming from the security forces to the anarchists, and this is what they have to say. Listen, I won't say watch this because it's an audio clip. So listen to this.
But it is not violent. It should be a peaceful protest. Please. The security men that are coming out is because anyway there are gatherings like that, they have to be security agencies. You understand me? It is not for this thing. The arms they are carrying is not to kill the protesters. You understand? Please and please, I'm begging you. I know you have the right to say yes, this, but please, I'm begging you. Even all of us, we don't tire. All of us, we are tired, man. We are tired. See, in this country now, civilians are the ones that has the mouth. If you don't know, you civilians now you people will have the right to tell the government what you want. But we in the military, we cannot do that. We cannot do that. You understand me? So please forward this message as let them read it. Anybody that is coming out to protest should come out peacefully to protest. Let me see that. See, you not even know the plans where we get from. Let us see that military man that will fire anybody we know the attack, where they protest against bad government. Yeah, he go tell us where him from, whether in a.
So there it is right there. That's somewhat of a tacit. Even it's not even a tacit. That's a ringing endorsement right there from the security forces to say that they are very much on board with the day of rage and anarchy that is being planned by the Obedient Space and Showore. So the day of rage and anarchy, the security forces on board. So let me take you to the next piece. So to the next piece, we're going to still within the parameters of the hardship within the Nigerian state and how the state itself is approaching this matter. So we'll, a lot of the criticism that we get, or they get, I'm not part of the parliamentarians, but a lot of the criticism of that space is that the parliamentarians and the government space live a life of excess at the expense, and whilst the populace they broadly live a life of downtroddenness and hardship. So that is the chasm that seems to jar the senses of our people. So the parliamentarians, the governmental space, they live a life of opulence, and the governed, the masses, they live a downtrodden life of hardship and pain. So this is the narrative, this is the chasm that people find unbearable. So they've wailed and gnashed towards the central space, and this is how the central space responds. So this is how the central space responds. Members of the House of Representatives have unanimously decided to reduce their salaries by half for a period of 6 months as a demonstration of solidarity and shared sacrifice with the Nigerian people who are currently experiencing economic challenges and food insecurity. After an amendment to a motions prayer proposed by Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, the House recommended that lawmakers contribute 50% of their monthly salary of 600,000 naira to assist Nigerians during these challenging times. Kalu's revised prayer was influenced by a proposal put forth by representative, etc., etc. So, etc., etc. The parliamentarians are giving up half of their salary as a form of it's a tokenism, but the symbolism is solidarity. It is tokenism, but the symbolism is solidarity. But this is the response of the opposition space. Demons are in allowances, not salaries. Article knocks reps over 50% salary slash. And this is a legitimate pushback, by the way, because of course, I don't even know that half of even 80% of the parliamentarians in Nigeria know that they're being paid a salary. They're so busy taking bribes from committees, gouging on the excesses of the constituency projects and all of the woof and looting. I don't even know that many of them know that they're being paid a salary or how much. They're just there for the steal. And this is what article is saying, that the demon is in the steal and not the salaries. The demons are in allowances and not salary. Article not reps over 50% salary slash. So let's see what the Waziri of Abu Dhabi has to say. The People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Atiku Abubakar, has slammed the members of the House of Representatives over the decision to slash their salaries by 50% for 6 months. Correspondents reported that the latest development followed the adoption on Thursday of an amendment to a motions prayer moved by XYZ, blah, blah, blah. He said the salary cut is to be used to support the federal government's efforts to address the rising cost of foodstuff in the country to alleviate the hardship Nigerians are going through. The motion was adopted, etc., etc., with each member paying 300,000 into a common purse. The legislative chamber will contribute 108 million naira monthly to the federal government and 648 million naira in 6 months. That's a significant amount of money, actually, if they point it directly. How much does that even split per state? Let them just, if they're able to honestly point it towards the most downtrodden, it might have the microcosm of an impact, not a significant impact, but it might do something. With each member paying 300,000 into a common purse, the legislative chamber will contribute 108 million naira monthly to the federal government and 648 million over the 6 months period. However, in a post on X, Atiku condemned the move, asking the lawmakers to slash their allowances instead of their salaries. According to Atiku, the country can no longer afford to borrow to fund irresponsibility in government. He wrote, the demands are in allowances, not salaries. there is too much wastage and prioritization of non-essential expenditures. What we want is an across-the-board cut in expenses pork. We can no longer afford to borrow to fund irresponsibility in government. So that is a legitimate point being made by Atiku, but that is a legitimate point being made by Atiku, but that point is being made to a different argument. It's the over excess of the cost of governance. That's where that argument goes to. But what the parliamentarians are doing is tokenism. So it's a tokenism. They are not saying they are costing. They're not even saying they are cutting their salaries by half. They still retain the fullness of their salary. They're just donating half of that salary as a token towards an acknowledgement of the situation of the country. So it's there are two different argument spaces, what Atiku Abubakar is talking about and what the parliamentarians are doing. So totally different argument spaces, but let's go to a different argument now. Peter Obi's ally dumps Labour Party for APC, gives reason for action. So drip, slow, it's all happening. Donyo Okokwe gone. Who else? Okonkwo gone. And I think this one now on his way out. And this is the height of the person. This is his level of seniority within that organization to give a clear view of just what this means. Peter Obi's ally dumps Labour Party for APC, gives reasons. A former national deputy campaign manager for Obi Dati in whatever happened to Yusuf Dati, by the way, as he moved back to Mauritania, as he come back home, a former national deputy campaign manager for Obi Dati in the 2023 presidential election, Isaac Balami, has dumped the Labour Party LP and returned to his former party, the All Progressive Congress APC. Balami announced his decision in a press conference in Abuja on Wednesday. Speaking on his reason for dumping the party, the Nigerian aviation expert explained that President Bola Tinubu has shocked him in just 1 year in office with regard to the Muslim ticket, which Balami himself was against. So let's just pause there for a moment because, this is a point that needs to be addressed. Let's pause there and we'll address it just as soon as I've had a gulp of water. So this is a point right here that needs to be addressed. So it says, speaking on his reason for dumping the party, the Nigerian aviation expert explained that President Bola Tinubu has shocked him in just 1 year in office. With regards to the Muslim ticket, which Balami himself was against. So now, a large chunk, a huge chunk of the votes that went to the Labour Party came off the cusp of the narrative of that Muslim ticket. You remember the Islamization of Nigeria, all of those sort of narratives were, in fact, let me play you this clip.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
So you all remember that, of course, church, take your country back. Do you remember this? I'm not going to play you this one fully because it's a very long video, but I'll just give you a little soup song just to jog your memory, just a soup song. Do you even know what a soup song is? Are you literate enough to know that? A soup song?
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Right, so that's the infamous Yes Daddy tapes, with tape, which a lot of us have bookmarked in readiness for 2027. So everybody has kept this in readiness for 2027. We'll be playing a lot of it. So certainly, a lot of the narrative of that 2023 election was wrapped around that Muslim ticket. Babachir Lawal, he promoted that. Dongaro, he promoted that. Babachir Lawal said he left the APC for reason because he thought he was going to be the vice president. He left the APC for reasons of that Muslim ticket. Dongaro, he also, is it Yakubu Dongaro? He pushed against that as well. The narrative that Daniel Buhala said propelled him against the Tinubu space was that Muslim ticket narrative as well. So, and the sort of dog whistle politics that was being played, especially by the Labour Party, because of course the PDP could not play that because they had a Muslim head and they leaned towards that the north. So a lot of the politics that was played by the Labour Party space, it was essentially a lot of it wrapped around Islamization and Muslim ticket. So a lot of it wrapped around it. But now the lived experience of that Muslim ticket is not been anything at all that jars the balance of religious freedoms within the Nigerian space. In fact, it is an enhancement of it, and nobody sees an overabundance of a religious fervor within the administration. So a lot of people that bought into that Muslim ticket narrative, they are now jumping ship. Daniel Buhala and now this fella. So let's take it from the top again, just so you have the pretext to it. Peter Obi's ally dump Labour Party for APC gives reason for action. A former national deputy campaign manager for Obi Dati in the 2023 presidential election, Isaac Balami, has dumped the Labour Party LP and returned to his former party, the All Progressive Congress, APC. Balami announced his decision in a press conference in Abuja on Wednesday. Speaking on his reason for dumping the party, the Nigerian aviation expert explained that President Bola Tinubu has shocked him in just 1 year with regard to the Muslim ticket, which Balami himself was against. He explained that he dumped the APC ahead of the last presidential elections because of the ticket. However, he has now seen that it actually means nothing. The former number 3 man of Peter Obi's campaign organization. So the number 1 will be is it Akin Oshitoku now, but for the bulk of the campaign, the number 1 was Donyo Kokwe. So I'm not sure who the number 2 is, but certainly he's the inner caucus of that campaign. The former number 3 of the Peter Obi campaign organization said he had thought that Labour Party had all it takes to take over Nigeria and restructure it on the path of progress, but regretted that the leadership crisis in the party and some obvious leadership incompetence has destroyed the party. According to him, Tinubu has so far empowered more Christian northerners and other Muslim ethnicity nationalities since Nigeria returned back. That should be than other ethnic. Yes. Tinubu has so far empowered more Christian northerners than other Muslim ethnic nationalities since Nigeria returned back to democracy. There is nothing that treats me more like equality and fairness. No president has ever worked with the middle belt like President Bola Tinubu. That was not what I saw when I left. I now see a better party and a better government. I can see a Nigeria that in a few years will thrive, and I think it is only important for us to work to rescue this country. Consequently, after consulting widely with leaders across Nigeria, the Middle Belt Caucus, my parents, and my immediate family, it becomes expedient that I resign from the Labour Party. I will now return to the APC. So that's another one that jumps back. I think Daniel Boala already essentially an APC member. But Balami said he was happy with the level of inclusiveness under the current administrations. Speaking on LP on Labour Party crisis, the politician said there is every indication that Nigeria cannot redeem through the Labour Party. And I think that's a fair comment. There is nothing to indicate that the Labour Party is in any way by the best dream waking in the best moment in time. There is nothing that suggests that the Labour Party can offer anything to them. They can't even run a party. Can you imagine? But they want to run a country. They can't run. Anyway. Speaking on LP crisis, the politician said, there is every indication that Nigeria cannot be redeemed through the Labour Party. As I move with my entire structure back to my former party, I urge them to join me in working with the APC to redeem our dear country. Recall that Balami, whilst moving to the Labour Party a year ago, said he was sacrificing for the good of the country and thousands of Nigerian youths who believed in him. So that's that. Anyway, there's nothing more I can add to that. So just that's just it. So this is article still. Playing opposition really how opposition should be placed. Ndumi, you are becoming a puppet in Tinubu's hands. Article blast National Assembly. So I'm not sure that you need much of a reader from this. The headline tells you probably all you need to know. Ndume, you are becoming a puppet in Tinubu's hands. Article blast National Assembly. So there's that. The room needs populating, by the way. So anybody that wants the conversation, jump on. Obese allied dumps. So we've done that just now. Yes, 4 key highlights from the agreements. I think we've done that as well. Yes, I think we've done that too. A lot of these things repeat. All right. I think I might have a clip for this one, but let me present it to you anyway. I have about 3-4 clips to still play to you. Why we accepted 70,000 as minimum wage, organized labor, I think we already got the hint because they said it was packaged with other incentive. That's essentially what he said. The other incentives, of course, will be his bank account filled with dollars. Organized labor led by Comrade Joe Ajero and Comrade Festus Osifo has given recent NLC accepted 70,000 minimum wage as new minimum wage. Speaking moments after President Bola Tinubu agreed to pay 70,000 naira as a new minimum wage, Joe Ajero said the organized labor accepted the offer with mixed feelings as a result of prevailing economic circumstances. Ajero said, "Well, we are here last week. We're here last week, and we are here now." What have been announced in terms of the amount of 70,000 naira happens to be where we are now. But the good thing about it is that we will not wait for another 5 years to come on review. Rather, when settling on a figure, rather than settling on a figure that will wait for 5 years, is like we will have now. It's badly written. I'm not reading it badly. Also, it's badly written. Anyway, I have a clip on it which I'll play. So let me just leave that. It's a badly written piece. So yes, we saw this already. 3 gosas for the president. Moment NLC TUC hail Tinubu as minimum wage at minimum wage meeting. I think we've already played that clip. So we've already played that clip. So let's go on then to some videos. Let's go to some videos. Let me send the link again, by the way. Anybody that wants to jump on. The room does need populating. So anybody that wants to jump on. So anybody that wants to jump on as we go through this series of clips now before we get to the K guys. So yes, let's go to this one. Actually, this probably speaks to just what we were reading out just then.
Announced in terms of the amount of 70,000 happen to be where we are now. So now, but the good thing about it is that we will not wait for another 5 years to come and review. Rather than accepting on a figure that you wait for 5 years, it's like you have to now negotiate even 2 times within 5 years with a view to going up.
Then made a pronouncement of 70,000 naira that by next week that they should put finishing touches and do the transmission to the National Assembly. But why this became a catch, because we from organized labor, we have been pushing that the issue of 5 years review is too much. With also the caveat that this is going to be done every 3 years. 3 years. The next review will be 3 years. And after that pronouncement, we from Labour, just has been said that, well, we have received what the president has promised from both ends.
All right. I would say that's an acceptable middle ground compromise. That's an acceptable middle ground compromise. So if they are accepting 70,000 naira, but the review is every 3 years, then that's sufficient enough of a time to see if the economy gives value to that 70,000 naira or it needs an upward review. So if the economy gives value to that 70,000 naira, then it might well even be a case that although they will fight it tooth and nail, but it might well even be a case that the minimum wage has to be reviewed downwards if the economy gets a fillip sufficient enough to give value to 70,000 naira. I don't agree with the 70,000 naira, by the way. I think they should have kept it at 40, 50,000 naira and improved the economy to give value to that money. But that is what was agreed. And I'm sure a lot of bribery went into that anyway. So a lot of bribery went into that. That's just my own speculation. So now we go to this next clip. This next clip now is a full power by Natasha Akpoti and roundly slapped down by Godswill Akpabio. This one is somewhat of a funny one. Watch this.
Those again say nay.
Mr. President, we don't want it to be killed. We just want a bit of modification. We don't want the bill killed, but it should be slight modifications. It's a necessary bill.
This is Natasha in the chamber. You have to be recognized before you speak.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, we are not in a nightclub.
So that was a little a little back and forth between Natasha. So that's the newbie schoolboy error or schoolgirl error by Natasha Akpoti, wanting to quickly establish herself, not understanding the protocol. So that's somewhat of a light-hearted one. But this next one, this is coming from Adams Oshiomhole. There is nothing at all light-hearted about this. And I, in total, in complete submission, agree with what Adams Oshiomhole has to say here. Watch this.
But, sir, like previous speakers have acknowledged, incidents of collapse of buildings and life being wasted avoidably is very rapid across the country. I think, with profound respect, Mr. President, that rather than lament the consequences of official negligence, we should go to the root of the matter and tackle it at source. When I had the privilege of being a governor in Edo State, now I want to speak from my experience, I found that in the Ministry of Works, they do have engineers, civil engineers, structural engineers, architects, quantity surveyors, etc., etc. As a poor governor, you sit down there and you deal with the documents with regards to pricing, etc., etc. And in good faith, you set up a board to invite tenders and all manners of people tender. The results are, as I have seen in Nigeria, this is arguably one of the few countries where everybody is a civil engineer, everybody is a civil engineering contractor. Even we Senator Chiburuka can put out Adams and Co. Civil Engineering Limited and bid for a sophisticated civil engineering contract. Ethics are looking at the laws. It is other federal laws that the Nigeria Institute of Architects is registered. It is other federal laws that Nigeria's Institute of Civil Engineers or of Engineers is registered. I think my brother was honored recently by one of those associations. It is other federal laws that Nigeria Institute of Quality Surveyors is registered. And even the rate they are paid are prescribed by federal laws. Therefore, I believe we have jurisdiction to go to the source, not just to lament the consequences, but to go to the source. That we amend the relevant sections of the Act establishing these institutions. Quantity surveying to deal with issue of inflation of prices, structural engineering to deal with the issue of competence among its rank, and if things like this happen, we identify who were the supervisors and deal with it. I think we are dealing with issues of corruption, if we are to call a spade a spade.
One more.
Now, whereas these institutions exist, I'm going to round up now, they hardly do the job. Even here in Abuja, you see buildings and you wonder if they were done by competent structural engineers. Structures is extremely important. And I think we amend those laws in a way that everybody cannot wake up and set up a civil engineering company and begin to bid for contracts that is neither equipped to deal with, neither by reasons of competence or appropriate skilled engineering, structural engineering staff to deal with the issue of stability of the structure. So whereas I share everything that has been said, which in this case is within the competence of subnationals, but what we can do as a national parliament that regulate the various institutions is to see what we can do to tinker with the law such that if you design a building and you are obliged to supervise the construction, should the building collapse within a certain number of years, you are liable not only to withdraw your license, you are liable to prosecution. Again, my sympathy to the people and the government of Plateau State.
Thank you.
For the available debt of this achievement.
All right. Not often do I say this, but in this instance I do. I agree in totality with what Adams Oshiomhole said there. The people who built these buildings that are collapsing up, and especially a lot in Lagos, the people who built this building, they should be held culpable. And the base level charge should be manslaughter if a life is lost. And by the way, not just the people who built it, or the approval process through whatever local authorization that approves this. Do you remember that building that collapsed that was linked to Yemi Osinbajo in Up Street, High Street, the posh areas, wherever? When the approval was for a certain level and they built to double that level. So all of these things, and people died, and suddenly it makes the headlines one day, and that's the end of it. So yes, that needs to be addressed, and people should be held culpable. And if lives are lost, the charge of manslaughter is certainly something. So I agree for the first time with Adams Oshiomhole in total. So we go on to the next clip now, and the next clip is back to the future somewhat. We're taking the Israelite route back to the Nigerian narrative. So, look at Tinubu, he has destroyed the price of Kinikon, etc., etc. And a lot of people have told you that this is nothing unique or peculiar to the Nigerian experience. This has a universality to it. This sudden sharp spike upwards in the prices of essentials. It has a universality to it. We've brought you examples from America, from the rest of the world, but let's bring an example that is closer to our lived experience. Watch this.
I was shocked to know how much a crate of egg goes for in Ghana. You know how we always complain about the harsh economy of Nigeria? I decided to enter the open market in Ghana to know the prices of food items. This tuber of yam goes for 40 cedis, which is 4,200 naira. Pepper is gold in Nigeria. This one is 10 cedis, and when you convert it, it's 1,050 naira. I moved on to the tomato section. This small bowl of tomatoes here is 100 cedis, which is 10,500, and the bigger one is 1,500 cedis, which is 157,000 naira. Onions is 4 bulbs for 20 cedis, which is 2,100 naira. This quantity of meat goes for 1,200 cedis, which is 126,000 naira. Half a kilo of chicken goes for 36 cedis, which is 3,780 naira. Almighty eggs cost 65 cedis, which is 6,825 naira. It appears that purchasing power is better in Nigeria. Or what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Thank you for watching. Bye.
So now we've said severally that the cost of living, and there's statistics to back it up as well. We've said severally that the cost of living in Nigeria still remains one of the cheapest in the world. So for all that, I've even seen a Ghanaian, I saw a clip of a Ghanaian who came to Nigeria and he marveled at just how cheap life was. So you try and go and live in Ghana and then come back home and say, whatever it is, you'll be thanking your stars that you're a Nigerian. So you'll be thanking your stars that you're a Nigerian. So the last clip now, I don't know how I want to bring you this. I think I will bring you with a precursor. Let me bring it from this. There was a shootout, as a lot of you may or may not be aware, in Edo State. When is there not a shootout in Edo State? It's just a den of iniquity there, isn't it? It's just a basket case of a state, just the back of beyond sort of living by those. Sorry, I'm saying all these things, waiting for my thing to load up. It's a back of beyond sort of living in those sort of spaces, in places like Edo State. So I'm not going to go as far as to call it godforsaken, but I'm not quite sure if it's in the front burner of anything. Let me just, where's that clip I wanted to play? Yeah. Oh yes. All right. Let's kick it off with this. So, as you know, Philip Shaibu was reinstated as the governor of, as the deputy governor of Edo State, and here is the welcome that he got. So, let's go to this. So here is the welcome that he got. Let me give it a bit of volume. I won't play it for too long because there are parts in there that YouTube might frown at. But watch this. So there it is right there. You can distinctly hear the shots, the sounds of what's going on there. APC Lions and Tigers, Kabaka, Edo Stone, others lead thugs shoot at Benin residents at close range. So that's the welcome that Philip Shaibu got. So at the heart of it all, Tony Kabaka. So now let's hear him explain what happened in his own words.
I met the CP in the lobby of VIP in airport. I said, CP sir, look at the security report. They are mobilizing people. They block the two entrance. The CP did not. If I thought he's going to mobilize his policemen to come and protect our candidate. I surprised nothing happened. They were shooting at us like we are armed robbers. Man, if this thing continue like this, if this thing continue like this, they should petition those people. CP know them. CP, we are even the one begging governor to please tell them to stop action. CP, we are begging governor on phone. CP. My brother, politics of Edo have turned a new dimension. APC should wake up, oh. APC should wake up. Federal should not leave us, oh. They beat us in a local government election. Nobody come out. Obaseki write it. Now Obaseki is still doing and do again. On governorship election. Please, the federal government should wake up, oh. This is not how election goes, oh. This is not how it goes, oh. Please, I'm begging. This is not joke any longer. As I speak to you, 2 people is gone down. 2 people is gone down. About 4 people severe injured. We take it for 7. This is not how they play politics, so I'm talking now. Nobody take it, oh. God bless you.
So there it is right there. Tony Kabaka, the notorious thug of the Edo State political space. So that is Tony Kabaka, and that headline then tells you what he's describing. Heavy gunshots at Shaibu, Okpobolo, arrived Benin airport, several injured. I even heard that 2 got pied. But there it is, another Tuesday in Edo politics. Nothing new, nothing unusual. Those are the talking points. But as I often say, we're not restricted to those talking points. You can come and speak to matters that we may have missed. Plenty of space in the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on. Super chat still spaces for super chats to come through. All of that, the K guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, I wonder if he's back home now or still in Nigeria. He's on, so that guarantees already an epic session. That guarantee carries on with Dewale being here. Kenneth to put a dampener on everything going on. General Thomas, hopefully to take over from me later on, and Isaac to keep things 100. So that's the panel. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. So anybody that wants to hop on. Good to have you here, gentlemen. We do it in this order. We go Ekene, we go... actually, let's go to Izon, since he's unmuted already. Izon, how far? You don't return?
My brother, how are you doing now? No, I still in Nigeria.
Oh, God, look at that. The miliki too much. All this...
Nigeria is a blessed place to be. It's home, you know. When you never day house or sometimes, it's always good to get home. So
you know, I was watching a clip, I think yesterday or the day before, by a big name Nigerian YouTuber. She's big name now. She's called Soma Aku. Do you know her?
No, I don't know.
No, she's called Somaku. I think she's got like about 250,000 following. Very big name. She streams out of I think she streams out of Scotland or somewhere in the UK. But then she went back to Nigeria after a long hiatus, maybe about 16 years, about a year or so ago. And then she traveled around, etc., etc. And then just about 2 days ago, she released this video that she has moved back to Nigeria. In the course of that experience, about a year or so ago, she said when she went to Nigeria that she felt better. All of these medications to prop you up this way and to allow, she just, all the medications went, her spirits was lifted, there was pride in her gait, she just, so, and I sort of, casting back memory, I feel better, I feel more wholesome, I feel healthier, I feel more vim and vigor. Do you recognize what she's saying? What that
100%.
Yes.
100%. I think not just me, even my wife, everyone in the house just feels, there's just less of a stress. We're more relaxed. So I get told every day that I'm much more relaxed when I'm here. You understand? It just and I guess maybe it might be psychological, but at the same time, I think it also has to do with the fact that you're at home, so you are just some of the things that
your guards are a bit more down. Yes.
Yeah, your guards are down. I mean, you go out
and the food as well. I think a lot has to be. This food is organic. It's straight from the soil onto the plate.
The food.
No E factor. No E factor.
Yeah, well, woman, the thing, it depends on who you are. If you come here, all the stuff with Domino's and all that nonsense is here now. But if you want to eat that kind of stuff, that's up to you. But at the end of the day, me, I eat yam. I like plantain flour because it doesn't spike your blood sugar. I eat all the soups from oha to bitter leaf to fisherman. So, and those things, when I eat them, I just feel different. I don't feel bloated. I don't feel lethargic. I feel good, so.
And then you live more of an outdoors life as well. You're out in the sun, you're sweating all the time,
Although one man, they haven't, it's rainy season, so there's a lot of gloomy clouds, so you don't get a lot of sun right now. Yeah, it's humid, very humid, not a lot of sun because the clouds are covering the sun, but it's not as hot. It's humid, but not as hot. So you can stand in one place and start sweating, but it's because of the humidity, not because of the heat. I think the average temperature is in the 20s. So I can tell you this is hotter in Toronto right now than it is in Lagos. So, some of these things that we discuss here, when like just being here now, it's unfortunate because when I'm here, I realize that people's lives don't have to be as difficult, but it is, unfortunately, because everything is here in terms of the basics if they want to provide it. But unfortunately, things are more difficult. And people, for the most part, they don't try to live extravagant lives. It's more, hey, if I get food, the salaries are lower. Especially if you're earning your income in foreign currency, whether it's US dollars or British pounds, when you do the calculation, the cost of living is cheap, but people are not earning enough, right? Even with that cheap cost of living. And I think that's where the problem comes up in that, okay, you look at it, for instance, the other day I took Uber, the distance I took the Uber, in Toronto, it would have cost me $20. It was like $4, and I sat back and looked at it and I said, wow, but I'm looking at it from the lens of the fact that I earn income in dollars. You understand? But for someone in Nigeria that's earning in Naira, that is more expensive. Yeah. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
It does.
Yeah, so those are the challenges. I think. So I think I'm one where I criticize Asiwaju. I'm not a supporter, but I do think, if he does something good, I'll give him praise. There are some things that they're doing that could be very, very impactful. The level of entrepreneurship and the support of the small and medium-sized enterprises is something I think can really transform a lot of places here. And they should continue to support.
Are you seeing it organically manifesting, or are you just reading it in?
Yeah. I mean, so for instance, when I go to the stores, I only buy Nigerian. I bought stuff from the store the other day, whether it's my plantain flour or my honey. If it's Nigerian, as a matter of fact, some stores you go to, they'll ask you, do you want local or you want imported? And I always tell them local. The Nigerian stuff is better, especially with fresh vegetables, fruits, those things. Tastes better, much better. It's not as big, but it's just better.
You buy the one they call pando as well. Those flour supposed to be flour pounded yam or whatever they call it.
No. I buy plantain flour, my brother. So unripe plantain. I know. Yeah, they dehydrate it and all that stuff. So yeah, that's what because that one, when you eat it, after you eat it, it doesn't make you feel sleepy or anything. Just you feel very good, So as I like eating, it doesn't make your belly get big, all that stuff. So I like eating that.
Guys, I recently started using oatmeal anyway.
Using what?
Oat to make those ones.
Oat is good. It has fiber, and I don't want to get into the medical thing, but for men especially, when you get older, you need to get at least, I think it's 33 grams of fiber a day. So you need to make sure every meal you have has fiber because it doesn't spike your blood sugar, and it helps prevent you from getting diabetes. So foods like plantain flour.
I've never ever tried that plantain flour before.
Oh, you should.
But what is it? What is it a substitute for? Is it like
for
amala or something?
Yeah, it looks like amala when you cook it, but it's not. So it's black like amala, but it's not. So it's the unripe plantain, right? They peel it off. They chop up the contents of the unripe plantain, and then they dehydrate it so it's dry, and then they mill it into powder, and then they sieve it so it's smooth. That's pretty much the process. And so
it doesn't retain in the body in that heavy feel of pounded.
Exactly. And I don't know if you've ever, in Delta we eat unripe plantains.
It's not in Yoruba culture, I don't think.
No, it's not. You see it primarily in Delta.
It is. It's plantain amala. Unripe plantain amala. My dad eats it for his blood sugar. We eat it.
So is that a new? Hold on, is that a new development? That's not in our backdrop, though.
No. It's always been there. But back in the day, especially in my hometown, people fed plantain and unripe plantain to goats. So it's just maybe newer generation that started eating plantain and banana. Otherwise, in Elisha, it was just goat food. So people been eating it for a while, and then they discovered it's good for blood sugar. You don't even have to dry it. If you get here, you can put the entire plantain, put it in your blender, blend it, and use it to make amala.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm quiet. Yeah.
I thought you said it's when Musa Galale Lisa, a yellow jelly.
For the benefit of
one man, you know that one they call pando. That thing is rubbish, man. I don't know how.
It's nonsense. It's nonsense.
That is rubbish, like pure rubbish. It doesn't matter.
You can blend it and use it to make plantain fufu. What Lotta is referring to. they dehydrate it and get it to powder because it lasts longer. And the thing is,
I just use the oat anyway. That I use the oat.
yeah, the oat is good. It's essentially eating oats. It's like eating oatmeal. You're just turning it into fufu. The what do you call it, one man? In Delta we eat the unripe plantain. We peel. In Ijaw communities they call it kekefiai. In Urubos call it ukodo, and they mix it with palm oil and crayfish and fish and all this stuff.
I think you probably have a healthier diet than us, because the Yoruba food is pounded yam, eba, amala, and efo, and that's it.
But, amala doesn't spike you. Amala doesn't spike your blood sugar. Amala is good for you, actually.
Yeah, but one man, that's total ignorance of Yoruba food. There are many varieties of Yoruba food, a lot. But you're just talking about the ones they eat in Lagos, the popular stuff.
No, but those are the popular staples, though. I don't know that anybody eats really outside of that.
Nah, come on, man. Ojojo, ikokore, efodu. I mean, it's a shitload of Yoruba food that you don't know about.
Yeah, but those are
delicacies
now. Those are delicacies. Those are once in a blue moon.
No, but Delta food. My wife. For example, that the one that they make with palm oil is essentially palm oil and starch. It's not. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
what's it called again? Banga. It's palm oil and starch. It's just energy and energy. So both Yoruba food and Delta, all of them are the same thing. Anyway, continue.
No, woman, it depends on what you eat. You can sieve through every cultural food. Yeah.
The unripe plantain too is good for the other room.
I never test time for the other room, Thomas.
Look at that. Your secret is out. It's on. Look at that. We got sugar level, so that's what it's all saying. But let's go to the politics. What are people discussing back home?
You know what's interesting? I met a guy. Not surprising, I'm in Lagos, so I meet a lot of Agbado supporters, and we have conversations, much more cordial and meaningful than the ones I have on your platform, Woman, I must say. But because I think one, we're talking face to face. Two, we highlight where we disagree, we highlight what we agree, and we have the conversations. And I think, for me, I mean, I'm not a Tinubu supporter, and I let them know I'm not. But after all, he's still the president of my country. If he does something good, I will support him. I want him to be successful. But even the Agbado supporters that I've spoken to have said that, the frivolities in their spending has kind of created the issue. We've all, for the most part, agreed that, whether it's the subsidies or the foreign exchange, it was being mismanaged woefully, and it had to go. But it wasn't that it had to go, it's the manner in which it went. That is the issue, is how it was taken away. It was taken away without any, I guess, empathy to how people's lives would be impacted severely by just yanking it off. But that being said, it's already been taken, right? And the remedy to it has really been palliatives for the most part, while the government continues to have these spending on items that aren't necessarily needed, so to speak. So, when you look at it from that standpoint, those are, even the Agbado people I talk to, those are valid criticisms, but they're trump card. And these are more diehard Agbado people. Someone very close to me works for the Lagos State government, so there are some people in our house, and those are the people I was talking to. So you can guess the caliber of people. So, the trump card is that, one, they believe, and they truly believe, that Tinubu is slowly restructuring the country. All right? And I told them that, I said...
Are you not identifying that
Well, you know, it remains to be.
Especially with the local government.
Oh man, listen to you. You're already getting excited. Like, yes, of course,
No.
But
we are seeing it now. Are we not seeing it? Yes,
but woman, you know, okay. So I will say this: their theory makes sense. If you stand on the outside and look at the theory, you can say, okay, I can see the logic in your reasoning, but it doesn't mean that that's actually what's happening. You know what I mean?
Hold on. Before you go there, tell us what they've seen to indicate that.
Yeah. So yeah, I will. So my thing with Tinubu has always been, I've looked at him carefully, and I've always been like, this guy, man. One of two things are going to happen with you. You're either going to be the worst president Nigeria has ever had, or you're going to go down in history as the greatest president this country has ever had. It's all or nothing with him. You understand? Because of some of the bold moves he had made, and I'll give him that much. He does have balls. Right?
I agree with that. Actually, I agree with that assessment that he can either be an all-time hero or a spectacular failure. But carry on.
Yes. And so, and I told these guys I was talking, and they said to me, it's like, you know what? They said, maybe, but this is what they believe. They believe that Tinubu is slowly restructuring the country. They think that when Jonathan tried to restructure the country, he put all his cards on the table after the conference, the sovereign conference, put all his cards on the table. So the people that were detractors against the plan that they had come out with from the conference immediately mobilized to get him out of office. And they successfully got him out of office. Buhari came through that sovereign plan in the trash, and they kept it on business as usual. They believe, on the other hand, Tinubu has learned from that mistake, and he has slowly enacted policies that are restructuring the country, starting with this law that's been passed for local governments. Because essentially, it's a big thing. Everyone I know is talking about it here. So, and they're really hedging their bets on it. They believe he's going to bypass governors and make them irrelevant. The local government chairman will become the decision makers. He will have essentially the keys to their coffers in his hands. He will give it directly to them and make them relevant. They will then turn around and give their loyalty to him. But then that's on the political side. But in terms of policies, in terms of implementation of development, it'll go directly to the people. The people will be given, I guess, some empowerment to hold their local decision makers accountable. You will then see projects being implemented at the local level that can directly be controlled by the federal, or at least influenced by the federal, to things, and you see competition between local governments. This is the belief for what Agbado people think will happen. Whether or not it will happen.
You know, another incidental possibility of that is that you know, all of these things that come from the federal space to impact on the people, that has to conduit through the state governors and then through their commissioners, and then do this long journey to the people. With this now direct relationship from the federal to the local authorities, they can just cascade directly. And then there's just one loop to the person. So it's from the federal to that local authority, and then from that local authority to the people. So the chain of accountability is more narrow than some. Do you understand? There's a lot of incidental advantages there.
Yeah, and it almost makes the governors irrelevant, because I'll use my state. There are 25 local governments in Delta State. You're going to go directly to local government chairman. Those guys will become the decision makers. They're sitting on a budget. They know exactly how they're going to spend it in their local government. The governor is not going to be, hopefully the governor is not going to be able to tell them what to do, and the people can directly hold a local government person accountable. And then you're going to have situations where, depending on who the person is, certain parties might become more powerful in local government, and they don't have to be in the same party as the governor. So you could have a state like mine where certain local governments will be APC, certain might be Labour, certain might be YPP. You just don't know how it's going to play out. It all depends on who the person is and how influential they are in that local government. But the one person they're all going to be beholden to is whomever is in the federal, because that person controls their purse strings. No longer their governor. In fact, what they've done is they made it against the law for the governor to touch their money. So it's a very, very interesting space. I think if it actually plays out the way the federal government intends it to play out, it may already be a different ballgame. In terms of,
can I interject?
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you, man. This man of prestige. So
I know your voice, my brother. I can't miss that California voice.
Okay, thank you very much. You're in Nigeria, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, what you're narrating right now, I will say it's not so fast, my brother. The reason why I'm saying that, I hope this come to fruition. Everything is, it just come out like you said. I was just scared about what happened today. If you listen to the River State chief of staff, which is an APC right now, what he narrated, I don't know if anybody heard what he said today about how the election is being conducted by the state. Him being, was a chief of staff at that particular time. He said they pretty much write all election. They tell them, this is what we're going to do. Like what happened in your state. You all want all the whole local government. It's just like what happened in my state, Imo. So, if that already embedded in them, that corruption there, but it has to be a mindset. It's not going to be just direct easy like you're making it sound like. I hope I'm wrong. I want something good for Nigeria. I hope this is the right direction we need to take. But I would say not for everybody should go and listen to that comment. I think his name is Tony Okocha, whatever, not APC, the
Yeah,
one.
I know
Okay.
you're talking about.
Yeah, he made the comment today. It was on, it was on video. He says it's happened every state.
But man, let me ask you this question, right?
Right.
The governors have been able to influence all the local government elections in their state for their party because they've pretty much been the Al Capone of that state. All the funds go through them. Everything is in their hand. With what's happening now, they're not going to control the funds anymore.
But what would they elude the local chairman from doing the same thing?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The local chairman can try in his own local government, but it depends on which local government it is. You understand? Like every local government is different. There's some local governments where the local government chairman, he's elected, but there are a lot of powerful people within that space that if he doesn't perform, they will remove him. You see what I'm saying? Local government chairmen are not like governors where they are more powerful than the space. And they're not, that local government is a small space where that person controls the money. From the gubernatorial space, the governor had way much money. Let's take a state like Rivers. I mean, a lot of money. And then he was using that money to manipulate who becomes chairman of each local government. That he's not going to have that money anymore. So what happens then?
Right. What you said is right. Look at them.
A prestige. I think the government is actually moving to alleviate some of your concerns. If you look at the headline, sorry. Let me just give this headline and then you come in. A local government authority, National Assembly will legislate to ensure INEC conducts local government council elections. So they're removing everything completely from the state and making it independent. Larry,
right, that's why the guy made that comment. If you listen to that comment, it has
they've
Tony
gone
man,
beyond,
the former
they've
chief of
gone
staff.
beyond those things that you said, one man. So today, it has actually passed the first reading, right? So there's going to be a national local government electoral commission, which is going to be different from INEC. So the bill
actually. Isaac, how many electoral commission are we gonna have? The federal and the state?
We're going to be having two. So
two
yeah. So one is going to be for local governments alone. Why INEC will still be for the other elections.
You see, sorry, Barbara. You see the people that make laws for Nigeria. Some of them, they are so dumb. It's beyond belief.
How's that gonna work?
So this, instead of them to just empower INEC, for INEC to be organizing off-season election for local government elections across the country, give the resources to INEC so that will also help INEC to improve. The problem INEC has is that it only conduct one general election once in every 4 years. Apart from
No,
those
the constitution is not constitutional. For at the local government level, according to what I understand, a central figure cannot conduct election just like that, except you change the constitution.
they're
That's
talking
why
about amending the constitution. That's what I'm saying. Instead of
Akim, what they are doing, because what you're saying is a bigger legislative lift. It's heavier to do that than just to create a standalone something.
So they just have to skirt the constitution now.
Additional bureaucracy, another additional bureaucracy on the other side again.
It's a reverse way of trying to centralize it, because you can't directly centralize it based on the limitations of the constitution. You don't want to create the law and then they take it to court and then they throw it out. The governors would test it anyway.
For me, I don't think that makes sense at all.
All right, but back to you. I'll take you to a couple more talking points just because the room has now populated, and then I'll try and move the conversation around fairly quickly. You, of course, from that space, so we have to take you to that space. So this waffy politics, I go land you go hear when that is going on in Edo State. Not the pop of the champagne had not even ricocheted around the room when they started to shoot at Tony, at Philip Shaibu, etc., etc. And the latest development are actually this Ikobolo. He's now in hospital from those gunshots. So the goings on in Edo State. Talk us through it.
Yeah, well, man, I need to help improve your geography. How do you go from Wafi to Edo?
Is it not the same thing? It's not Bendel.
You see yourself. No, it's not this. It's not the same. Wafi and Wafi pidgin culture and Edo pidgin culture, they're very different. You understand? They use different slang. So, if you use Wafi pidgin, begin talk about Edo people. Making the Edo people know they go vex. So, I think and again, one man, you stereotyped the Edo space when you said, violence in Edo space again. I'm not surprised, It's not,
but seriously though, is that not how politics is played in Edo? It's guns.
No, I mean it's Nigeria. It's not Edo. It's Nigeria. I mean, it wasn't what's his name, Williams in Lagos here, died in his house during the election. What happened to Boda again in his house? It's Nigeria. It's not exclusive to the Edo space. Political violence is a fundamental issue. Guns coming into the space during the elections is one of our major issues that we have to get by. Every time there's election, you hear X amount of people got pied, whether it's in Edo or in Bayelsa or in Lagos, or you hear all these things all the time. Absolutely unnecessary. And I think, because the people that benefit from it are the people that end up getting into positions of power, they don't create legislation that has zero tolerance to it. And so it continues. Why should someone like Abaka be walking around in our streets? He should be in prison. He's a criminal. For God's sake, they did a whole documentary about the guy. So everybody knows what he is, but he's walking around. He should be in prison. Right? Obaseki got in there, he didn't do anything, the guy is there. Now there's another election, he's over there talking on camera, saying the CP knows this, the CP knows that. Come on, man. It's the lawlessness that gives room for this sort of behavior. We can have an election without and oppose each other and debate the issues that we're facing without people pulling out AK-47s.
What do you think is really going on there? Because the Edo State election is very difficult to call. So they got somebody with a court judgment. He's been reinstated. We have Olumide Apata making noise all over the place, blowing grammar. Tony Kabaka is back in play. Philip Shaibu reinstated. Obaseki doesn't want him. APC looks in the front run. PDP looks like a good chance. But we're now seeing what's going on?
No, so I have a lot of people from Edo State. I'll just with some of them yesterday drinking. So the thing is this, man. I think, first of all, your APC guy, I've forgotten the guy's name. That's how irrelevant he is. Nobody can really even. They said the guy can't even put together one sentence. Saying a nonsense guy. The guy can't. If they say we give the guy Barrow, make it right now, the guy not feel write anything.
Yeah, they're questioning his credentials. I think.
Supposedly he's an imbecile. The guy's a dumbass. So I have no idea why you would have a president as an
Can I
APC.
come in if that's okay?
You have a president as an APC. You have a party in power, but you put together a candidate like that. So he's being written off totally, right? I saw the news there by Aswe Godalo, and then Akpata has a good shot. Akpata has a good shot in this. There's a lot of momentum behind him. A lot of momentum. So
sorry, I think I came. But you are the first person to say that.
What momentum is he saying about Olumide? But look, one man. There's some issue going on the street in Benin. As at what time is it? Okay, let's say as at yesterday. So, Shuaibu got a court judgment that reinstated him as the deputy governor of the state. Judges are in Nigeria.
We're losing you, Akim.
I thought it was me, but it's not me.
No, I think it's Akim's connection.
I want to hear Akim talk about the APC candidate, because one man, I was with 5 Edo people, and it was unanimous. All of them agreed. The guy is a no-show. So, I don't know if APC has decided to forfeit the chances of winning in Edo State, but why would they put up a candidate like that?
But Edo State had always belonged to APC, though.
I don't think APC is going to win it this time.
Even to all intents and purposes, Obaseki is an APC governor.
Why would you say that?
Because he won with APC, then he couldn't get the ticket, then went to PDP, and because of public sentiment, then especially Tinubu interfering, it was a backlash victory that he got. But it's an APC man.
Yeah, and the Edo people revolted against Tinubu's interference, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
At the end of the day, right now, as it stands, the man is a PDP man. But the thing is this, right? Akpata has a lot of momentum.
You're the first person to say that.
I'm telling you right now. And listen, even though we were once Bendel, I'm not from Edo, so I'm going off the people I've talked to from Edo State. He has a lot of momentum. They've broken it down because he has positioned himself as the opposite of the current two that have been fighting. They haven't done anything for the state, right? He does have the background with MBA. He's a guy that's very well spoken, sharp guy, smart guy. He has gone into the space. He has campaigned very well. Edo State is also known as an obedient state. He has leveraged off the popularity of Peter Obi in the state. There are people that support him in that state, majorly, across the board. So don't be surprised if the guy pulls it off.
What about...
sorry.
One man, sorry, I think I had talking.
Yeah, hold on. Come after Kulata. Yeah.
Quick one. Aizon, what about the fork that happened with the obedient space? They've broken apart. There are many obedients on X platform, kind of like exposing themselves about who collected money, who didn't collect their money, and a ton of them have gone behind Asue Igodalo.
Yeah, I mean, you have those people, I call them stragglers. But at the end of the day, if Obi was, let's say we had an election today, right? Hypothetically, a national election today, Obi will win Edo State again. He will. There's no debate about that. His movement, that obedient movement, has a strong footing in that state. Right?
Yeah, but therefore Obi, not necessarily for Labour Party or Olumide Akpata. That's what
you have to understand. Akpata is not an establishment guy. He hasn't belonged to any of these two parties that have been running. He has really tied himself to Obi, and he has gone into that space.
He was a PDP man. He was a PDP man. He was with Obaseki. He's a very close ally of Godwin Obaseki.
So are you doubting that he doesn't have a strong movement in Edo State as it stands right now?
No. Look, okay, let me explain what happens.
Okay. So that's the point. But
So
go ahead, explain.
when people talk about when people
You're breaking up, my brother.
We're losing you again, Akim.
So this way
now. We've lost you, Akim.
Yeah, woman. Obaseki has the power of incumbency, no question about that, and he's going to try and leverage that as much as he can. But if you look at the people who are the person in his party, look at the APC candidate, and then look at Akpata. I mean, you really, when you look at that picture.
Can you hear me? I'm having serious.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you see what you see what I'm trying to say. You see, a lot of those guys were all former PDP guys, right? Who could not support Atiku in the general Atiku or Tinubu in the general election, who fought to say, look, there should be equity and fairness, who thought it was right, then they moved towards Peter Obi. So go back and look at a lot of these guys. Look at their platform. They're all gone back to their party base. That was why you saw the result after the general election. What happened at the State House of Assembly election? How many seats did the Labour Party win? Those guys went back to work for Obaseki. That was how Obaseki was able to retain the State House of Assembly. APC was already planning to impeach Obaseki. They thought Obaseki was gone. They thought they were going to win the State House of Assembly. But those guys, after they've worked for the Labour Party in the general election, they went back to the PDP during the State House of Assembly election. That was how PDP retained the State House of Assembly. So those guys are a lot of them are PDP members originally. Okay, the current Deputy Governor Omobayo, right, who is a staunch obedient. He came from the PDP to Labour Party to support Peter Obi. That was why Obaseki was able to bring him back and made him the Deputy Governor. So in Edo State, it's completely different. That's what I'm saying to you. Olumide Akpata is going to get some vote in Edo South. Outside of Edo South, where is this going to get vote from again? Okpebholo and Aswa Igodalo are both from Edo Central. So therefore, like the Isha people feel like this is their turn. So they're going to go with either of those two candidates. Edo North is Oshomole stronghold. What are you going to do there? How is Akpata going to crack there? So the bulk of the vote is in Edo South, but Akpata does not have anywhere near close to 10 or 20% of that vote in Edo South. So I've told people, push him aside. It's not in the race. The race is between the APC and the PDP in Edo State in this governorship election.
So it's Akim.
Hold on, Akim. You permitted this fallacy during the general election, and what was the outcome? So why would I
want to ask him a question, I beg.
Because they are from Edo State. That make you right for whatever you permitted him right now.
Okay,
so
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just telling you my own. I'm just telling you what I see.
Just say it's your opinion, but you're making it sound like very factual. That's what's going to happen. So you was wrong.
It's an informed opinion.
Man of prestige is his opinion. It's fine, but I want to ask him. I want to ask him this: that APC candidate that you're talking about, do you deny that the man is an imbecile?
Okay. Which kind of question did that story along?
No, I just want to Kulata, because here's the thing,
Kulata. Because my phone was going out of.
I said, do you deny that the person running for APC right now is a very incoherent person that cannot put together a sentence? True or false?
Well, Akim, okay, Akim is gone. I mean, I don't know.
Yes.
No, Kulata, because you know why? Because the people I was with, very, very well informed, and unanimously, everybody just said, they even said, what's the guy's name? Most people couldn't even say his name. The guy is absolutely, the only pull he may have may come from the power of the presidency. But even at that, it's not enough to win. I'm not making, these are well-versed Edo people in politics. Say if you give the guy pen, make it right.
Have they had a debate yet?
I don't believe they have.
Yes, that would
I may be wrong on that.
Yeah.
Have they had a debate?
No, I'm not sure. So that would be something to look out for. Yeah.
I don't think. See, one man. Look, I think anyone that tries to disregard Akpata is making a big mistake. So Akim said something. He said Akpata will win Edo South. He said Edo, the middle part of Edo, Ishan people feel it's their turn, so they will vote for Asoi Godado. Okay. But he said Edo North, that's a Shomeless section. But he never said who was going to win Edo North. He doesn't know what's going to happen there. And that is where you don't know how this thing will play out. Yeah, all right. So there is a swell with this guy. Trust me on this. And we'll see how it plays out if they have free and fair elections, because we're in Nigeria after all. We'll see how the thing goes. But it's going to be an interesting space. The violence piece, that's always something. One of these days, we'll figure out how to get that out. But it has to come from very, very strong legislation that outlaws that kind of behavior. Can't be killing ourselves because of this stuff now.
All right.
One more thing.
Yeah, go on.
One more thing, woman. On my TV right now is muted. It's this Republican National Convention, and I've just been thinking. I really don't, care either way, Republican or Democrat. So, man of president, don't be upset at me. I'm not a Democrat, but I look at all these things from the lens of a Nigerian. Ultimately, that's who I am. So I think of all these elections as how is it going to affect my space and my country? And
sorry, one
looking
man. Sorry, guys.
Yes, I came. Yeah, the conversation has moved on from there. But when I look round to you, we'll go back to that. Let us
all right. One man, don't be too long because I switched to a different device. But this device
yes. Okay, maybe I'll come to you after it's on there.
Yeah, I'll soon wrap it up. So so I look at it from that lens, and I look at this election, and I ask myself, which of these two candidates will actually leave us alone to govern our space and let us be, and won't try to interfere, won't try to give us neoliberal policies, won't try to force us to embrace some liberal social agenda. I'm not going to say what it is, but when you look at all those things, it's Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not going to bother us. He's going to let Tinubu do his thing. He's not going to try to tell him, you need to implement this policy, you need to do this, we need to send our Secretary of State to come and talk to you about this. No, none of that stuff.
But we've not had that much of an interference from Biden as well, have we?
Oh my goodness, woman, you haven't been paying attention. We have significant interference with Biden. Significant interference.
What are you talking about? I mean, you can only speak from the social point of view. That America is having influence.
No, I mean, if you look at
World Bank, that has nothing with that has nothing to do with any president.
Man of prestige. Let's just relax for 1 second. If you look at
I'm relaxed, but don't be
if
nonsense.
No, I'm not spilling nonsense. If you look at the policies of Democrats as it relates to our space, they always interfere. They always come in and try to tell us exactly how we should govern, what we should do, how we should embrace this right or those rights or whatever the case may be. This is their MO, right? And if you don't do it, they try to make things more difficult for you, right? It was Obama, after all, that put the Jonathan administration through that nightmare, right? It was John Kerry that came to Lagos, right? They refused to see our president in Abuja, told our president that Abuja was not safe, so he wasn't coming there. And our president, like a dumbass, went to Lagos to see him. Those are Democrats, right? The Republicans don't really interfere as much with us anymore. Donald Trump came into office. How many times did he even bother talking about it? He doesn't care. He lets us govern. Yeah.
Who went to visit MKO Abiola in prison and gave him tea?
Susan Rice.
You remember? Yeah,
Condoleezza Rice. He's a Republican. So that's what I said.
Susan Rice is not a Republican.
Susan Rice is not
a Republican.
Susan Rice.
Condoleezza Rice is a Republican. Condoleezza Rice is a Republican. Susan Rice is a Democrat.
Do you know who did it? Is this Susan Rice?
It's Susan Rice, the Obama. She was the
Susan Rice is a Democrat.
Stop explaining to them. They don't know. They don't read. Leave these people. They only watch CNN and MSNBC.
We don't need their comment. Please, just back out.
No, I'm not backing out. See, Izon, thank you for making that statement, because I know that last year I made that point on this show. And I was telling one man on this show about the atrocities of the Obama administration on Nigeria and how they pushed Buhari on us.
Can
Thank
we
God.
pivot back to Nigerian politics? I used to just brought this
You
up
remember
right now.
John Kerry visiting Nigeria, bypassing Abuja, moved straight to meet all the emirs and sultan of Sokoto. We also remember Obama inviting the 19 state governors to the White House prior to that election. So when that the Democratic Party has a hand in what Nigeria is going to today, and who, of course, Obama,
Joel,
like Tinubu, is from
no
Chicago.
even need to extend it. If not for Democratic Party, Libya will not have been in disarray.
Exactly.
All this insecurity we have in West Africa. You can draw a straight line from Barack Obama
country
to
elevated during Trump era. What are you talking about?
Stop interjecting.
Wasn't your country a shithole country? Right.
Let me finish my statement.
Let us teach you. Hold on, Democrat.
Let me finish my statement. You can draw a straight line from Obama and Tony Blair's action, which is kind of like a democratic leg stag, destabilizing Libya, having zero plans on what the aftermath of Libya and all the proliferation of small arms equipment and the entire destabilization of West Africa. You can also put their hands into kicking off Goodluck Jonathan and also killing MKO Abiola by a senior Democratic personnel.
You don't have any fact to back
It's not conjecture.
You are forgetting Bosnia, Clinton in Bosnia.
And Bosnia. These are facts. Let's not deceive ourselves. Democrats are not good for Africa. Anyway, I don't carry on.
Thank you very much. You spoke the truth.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, one voice. Carry on.
No, Joe, go ahead.
Joel should not be talking. So go ahead and talk because Joel is from a red state.
This is the issue, right? This is the issue. I don't go by what anyone tells me. I go by what I can see myself, my own judgment, my own research. And when it walks like a dog and quack like a dog, then it's a dog. That is what happened with the Obama. We all saw it. In fact, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan problem started from the 14 years bill that he signed into law about the LGBTQ. We must say it. It's
that was superimposed on him by Obama.
Yes. That was the main issue. After that, Obama, that's when the Leary law started coming out. Obama wanted us to be killed.
Joel, come on, you guys are not saying you're not saying the right here, man. What you are saying is not correct.
For the fact that they did not sell weapons to Nigerians, it embodied the Boko Harams. And then they have already dismantled Libya. So the light arms were coming in, but our own soldiers, if you remember, those soldiers were saying that the kind of guns they were using, that they've not used it before. If you guys can go back.
Joel, one second, please.
So the issue is that it was a plan, it was deliberate that the Boko Haram should go on. Buhari was in the know. They knew all of this, that Boko Haram should go, so Jonathan will look bad. And we know what happened with the original for in South Africa.
It was really the Americans that got to Goodluck Jonathan out because
that is not true. That is not true.
Just hold on 1 second. When they called the 19 northern governors to the White House, that signals to Jonathan that the game was
exactly.
Over. That was the final blow. Yeah, hold on. I can make that comment. Then it's hold on. Let me set the order. You make that comment. Is on. Then wrap it up in about 2-3 sentences, and then we go to a structure of 5 minutes monologue, kicking it off with we kick it off with your Akim, but we restrict it to some of 5 minutes so that we can get to people quicker. But I say what you want to say. Then is on.
Okay, so Obama, his father is from Kenya. Okay, in Kenya have that same laws. The American they pressured Kenya during that same time to try to soften their law on these same issues. Kenya's in Obama's eyes, to his face, they told him no. This is not going to happen. How come they did not influence the election in Kenya to change the government in Kenya? Come on, man. All of this is look. You are just ignoring the coalition of Bola Tinubu and Buhari, the forces that they put together to unseat Jonathan at that time. That if they never came together, it wouldn't matter what the American did. They wouldn't win the election. We've had several elections where incumbent president was winning the election. So you cannot write off the combination, the forces of Tinubu and Buhari and the likes of Amechi and Saraki coming in from the fringe side to come and join that coalition. It was too heavy for Jonathan. He was not going to surmount the numbers coming from the north and southwest. How is he going to win election?
Akim, give me 5 seconds. Quick rebuttal.
You act like it was a landslide.
Give me 5 seconds. Is it by accident that you have David Axelrod, the chief strategist for the Democrats, work for Buhari? Buhari and
Polata, let me come back on you with that as well. How did Atiku, Saraki, and all of them gain access into United States during the last Buhari re-election, before Buhari was re-elected? Were PDP members not invited to the United States by the United States Republican senators?
That was OBJ's influence peddling in the US.
But why were they not able to unseat Buhari? You still need the vote.
It was a one-off thing, Akim.
You still need the vote.
It was a one-off thing. OBJ
was that not the time they lifted Atiku's visa sanctions?
Akim, what you are saying is true. Akim, what you are saying is true.
Exactly.
But what we're saying is also you can see the hands of the Democratic Party in trying to facilitate that victory. It doesn't mean. Let me just land this. It doesn't mean the victory will not happen. But what I'm trying to say is they encourage the victory by giving them their best hand to support the effort.
The nail in the coffin for Jonathan was when Orubebe was pontificating on the INEC stage when Kerry called Jonathan to concede. Besides that, Tony Blair also called him. He didn't just pick the phone and conceded ordinarily. It was pressure of the West, and America led that.
He lost elections. What was he going to do?
All right, round of that.
Let me make the last comment in that area.
All right. After that, we have to move on.
Yeah, everybody's here just talking without no fact to back what they're saying. So are you going to tell me that United States is the one that influenced Nigeria election to institute Tinubu in this present government because of the leverage they have on him? You don't have the fact to back up what
you don't have the fact to back up what
you're saying. You started this mess that doesn't even have a leg.
You're not a good listener, Prestige.
At all, it's not.
I heard what everybody say. What a good listener. All everything everybody here saying is just rubbish. It doesn't have any fact.
Yeah, man of Prestige. Cool down, man.
One man. This is the average Democrat in America. In fact, man of Prestige is even elite. I am telling you, these people they don't know nothing. Like it is MSNBC told Trump is Hitler. Yes, he's Hitler. Just tell, like these people, they are that's unbelievable. They're the Abado of the United States.
So it was Democrat that hired the guy that 20 years to go shot Trump, right? That's how aloof you can become. Anyway, but all of them are registered Democrat. The sister, the father, and everybody. So Democrat, hired them and paid them to go shot Trump. Stop that nonsense.
We've not talked about anybody hiring anybody here.
I'm just talking about the whole illusion you are painting here. That's why I'm making that point.
Well. It's okay.
Man of Prestige, calm down.
All right,
let me wrap up, man.
Yeah.
No. I think it's interesting when you listen to people speak about this thing. It's clearly documented. I think the United States government accused Russia of interfering with its elections, and Russia didn't do a third of what they did during that Jonathan Buhari elections, right? Imagine if Sergei Lavrov went into the US and went to see Republicans instead of seeing the sitting president of the United States. Can you imagine the outrage? And that's what John Kerry did. So I'm not sure why we're debating this. There's nothing to debate. It's pretty clear what happened, okay? And the Democrats have a history right? They're doing it right now in Ukraine, right? They are making, they've sacrificed Ukrainian lives to fight an army they know they can't defeat. Then they're doing it. And I feel bad for Ukraine every time I turn on the news, right? They're doing it. And right now, again, I could care less about Republicans and Democrats. I'm a Nigerian. And as far as I'm concerned, I think about these elections, about how it affects my country. And if Trump wins and they leave us alone to govern our space, they stop leveraging Asiwaju, because I believe they are. I don't have evidence, but I do believe.
What today, Ayezo?
Wait, my brother, make I wrap up. Make I finish. Make I finish, man.
When Trump comes in on November the 5th, I'm going to see how your country, is going to pivot to become one of the greatest countries like you permitting here. So
I'm not saying it to become one of the greatest countries, but I don't think the influence from the I don't think the influence from the I don't think the influence from the White House will be as relevant. Listen, I'll take it if he calls my country a shithole. As long as you don't come to my country and try to influence anything. You can call us whatever you want. That's your prerogative. Call us shithole. That's your problem. But
he didn't say that, though. He didn't say that.
Yeah, even if you said it, Joel, it doesn't matter. But I think, as far as I'm concerned, this election right here, a Trump victory doesn't affect our lives. A Democrat coming back in, they continue to come and do whatever they're doing in Nigeria. Oh man, thank you.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. There's still other topics for as long as you can. So we're doing 5 minutes monologue now. I'm going to be somewhat rigid just because so many people on the screen, and I don't want to keep them for too long. We kick off the 5 minutes with I was going to go to Ekene, but we go to Akim first because of his connection, and then we go to Ekene. Akim, you're up next.
Yeah, one more. Thank you very much. I really appreciate allow me to go first. Look, I'm just quickly going to say something. This idea, we immigrant, right? We leave the shore of Africa. We come to this Western nation. It favors when it favors us, we forget about those who it didn't favor. And when these countries start passing laws that are endemic to those that are coming behind us, we say, oh, you know what, this is the right way to go. But we forgot. We forgot so soon that before we become naturalized citizens of these nations, we also we have to fight battles just the way others behind us are also fighting the same battles. Look, I don't have issues with countries trying to protect their nations, but my problem is when those who have climbed the ladder before are not trying to pull the ladder away from others. For me, I don't like it. I don't support such actions, and I've seen a lot of Nigerians or Africans in diaspora behaving that way. Trump is going to be good for Africa. No, it's not going to be good for Africa. There's nothing about Trump that is going to be good for anybody. Trump is a disaster. Trump is a racist, is a bigot. There's nothing good about that man. I don't care what anybody says. So let's just call it what it is. The idea that someone says just now that look at the mess they put Ukraine. So what? A country should just be taken over by another nation just because they have powers? Is that how it should operate? Okay, that's fine. America should come and capture Nigeria then. If you will be happy for your land to be taken by by foreign power just because they have the army, as you call it, they have the army to do whatever they want to do. If that is how it works, America should please come and take over Nigeria, take over your ancestral land, your ancestral homes and everything. Look, we are human beings, for crying out loud. We have our own personal heritage. You cannot just say because Ukraine cannot fight Russia, they should just lay down and allow Russia to just take over their land. That's for me. That's
that story you are saying. You didn't see what Ukraine was doing that threatened the existence of Russia.
Ukraine did nothing. Let's look. I don't want to go into propaganda now. Ukraine did nothing.
Not propaganda.
Okay, Zelensky came out. We're not going to join NATO anymore. That was still not enough for Putin. Putin denied that he was not going to invade Ukraine. He said they were just doing military drills by the borders, and America said no, you are going to attack this country. He lied till the last minute when he attacked. Before he attacked that country, he still lied.
Narration is not true.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let me say one thing. All this love all this love Nigeria have for Trump. I hope they have it for their own president. They don't even have it for their own
I didn't
president.
say that, please.
What's the matter with all of
They
you
are two different
Nigerians?
people. Man of prestige. They are two different people.
They are not
So
too.
we are talking about
Even Trump is
we are talking
worse.
about
Trump is worse. Trump is not
how is
even
it worse?
Trump
How is
is
it
a
worse?
Trump is
No,
look.
let's not go back to Trump again. Take us to Edo
Okay,
politics, and then from
so
there.
one man, I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna go into Edo politics. So, like I was saying earlier,
One man, please, can I say something?
Can I just ask him one question before
No.
you put everything together?
Just hold on, Joel. Let Larry come in because
Yeah,
he's
let me just say something. I know that man, the person that wants to talk now wants to talk about it.
That's Joel. Yes, yeah.
So the other person that talked about this man. So when he was talking that he's an embezzler, he's and this is that. So I've not really listened to this man before. That actually prompted me to go look for something. So I think it would be good for probably the audience to kind of like see who that man is, because that word is too heavy for me. So I dropped something on the chat. Probably if you can play it, then this person can talk about Edo politics, so that we can naturally be fair.
All right. You want a flavor of the candidate of the APC that Izons just slammed. All right. Let's hear it.
And physical infrastructure from collapse. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, my names are Monde Okbebolo. I represent the good people of Edo Central Senatorial District. Mr. President, note that the peculiar nature of the topography of Edo Senatorial District has put many communities under the constant threat of erosion devastation, resulting in massive gully erosion, flooding, and road devastation. This is one major reason why most roads quickly fail, leading in communities and homes being damaged and abandoned. Ekpumo, Uromi, Egu, and other communities have.
One man, he's reading from a book.
Yeah, it's reading from a script, but it
Thank you, Joel. Thank you, man. Listen,
but it doesn't sound. Hold on. It doesn't.
Okay. Go ahead.
It sounds nervous, but it doesn't sound retarded in the manner that you described.
Yeah.
But he doesn't sound confident, one man. I wouldn't want this man to be my
no, it sounds nervous now, so he'll build into the role, but it seems equipped intellectually.
So one thing is for people not to like people. I understand. But when you use some words, when you say someone is an embezzler, that's big. So that was why that actually prompted me to go look at that person, right? I understand it might not really be, a guy that speaks the phone and all those things. Yeah, I understand, right? But that
okay, can I quickly ask you a question before I move on, please?
Yeah, you can.
So where do you keep animals? Do you keep animals in the zoo or in the museum?
Why are you asking me that?
It's just a simple question, straightforward question.
It's a question you can answer yourself. You don't.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to move ahead. If you want to know why I asked you that question, go and play his live chat when he was talking to those I think presumably in diaspora. He said he was accusing the current governor of demolishing hospital, the old central hospital, and that he was building a museum, right? He said, I've gone there, I've looked at that museum. I did not find any animal there. That was what he said.
So I don't.
That's a slip of tongue now.
One man. They came here and I think that's Larry talking. Larry, you have to understand, right? First of all, these are politicians. They're subject to all kinds of insults, okay? And second of all, I quoted my source. I was not the one that came up and said he's an imbecile.
I don't have a
Wait. I'm just responding to what you said because you were trying to say I was demeaning the man for no reason and all these things. So let me reiterate my source. That's all, and you can talk. People I was with from Edo State, some of which know him intimately, and for certain reasons I can't mention their name on this platform, mentioned that he's an imbecile. And they told me, Hoha, if you give that man biro, make it right in front of you, you go run. Right? So I'm not talking just to talk. All right? So understand that what I'm saying comes from a frame of reference. Okay, and that's why I said what I said. So
it's not. Look, it's not even that. Look, go and look at the campaign trail right now. The guy is not. It's not campaigning. It is not out there. He has not done any media work. He has not been to any both Olumide Akpata and Aswe Odalo have gone to a lot, even YouTube channels. They've visited a lot of YouTube channels, selling themselves. They've gone to okay, have you ever seen this guy on Arise or any other TV channel? Like, they won't let him talk to the people. I'm not saying he's an investor. I'm just saying, look, there's something fishy going on out there. Why is he not out there speaking to the
Akim,
people?
what's his current position? Isn't he he's a senator, right?
He's still a sitting senator. Like, to my own greatest surprise, he's still a sitting senator. Like, I don't know how this Edo Central people elected him, but the thing is this: why is he not out there? People are asking questions. Where is he? Why is he not talking to the people? Why is he not campaigning? If you have any video where this guy is doing a media work, play it out here. Let us all see it. I've not seen one. Okay.
But this may be unfair. Assuming he's not an orator or eloquent or
it's
whatever.
not about being an orator. Kolata, come on, man. You have a manifesto. You want to be a governor. Can you not just go to a media house and just tell people this is what I want to do? Do you have to be a Barack Obama to do that?
To play devil's advocate, which media house did Tinubu go to tell anybody about anything?
That's Tinubu. We're talking. This is a local election in Edo, and Edo people are asking questions. Say, like, guys, where are you? Where is this guy? Nobody know where he is.
So I think your basics was because probably you said he didn't go to YouTube to go and do some things that the other people are actually.
No. I said even these other guys are even going as far as these YouTube channels. I said he is nowhere to be found. I'm not saying because he did not specifically go to the YouTube channel.
Larry is saying it's not campaigning. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, it's it's nowhere to be seen.
No, I'm not sure of that.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I continue, please?
Yeah, continue. You have about 2-3 more minutes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So in that Edo election, I've tried to explain before that what they are calling the Labour Party obedient movement in Edo was an amalgamation of guys who were from PDP and some other fringe political parties who saw the need to support Peter Obi as a person. It was the movement for Peter Obi, not for Labour Party. So people need to understand that part of it. A lot of them have since returned back to the parties where they come from. And I asked the question, I said, look, Obi won Edo State with huge number, right? So what happened in the State House of Assembly election after that? How many seats did the Labour Party win? No, one. So those guys went back to work for Obaseki. They worked for PDP, and the other guys went to their party to work. But it was an amalgamation of people who came from different political parties that did that job in Edo State. And look, if Obi contests next election, he's probably still going to win because those guys are still loyal to him. But when it comes to local elections, they are not Labour Party members. This is what I want people to understand. These guys, a lot of those guys, grassroots foot soldiers, are not Labour Party members, but they are obedient. That is two different things. So I think Man of Prestige was trying to argue that part. No, it's two separate things on its own. So, and I've told you now that Olumide Akpata is not in the race. It's not going to win the election. The election is between APC and PDP. And the only reason why I'm even giving the APC a chance is because of their Adams Oshomole vote in Edo North. You cannot discount Adams Oshomole's position in Edo North. If that was not in play, this would have been a landslide election for the PDP. Easy win. It's not even close. It won't be close at all. But you still have to take that Adams Oshomole factor into consideration from Edo North. Okay, so that is why I'm even saying, okay, the fight is between the APC and the PDP. And I haven't said that one more. Before I leave, I want to quickly talk about the student loan, right? And I don't know, this Tinubu government, the people who are doing their media work, they have these guys, I don't know what's wrong with them. They should be singing this policy. One man, this is, for me, in my opinion, fully and properly executed, this is the biggest policy change that I've seen in my own generation, in my own lifetime in Nigeria, that has positively impacted the life of Nigeria. Do you know what it is for you not to worry about paying your tuition fee, for you not to worry about having to look for money for your upkeep when you are going, when it comes to going to university? I don't know why they are not talking more about this policy. I think this, for me, is the best policy that any president have brought out since 1999. I don't know before 1999, but since 1999, nobody can point to any significant policy that has impacted the life of Nigerians the way this student loan is going to do. And these people need to speak up. They need to tell Nigerians that, look, this is going on. This is happening. In the next 2-3 years, you will have close to 500,000-600,000 students that will be on this student loan. That is not that's huge, one man. That is huge. So these guys need to start speaking up.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So brilliant, excellent. Stay with us, Akim. I suspect we may not have Ekene fully, but let's try. Ekene, look at that. So
one man. And please, before you go, let me tell the last person that just spoke that Oshomole, as strong as he is in the Edo North, did not win 100% of the votes. So there is still a vote to
Joel,
be.
come on, man. Who wins 100% of the vote in any election?
That's the point. So that's the thing. So if I'm going to Oshomole's stronghold, I am not going there to win, even to win him. But if I can get my 25% or 30%, I think I'll still be proud. Then I can now go to this other place.
It is not going to be Labour Party. That's what I'm saying. It's not going to be a Labour Party.
You cannot say it won't be Labour Party. Just leave it that way. Let the people decide.
All right, let's do it in this order. So Isaac next. After Isaac, Kulata. After Kulata, Baba, and then Baba Larry. So Baba, Prestige, Larry, and then Joel. So Isaac, you're up next. All right.
Sorry, Mama, I'll come after the next person. I'm a bit busy.
All right, brilliant. So Kulata, you're up next. So we've cycled Edo politics, we've cycled Americano, but we've not actually spoken about our own space. Big news: the agreement finally reached between the labor union and the government, 70,000. So a real drop down from whatever it is they were demanding. The parliamentarians slashing their salary by half, but people turning their nose at that. So some of that, or whatever it is you want to speak to.
Okay, let me speak to it like this. So, one man, what happened before they signed this deal? If you remember, what happened? Where did what happened to the labor folks?
You mean their junkets to Switzerland?
They went to Switzerland. What did they go and do in Switzerland?
To go and have an international meeting.
Okay, well, what do we know? ILO. Okay. So what do we know? Okay, let's connect dots. I mean, I'm just playing fuckery here. So what do we know Switzerland for? Like the top 3 things you know about Switzerland.
Yeah, and the only thing we know about Switzerland
chocolate watches and money laundering.
Yeah, money laundering. Money secrecy, yes.
Okay. So the guys that were asking at some point for 600,000 decided to shave off over 500,000, and then they went to Switzerland.
They came down to 250.
Okay, they came down to 250. Then they went to Switzerland, and then they said, I'll take 70K. And then they
went to collect their share in Switzerland, come back, and then sell out everybody else.
That's why I'm painting the picture correctly. So they now came back and then said, 70K is fine, we're all good. And then they were singing for Tinubu. So
did that surprise you? The only disappointment is that they didn't sing on your mandate. I was expecting them to say.
I was on the airplane, so my Wi-Fi wasn't good. I was seeing them singing. I thought they were singing on your mandate, but now that you just spoiled it for me because I thought they were singing on your mandate. Anyway,
were they actually singing?
Hold on. Let full after flow for a moment, just so we can keep structure. Yeah,
they sang whatever they sang, but they sang it for Tinubu. So I really hoped it was on your mandate, but you just kind of like killed my joy here. So
and they gave him 3 boozers.
They gave him 3 bosas. So look at it this way. Tinubu has bought labor. That's because I know his style of politics, the way rational man comes to say, his style of Tinubu has those guys in their pockets. Those guys. I can bet my retirement money that they're sitting with loads of cash right now, their leadership. And a lot of, I would not be surprised if those guys come and bat for Tinubu, whether codedly or whether it's covertly or outright campaigning for him. He has them in their pockets because you don't jump from a position of 600,000, 500,000, 250,000, and then you now say 70,000, and then you now start singing. Come on now, we're not kids. Things don't happen that way. What was the concession? There was no concession given to them now. They now made up some bullshit excuse and said, Tinubu said, he can give them the 250,000, but then it will let petrol price. It will let petrol reflect the prevailing rate, which is the international rate.
To be fair, the 70,000 was padded out with a lot of other inducements. So
like
he gave them, I think, 36 CNG buses each, and then for the unions, and then he also instituted a review every 3 years as opposed to these 5 years. So there was a lot of things that he put in place.
Man, really, do you believe yourself? Do you sound convinced by what you just said? That I gave them
and then they padded it out with a word of dollars,
CNG bosses, like seriously, CNG bosses. Yes, no, I mean those guys have been bought. I mean, it's they've been bought. So I mean, it's one more thing that will. I mean, I've been listening to you guys in as much as to catch this week, because I'm out of town, or I was out of town, and I've been hearing a lot about this impending protest and co. Do you think these guys that just came back from Switzerland are going to be spearheading any protest come August? This is a block that you're not going to get them in any protest. Not just that, you also have the SANU non-academic staff or whatever too. Those ones have kept quiet too. So this is politicking. You're seeing a real politician at work. I mean, Tinubu, you can't mess with that guy when it comes to politics. So
it'll be interesting. Is it August the 1st? It'll be interesting to see how that protest goes, because one of the key demands was that the unions, the Nigerian workers, must be paid a minimum of 250,000. In fact, I read it. So that's out now. When the unions are singing for the president, so who are you then to say they are not getting? That's their head. So that's
you're fighting for me. I'm telling you that I'm satisfied. Don't worry.
Are you forgetting the National Association of Nigerian Students too? They are not saying anything.
They're not saying anything too.
Some of them are the satellite ones. The Kano State one came out to distance itself from the. They said they are not. But also all the social cultural organizations, Ohanese came out to say, not in our name. The Arewa space has already distanced that this is we're not part of this. So it starts to narrow, and then you ask, who are they fighting for, really?
Yeah, and the unfortunate part of this country, we sabi ourselves for this country. So APC folks have quickly called this an Igbo protest. So up north now, they're saying Yamiri protest. So at the end of the day, when you put it on that, then you'll have the Southeastern elders saying, no, we're not part of it, though. We're not part of it. Because, right now, politics is over. You can see people moving towards the center. You're seeing a lot of obedience. Some prominent one just joined the APC back. You're seeing those movements where this is the time to consolidate power. We're not campaigning for a few more years. So you will see the leader saying no. So it's now up to the knuckleheads that want to go and risk their lives to go and protest, especially for the people that want to protest in Lagos. I pity anybody, whatever you see in your protest ground, you were to be forewarned is to be forearmed. It's not, there are people out there waiting to treat anybody's fuck up, especially in Lagos. So I think that protest in itself is going to be a dud. I really don't think, because if you want to protest and then you announce a date, then you give the opposition, you give them, you give the people you're protesting against enough time to prepare, to weaken your protest. And you can see that happening, immediately. If it was some spontaneous action, then they will not be able to control it. But you just announce it, it's just going to be like one of those Shomore protests where you see a few sprinklings of guys here and there that amasses to nothing. If anybody's kind of like dreaming Kenya, you're wasting your time. That's not happening in Nigeria. And for that to happen, it has to be a massive spontaneous protest that just sparks across the country. It's not something, oh, we plan, we're going to do a protest for this. Then people are asking for demand. One of them will say, we want to release in Amdekano. Another one will say, I've seen like 5 different lists of demands. Like this has no head or tail. These people are they're
how can anybody use Amdekano as a baguette for protest? What kind of nonsense
is Kuku there or Akim? I saw one of the pamphlets. There are many. There are like 5 different ones.
That cannot be serious, man. That's a joke.
That probably could have been injected by APC. That could have been injected.
No, that's on the show red list. Their number one demand is to jettison the constitution. How can you even? So the list is unattainable now. So that is just to tell you they just want to rage. Yeah.
One man. When is the election? When is the protest?
August the 1st.
I'd have left by then. I was going to say I'd have carried my camera out to interview people.
No, we have a Kenneth to do that, and hopefully uptown as well. So we're going to be sending them data.
You told us about the northern person that said, of course, it was paid by Tinubu, but he said that it was a Yamiri. But you did not tell us the backlash he got from that from fellow northerners.
I'm not aware of any backlash. All I've heard is. Let me talk now. Let me talk. I've heard Niger State come out and say, Mba, we're not doing. I've heard Arewa. I have your accent, so I'm going to pronounce it. Arewa youths say they don't want anything to do with this protest. I've seen a bunch of them.
Kano State came out as well.
Kano State came out and said we don't want anything to do with this protest. So who exactly are you trying to galvanize? The Southwest youth said, if you want to protest, go and protest in Abuja or go and protest in your state of origin. So they've turned this thing tribal. They've weakened it. Like that's the thing is there's no galvanizing group. At the end of the day, you'll just have Showore, which is kind of like the protester in chief. That really is. What happens in this protest? Take it back. He shouts. He goes there.
And Kolata, the labor union that was supposed to, all those trade union and labor union that was supposed to, those ones they collect their already. So they
don't collect now. So they don't enter house. So
Kolata, you talk like you're happy about this situation.
I'm laughing about it, and I'm going to tell you why I'm laughing. Because you must be brain dead to project a protest. You project ahead. It's like me. We're fighting in UFC, and I'll project a kick. I'm going to wait for you to kick me.
The foolhardiness came from. How can you put a date to the start of a protest?
That's so stupid. You want something to be factual, and now say, "Oh, Joel, I'm going to kick you in the head, and I'm going to kick you using karate style." So you look at me like, Kulata, please don't kick me in the head, though. Come on, man. This is ridiculous.
I think that strategy was wrong, and even if they were going to give a date, the date should have been like so close to the announcement date, right? So you announce it on Monday, and you say, you know what, it's going to kick off on Thursday. So it does not give anybody any, that people move with that. But giving it
they have to notify the police though.
Because they said it was going to be peaceful. That's the point. So, but if the kind of protest Kulata is talking about is a spontaneous one. So if you're going to do a spontaneous one, you don't need any approval from police. So give it to them. They want to protest. Let's see who comes out. Let's see what happens.
You'll see now. It's just going to be one of those Showore kind of protests, and some people will be sitting, gyrating songs. I hope there's Palmi And I hope there's palm wine and something just to make it
Yeah,
worthwhile for the
they
people.
will sing old socialist songs, and then they'll say,
Uh,
"We can democracy with this," so and then everybody will go home after, and that's
and then
it.
they'll go on with that.
Oh, oh my goodness, that's it will be interesting though to see how it pans. I cannot see how. I don't expect that it'll be any resounding success. I think it will be a moderate little thing, and then they will try to foment trouble. The security forces will call them very
No,
quickly,
one man, it's
and
not going to get to the level that they're going to be fomenting trouble. It's going to be sprinkling. Yeah, I mean, don't you see the recent protests like with the Jade on Jews? Just going to be one of those.
yeah, no, they know the Shoroa one will be just a sing along, but the obedient one, I think theirs is coming
And
later.
let me tell you something. Say, obedience will be will come from Southwest. Their parents don't they tell them say, "Jekuri ekpe o," because nobody wants to die. The people that got locked up since what's it called, that protest in 2020.
NSAS.
Do you think they've been released? They're still in jail. They've not been released. Even though people say people didn't die, some said they died. But assuming people died, where are they? Who wants to die? Not be Nigeria. I mean, come on, man. This is not Kenya. Kenya has a real history of protest, not us. We are divided at the seams. And then the most powerful bloc right now that actually can put some teeth in any sort of protest, labor union, they just been bought. They just took them to Switzerland. You know, Swiss chocolate, Swiss wristwatch. Maybe they gave them, maybe they gave them Patek or Audimas.
Swiss babes as well.
They gave them Audimas Brigade, Royal Oak, offshore. You know, I mean, come on, man. It's going to be a joke. But I'm looking forward to it. What's the next? Okay, forget stories.
All right. Yeah, go.
I want to talk about something else. You know, I've been dogging Tinubu anyhow, especially his team. But at some point in time, we need to look at what is really, really happening to the country. I think, I mean, Tinubu has a lot of criticism that you can pass on him. But I'm convinced that this bold, decisive actions he's pulling out between him and the rest of those crew, Obi and Atiku, let me just limit it to the three. I don't think those other two have enough courage, either courage or conviction, to pull this stuff up. While pulling it off is being bumpy, right? Do you ever see a Peter Obi trying to battle 36 governors in the country? Do you think he has that kind of testicular fortitude?
It doesn't have that, the political clout.
He will not even have that political will because he can't. They'll bully him the way they bullied Jonathan, the Northerners. Like if for some exceptional reason they put him there, we know our history, so I'm not gonna like sugarcoat things. They will not let him do anything bold. It'll just be kind of like nibbling in the seams, like just small things. Do you think you'll be able to face the Forex cabal like that? You know, a lot of people are no longer making money from Forex. Not just the people. You have bankers crying. You have the Abuja Bureau de Change. Do you think that's easy from the country we come from? That's not easy. The initial subsidy removal too. And of the fact that it's the subsidy, though it still exists, is not, I don't think it's in the form or the format we had it before. You know, some people are no longer making that free money. Do you know the amount of balls for you to take on all those power blocks? These are the areas pulling the country down. But yeah, with
the Bureau de Change and all those people.
Bureau de Change, 36 state governors, oil cabals for subsidy. It's not. I'm not going to say that no things are rosy or he's gotten it right. No, I'm still going to insist on my criticism. But you see these guys trying to put this our country on the right track, though is rough. These are significant changes. Then you also need to look at, okay, when this guy first got in, and then we were looking at, oh, we have a $7 billion backlog. We have this, we have that. Guess what? You know that $7 billion has not just only been paid, we've also added $1 billion plus into our reserves. So criticize
If the highest it's ever been since it came in.
yes, the IRS, criticize him for whatever, but things are changing for the better at the macro level. As it like trickle down? Obviously not.
Kulata, in all the spaces that I've ever gone to, and I've been to some funky spaces on social media, the one question I've always asked is that what policy of all of the policies that this guy has put in place, which one is wrong or disagree with? Is it the credit scheme, the students' loan, the removal of arbitrage? These are super. Which policy exactly do you fervently disagree with? And nobody has been able to answer that.
They can't
we have not said that. We have not said that his policies are not good. We have always talked about the implementation, and we can all agree that the implementation has been so poor. So you can sell Tinubu all you want, Kulata, but see,
I'm not selling it. I'm saying facts.
You are underestimating Obi. You don't know who Obi is. Look. If he was the president, all the things you talk about, bully, it's not going to happen.
Oh yeah,
Obi is not. You see him laughing. Forget it.
Obi that is getting bullied by Abure and
that is not bullying. That is not bullying. That is just allowing the process. But if it's about his job, if it's about the job he wants to do,
Joel, let me put it this way. I think the person that has the balls to pull up these changes is the person in the driving seat. Yes, does he have? There are many things to desire for. There are many mistakes he's made. There are many things about his style, is especially some of the way he makes this decision is sometimes not well thought out decisions that he makes. But to say there's anybody else among those three that can make these decisions and not just make them, stand by them. I mean, in spite of tough pushback from the stakeholders eating to the masses that are feeling the effect of the change and the sloppy implementation, none of them, no other person that can do it. And then you look at from our macro side, we've reversed that situation from, for example, our balance of trade now is in the positive. We were paying 90-something% of our revenue to service debt. It's like 75%. These are real things. But I mean, I'm not going to deny the effect on the masses. The masses are still suffering and all not. But it decisively that doesn't look at that. You look at the future. They can still get it right. His team is still crap. I mean, I'm going to insist. He has the worst set of ministers in my own lifetime. And I'm not young. So I still have a lot to criticize him. But in terms of vision, clarity of vision, he has it. In terms of boldness, the balls to pull it off, he has it. If he continues and he gets better, I think we're in a solid footing. And this local government thing is a big, bold-ass move. And
Kulata, when some of these things, and within the next, I've always insisted that you cannot form a final judgment on Tinubu until year 6. But when a lot of these things, when the local government thing starts to bed in and all of the gremlins ironed out, so you start to see the impact. So you see that when the super highway starts to progress and you start to see it, then you see that when the students' loan starts to cycle around 2-3 academic cycle, and you see the workings, then you see that when this credit scheme starts to cycle and impact on people's capacity to live a life of our financial projection, then you see that. These things, when they start to pull together, it's almost undeniable that this guy has made a difference. It's just, I've always insisted, and I'll insist again, in 2027, this guy will campaign on achievements.
I mean, I think the difference is it's too early to say if he has made a difference. He has taken some very bold steps, right? And the implementation hasn't been perfect, but they're bold, and we know these are steps that we had to take. No one else just had the balls to do them. So you give him credit for that. How it's going to turn out would be dependent on how his administration manages the full implementation of those steps. But the question that he has to answer outside of taking the bold steps are the frivolities, the rampant spending that he's gone on with all these items that just buying, it's like running out and buying jewelry and diamonds in the midst of poverty, right? Those things he has to answer for. And I think if these bold steps don't come to fruition before 2027, these frivolities are going to be, the things that his opponents are going to campaign against him.
So here's the thing: you can campaign forever against this guy. I don't think it's going to matter because look, some of the reasons we criticize him is because he prioritizes the politics more than the governance, even though he's still pulling this bold step. For example, I'm going to give you little inside gist that I heard. So this importation thing that we've been shouting, we've been breaking our head there that they're finally doing, it's always wanted to do it. The reason it's not done it is because it's been politics with the farmers to let them know that you guys are not going to be able to sustain the country, and they play the waiting game. Yeah, it's killed us. Like, no, it didn't kill me. I'm in America. It made the people in Nigeria suffer. But he placated to the so-called farmers and that block because there's a huge voting block. And now that he's pulling this move, it shut them up because they can't say, oh, no, you did not give us opportunity. When you give them amplitude of opportunities, they gave them fertilizer, Buhari gave them money. But you guys, look at what you did with it. It was a sham. So now it's now going to do the importation. So ultimately, there will be some relief, even though they called it temporary. But we all know how that goes. So at the end of the day, and when you look at local government, I said it, that it just became extremely powerful, having control of 774 LGAs. He doesn't have to suck up to any governor now. He just has to play his cards with the local government. Then you have these labor people that they are obviously settled. So to wrestle power from him that you could not easily beat when he was not in power and he was fighting with an incumbency, he's now the incumbent.
Yeah, and Kulata, one other thing he did was he took electricity off the exclusive list. That's another good point. But
yeah,
but
Buhari did that. But Buhari did that. But Tinubu kind of like signed the gazetted thing.
Yeah, he gazetted it, so he endorsed it. So I think there are some things you can count in his favor. I'm not dogmatic about being anti-Tinubu. You have to be objective when you look at these things. You can count a lot of things in his favor, right? And he does have a really good shot of. But the thing is, I don't understand if his administration understands that they need some very quick, short wins. They need to get some things
that's the food importation now. That's the quick.
I think the food importation. Some people still criticize him about that because they're saying, okay, you're giving what was it, 20 tons of rice or something to states. Some people I've talked to here, and they're from the north. They're like, oh, there's enough rice in Kebbi to feed the whole country. Why is he importing rice, right?
Where have that rice been in the last year and a half?
But supposedly it's been sitting in Kebbi and they haven't been able to transport it out, right? But what I'm saying is there are some short wins, and the ideas within his administration don't seem to be coming to fruition, right? For instance, the electricity thing, they keep looking at it from a federal, national perspective, but you can run pilot projects in specific states that will then work, right?
But the states can run it themselves now.
The states can run it, right? But federal can decide to have a pilot project in conjunction with the state, PPP as well, and get it done at a local level to show small wins.
The southwestern space are already, when Buhari unbundled electricity from the federal exclusive list, immediately that Odua investment company, they reignited it and started to work the modalities of a sub-regional sort of
Let's even talk about national electricity. Let me say something. we've dogged that Ibadan man, Ade, what's his name again?
Ade Dibu.
Not Ade Dibu. Ade Labu. We've dogged that guy. But that guy, let me put it this way, he has started working. And if everybody notices, power is a bit relatively stable. People will say, no, it's raining season. But actually, 2 of the major dams are currently getting serviced. The guy has paid off a chunk of the money being owed the gas companies. The gas are getting supplied, and they're using a lot of the recent stable electricity is coming from gas. Adelabu guy is finally getting it right. And if those dams that are getting serviced, if they are unleashed, that's more power. And gradually that Siemens thing is coming in, even though it's still, I wish it will get out of the proof of concept stage. But it's gradually coming in. Electricity
So Kolata, why is he a poor salesman? Why is this guy not doing a media tour for an issue like that? Has been dogging us for Lord knows what 30 years. Why is he not doing a media tour, running around talking about what you just highlighted?
Tinubu.
No, not even Tinubu. Adelabu, not even Tinubu. Adelabu, the minister, right? Why is he not making himself available?
Let me put it this way: I'm not going to defend Bayo Adelabu at all. Bayo Adelabu is a rich, pompous kid. He doesn't know how to talk. The time he did the media tour, he put his foot in his mouth. That was when he said, what did he say? It said some stupid thing.
He said to turn off your deep freezer when you go out and then come.
Turn off your feet. He had to apologize for that.
Yeah, because the guy was born with a silver spoon. I don't think he can relate. So maybe they told him just to keep your mouth shut. But you cannot deny that. I mean, in spite of the fact that 2 dams are out of commission because they're maintaining it, gas is now getting used in. I mean, and that's the long-term stuff. If we figure this gas thing out, he paid the money, and we continue to replace all these substations gradually, things will improve. All we need are the big cities to really have electricities. Eventually, all these rural schemes, I mean, power will get there maybe over the next decade.
Kulata, did you get any information on transmission? Because I know that the biggest issue that we have in that sector right now.
Those substations I'm talking about, it's gradually getting replaced, but it's slow. For my own standard, I'll prefer something big and bold. But for Nigerian standards, at least something is happening, and it's coming from the cement deal. It's just small by small.
Because I was listening to a program where one of the guys was saying from the power station, the power companies were saying that they can generate about 13,000, but the transmission
they can't distribute everything.
The transmission power they have now is about 6,000. So that's why I was saying that. I mean, can they just invest heavily on the transmission, at least evacuate what we have right now at 13,000? I believe at 13,000, many cities will be laid up. You know, we can now that, but I mean, I don't know the priority.
Yeah, but when they went to Germany, they said they went to renegotiate. I wish if there's someone knowledgeable that can teach me, especially about the renegotiation they did, because they were supposed to have renegotiated that deal with Siemens. I've not done enough research or know enough facts. So anybody that understands that wants to speak to it, please speak to it. But I can tell you that we're getting delivery of some of these power substations, and they're gradually replacing it. And power is getting more stable. So, I mean, if anybody's going to be candid with themselves, power is more stable, and it's not because of rain season; it's because of gas availability. So
you should be their mouthpiece for this.
No, guys should be doing more. Even
it's me that's going to come back and start abusing all these ministers.
No.
Kulata,
something before he says
Kulata, Tinubu is a clown. He's doing nothing.
Okay.
And don't bring this kind of justification and end the day they think you are bashing him there at the same time cutting a corner for him.
Okay.
Whatever is being steady now is because of the nature, the weather, the rain is getting down.
I just told you that 2 dams are all not. I mean,
calm down.
No, when you talk, it has to be substantial. If 2 dams, how many dams do we have?
What was it be doing since with the 2 dams? I don't know who is running up and down.
They're servicing those dams. Do you think dams don't?
Yeah. The problem for them now, all this thing you're talking about is substation. Why is it slow? Is that it's trying? if he has done it fairly, like give out the contract to the people that is qualified for it, we would have seen progress. But they are
What
giving
does
to
that mean? We already have a contract. We have a subsistence contract with Siemens.
I know. But they are
So why is
giving
Siemens not
contract.
qualified? You said give the contract to the people qualified. Is Siemens not qualified?
Siemens have their own contract doing, and they have other small contract that other people can do that will make things.
No, that's a different one. Rural. You're talking about rural electrification, and the rural electrification. The guys that they gave the contracts, they already took them to EFCC because they embezzled the money.
That's why I tell you now.
Under Buhari, and that was under Buhari.
Leave Buhari alone.
No, because if you want to say something already,
Hold on. What point are you making now? What piece?
The point I'm making is that Tinubu is trying to give contract to people that he knows, and that is slowing the work down. There are people that are competent out there that all of us know. There are companies that is competent that all of us know that they can give the contract to. But this Lagos style kind of politics to give the Lagos people that can do the job, that is what is slowing the electrical problem we are having.
You're still there. You're still not moving.
No, I still not get it. Clatter, I know you very well. So you can bamboozle everybody, can come and praise available. So Adobo is doing nothing. He's the biggest clown in that administration.
He's no longer a clown.
Whatever.
He's still
a clown. Because you're still going to come here in 2 months' time and abuse him.
Hold on, Mopes. Let Larry come in and then Kulata take the floor back. Larry.
Kulata.
Sir.
So I heard you said a lot of great things, but my own is this. Do you think whatever Tinubu is doing to take Nigeria out of this economic problem, do you think is sustainable?
That's where I was going to, that I hope he institutionalizes a lot of what he's doing, because let's pick his policy one by one. You can get, let's just use our stereotype. You get a Northwesterner come in as president, then he decides to do this Abacha Buhari style of Forex regime that says, okay, I'm going to have this low rate for CBN and then black market. That's a possibility. But how do we prevent that from happening?
My problem is this. Tinubu might be trying, but there is a lot of sabotage even within the government.
Yes.
So one man, I dropped something in the chat. I just saw that this evening, and I can tell you, I'm not really happy. I don't know what's going to happen. This is the first time I'll be seeing a government agency coming outrightly to go against locals. Right? Imagine NMDPR coming out to tell Nigerians that petroleum coming from Dangote Refinery and all other local refineries are inferior compared to what they import. It's sad.
But Larry, hold on. Larry, let's have that conversation. But yeah. Larry, do you know that's an actual fact?
So this is it. They are basically saying they don't have any intention of stopping importation. And presently, the landing fee of petrol is over 1,100 based on what they quote.
Of course. Right?
Which means that government is paying nothing less than 400 for every liter of petrol that those guys import. And with the current exchange rate, probably by next 2 weeks, the landing fee of 1 liter of petrol is going to be nothing less than 1,250 naira. So which magic?
Yeah, but let's address that thing.
No, but how are you getting, sorry, Kulata, how are you getting to the fact that they want to continue importation? Are they not inviting Dangote to up his game?
No.
Exactly. Okay, well, you're going to where I was going to go to.
So do you know what? This is something that happened this afternoon. Can you read it? This is basically, they had a meeting.
Are you forgetting that Kyari promised us August?
Yes. Yeah, they had a meeting. They've settled everything not until this afternoon, right? Where this person was having this interview and was basically, I've not even seen that before, where you come out and tell us, oh, whatsoever is being done locally, it's inferior to what you're importing. And basically, I don't know. And that's
But
what.
Larry, don't get emotional with this stuff.
No,
Yes, we know. No,
do you know the problem? See, the problem is not in terms of quality. The problem is for me looking at the magic, right? That Tinubu is going to do. Because the basic thing is just that I don't see any magic. Because if you look at the crude oil that we are basically doing below 1.5 million.
Yes.
Right? So which magic? Tell me. I don't know. Probably
No, it's not magic. See, let's talk. So that's what I'm saying. You're speaking from an emotional standpoint. Are there people in NNPC that, I mean, this is what I'm talking about in terms of like cabals fighting back. Are there people in NNPC that are benefiting and want to continue to benefit from subsidy? Hell yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Is Dangote's refinery up to the standard whereby he has installed everything to make his sulfur content low? No. Dangote's refinery is really not that complete in terms of like refining enough to get that sulfur content. So the folks that still want to continue benefiting from it are going to use Dangote's misstep or inadequacy to try and continue what they're doing over it. So it's now up to the government, it's up to Tinubu to do something about this and say that, okay, you guys deal with the high sulfur content petrol that Dangote is producing, and Dangote, you give us a timeline when you're going to install whatever catalytic or whatever that you have that will get the sulfur content down. But both are true. People want to sabotage, but at the same time, Dangote refinery not up to par yet.
Let me tell you
Kolata. If I may
hold on. No, hold on for that conversation. Let that conversation take place.
See, Kolata, we are all smart and we know what can actually happen in Nigeria. Now, this is somebody that wants to approve me, right? And this is the same person that benefits from whatever is being imported into the country. This person, in order for this person to justify, no, remember, this didn't just start from low sulfur and all those things, right? If you ask these Dangote guys and every other local refineries, tell them to let an independent agency try it. They will tell you. Okay.
We lost you for a brief second.
Wait, it's necessarily breaking. But let me quickly say this.
Hold on, World Peace. Let's Joel come in. I think Joel wanted to come in. Joel.
Okay, Kolata, I wanted to ask you, right? So trying to look at Dangote, because I'm looking at it from the business point of view. Now, I'm talking about business 101. I was listening to one of his rep, and he said they were going to import crude oil from Brazil. Did you listen to the news? Did you hear about that?
I think they've imported it even.
It imports from Brazil, USA.
Yeah. So what that means is this, right? So if he imports at international prices, right? So if he's going to sell that same petroleum product in Nigeria, which we discussed last year with one man on this show, how much would you think Dangote is going to sell it to Nigerians? Or is Dangote just refining for the international markets? Because something is not adding up.
There are two ways. NNPC is going to buy from him. And NNPC can decide to use whatever pricing templates they're using and pay subsidy to Dangote. That's a possibility. Dangote, I think, is vertically integrated. He will sell it to his own fuel stations and decide on what price to sell it. So that will be whatever pricing mechanism the people that are going to ultimately sell it to us. A lot of it is NNPC. They're going to determine. So you may be subsidizing Dangote or not. But the issue, definitely because it's selling it local, we'll be able to escape some prices and maybe
The
some
freight will be off.
the freight will be off. Taxes, they can do whatever they want to
Insurance
do
will
with
be
the
low.
taxes. Exactly, transportation. So they can work with that. Whatever that amasses to, I'm not aware. I don't know, but it's going to be. If you compare it to what it's doing with diesel, at least with diesel, it was able to cut like 200-300 naira off the price of diesel. So let's just extrapolate that to petrol, just for back of the napkin math, and say if the real cost of petrol is landing cost is like 1,100 or 1,200, and it shaves off like $300 from that. So that's like $900. So you may see, I'm anticipating NNPC to let the price of petrol go up like 750, 800, and I'm
even guessing 900.
Yeah, or even 900. If it gets there and we can maintain this 1,500 exchange rate, then there's nothing to subsidize really, or maybe very tiny to subsidize.
Exactly.
In a lot of cases, maybe really nothing to subsidize. So
900 a liter in Nigeria.
So in Ghana it's like 1,500. Are they dying?
That's still cheap. We did a chart. Sorry, hold on. We did a chart of the cheapest petrol in the world just yesterday, and Nigeria was, I think, number 3 for cheapest petrol. We can do it again.
Okay. I understand, because I think I overheard you guys discuss that. But my thing, and the question I asked when this same topic came up in the past, is what is our minimum wage? Now, thank God I've increased it to 70,000, right? But before all these things was going on, it was still at 30,000.
They've changed the price now. I mean, they've changed the minimum wage now, so that's a moot point.
Okay.
Before this topic goes,
and they backdated it to the 1st of May, by the way, so the workers will get a windfall.
Yeah. Before this topic goes too far, before this topic goes too far, we said it here, or I said it here. A lot of people said it here last year, that Dangote Refinery would not be ready till 2025, and these are the problem people are. This is the problem now. That's why the NNPC boss can come out and say whatever he wants to say, which I agree with Kulata. In how much I don't like national politics, I detest it right now, because there's so many going on out there. It's not all people bright on paper. Dangote Refinery is not ready for nothing yet. It's just 45% capacity. And you need at least 55 to 65 to start doing things. The engineer said in August 2025. Why is Dangote hurrying?
Well, he has loans. They
are already pumping out jet fuel and diesel, though. So I'm not quite sure.
That's all. We know this one is politics. It's not ready. Refinery is not ready.
Hold on. Are you saying they are not pumping out jet fuel?
I'm not saying they are not. I didn't say they are not. I said this one is politics. The refinery is not ready yet to actually be on the market, or to start producing things to.
Hold on, War Peace. I said, and for the last 3 months, and I think Kulata it mentioned, they are already selling diesel and jet fuel. Yeah,
I know.
So you can't say they are not ready now when they are already in the market.
I know the diesel they have been selling. Is it from Nigerian? Is it Nigerian diesel? He bought diesel from international market now. You have the right to wait now. Hold on, Mama. Before you shout, oh God, where's Dangote getting his product from?
It's right from now. His refinery now. Where is he getting it from?
So wait now. Is it not the same refinery that came that they are not giving diesel? They're not giving product.
No, I don't think you understand.
He can buy.
World Peace, you forgot it took 6 million barrels delivery between January and August.
Yes, I know that. I'm saying, on the full scale, he's complaining that they are not allowing to get product. They told him to go to international market to source product. True or false?
To crude. Crude is an international
trading house in London for the purchase. So he bought from Texas. Now we hear he's buying from Brazil.
Yeah. And from those crude, he can get jet fuel, diesel, one he can produce right now, right? True or false?
Hold on. What's the point? What's the point you are making?
Okay, my point is that his refinery is not yet in full capacity. For the first, it's producing jet fuel. We don't know what capacity.
No doubt.
His capacity. We don't really know the capacity of the jet fuel he's producing, because he has the right to bring in import to subsidize his produce. It doesn't meet up to his standard, meet up to his quota. So
are you saying? Sorry, Baba. Just so I'm clear on what you're saying, are you saying he's importing the jet fuel and diesel and then rebagging it under his
It can happen. It can happen.
Oh God!
Because that's
All
the
right.
license. Listen.
Let's not do that,
Hold on.
please. Let's not do
I'm not
this.
doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm saying that's what he's doing. I said it can happen because he has the license. He has the clause to import to cover his quota.
No.
So he's
what's happening.
Huh?
Don't.
I can hear you.
I said, don't think about that. That's not what is happening.
No, not anything can happen in Nigeria. Later on, we'll see it happening again.
Anything can happen, but that is not what is happening.
No, that's conspiracy
Can I
theory.
come in one man?
Let me land. Sorry.
All right, hold on. Let's have some structure. Okay, land. War peace, and then Baba have an interjection. Akulata bring it home, and then we go on to Isaac.
Yeah. The truth is that Dangote is not fully ready. That's why we are getting all this kind of information right now, stories, NFPC coming out to say things, and Dangote will push back, and Nigeria will be fighting. If Dangote is fully operational, all these things won't be happening, and we would have known the direction Dangote Refinery is heading to. So we should just, whatever the man says in NFPC there, he's right, he's on his own right, and we should not bash him. That was trying to talk to Larry, because the fault is coming from Dangote Refinery. I hang up my boots here. Thank you.
All right, Papa, and then Kolata bring it on.
Yes, what is happening actually, I like the fight, the tripartite fight going on between NMPCL, the marketers, and also Dangote. A lot of things will eventually be exposed and straightened out. Just let me land my this point, Larry. The thing is, I mean, knowing Aliko very well, this thing is full of fight. He have the temperament for it. I remember when he bought Bachita sugar, the fight he had with Coca-Cola wasn't something easy at all, but he beat Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola later became his customer. So you cannot put 20 billion facility, your whole life investment, and risk any party destroying it for you. That's not going to happen. You understand? You see, there is a cabal, and that is where I say that if there were going to be any protest, that protest should take place in Port Harcourt Refinery, in Warri Refinery in Efron. That's where it takes it, because like I said 3 days ago, Larry, if you remember, I said, look, why all of a sudden Kyari came out and said in August, and he swore to it. This time I'm not lying, I swear. In August
Baba,
you will get it. Yes.
Baba, did you see the ridiculous staged stuff that Kyari came out with and said some people are sabotaging the refinery, and then they put some poor chap with God punish that Kyari, God punish that guy.
Honestly, look, at times I question what the president is doing with Kyari, but I can understand that. Look, like I used that analogy before, that Kyari is like a mosquito that perches on your scrotum. You have to carefully just push it away or blow it away. If you hit it and want to kill it, you may injure yourself. You understand? Because this guy has been at the head, apart from Emefiele, of what is wrong with Nigeria today. Even the gas supply to electricity plants. If you remember what happened in Aba with that, what's that man's name now? The minister they kicked out, that their refinery there, and they put all the blame on Chrome Petroleum. And Kyari went there and said, okay, from now on we will connect. We will start supplying them. They supplied them quite all right for, I think, about a week or two, and they reversed everything again. So that guy is at the heart of everything that is wrong in that place. And I'm telling you, this time I believe him. Port Harcourt Refinery will start producing from August. They want to ruin Dangote, but that's not going to happen. Yeah. Believe me.
So, Baba, do you know the problem?
So,
yeah,
so
Baba,
my question to you is this? I have two questions, but to be short. Is this because I saw some thing on internet and online talking about like a gang up against Dangote. Is it coming from government or from individuals?
No, from the oil, not from government, not from government.
My second question is going to be, so you answered two of them. When you were making your statement, you said something like you speak on the mosquito pitching on the scrotum. So you say if you hit it, I said, what will happen if you hit it? So you can answer both of them.
You're a medical personnel now. Why I go answer that one? You know, you've worked in emergency before. Then they bring glucose matter to you. Now you sabi.
No, I was just that was just a humor, and you know it was just.
I know. You see, this. I know it's not easy projecting your money like NNPC worker, like a marketer. That this is what I see every month. I have the children in this Ivy League school. I pay so much per a year on them, and all of a sudden, that feeding bottle is being taken off you. You are being weaned off that feeding bottle. You will fight, no doubt. It's a human trait. I can understand. But then there is a larger interest of 200 million Nigerians to be catered for in this emergency economic period of our country. And nobody will play with it. And that is why Dangote is coming out through Deva Kumar, that Edwin also, to talk to Nigeria. He's not even talking to Nigeria himself directly. If you remember a couple of days back, he took the media to the refinery. And I was even surprised. Thousands of our youths, Gen Zs, engineers, brilliant young men, all working there. I'm very proud. My only fear is that those children in another few years will spread all over Africa because engineers in that field are needed. So he's doing something great for the country, no matter what we think about him as a financial buccaneer or investor in buccaneer. In this time, in the period of our country, we need him. If we can even get more of him, the better for us. Honestly, because this cabal, if you know what they've done to us in the period of subsidy, you would just want to tie all of them to the stake and do the needful. So this is where we are as a country. And I know NNPC will produce. I believe Yari, because he knows where the bodies are buried. He knows why the refineries are not working. Now that they want to screw an Aliko, he said he's going to produce. He's been quiet since almost 6 months or so, or even more than 6 months about it. He said they completed mechanical, and it remains what side, or whether it's electric side or whether it's a supply side, I don't know. But all of a sudden, he just came out from the blue and said, "Oh, in August, I swear by the Quran, Port Harcourt will start supplying, and Efron will follow." And even told us Kaduna in December. So if they start producing, what do you think of the man who has put in a 20 billion refinery will do? Though he has his market cut out for him all over West Africa. After all, the AGO he produced, which was actually not up to standard, but the West African countries, they got it up. He sold it all. Is the Jet A1 he got right? And that has made all airlines coming to Nigeria come with a half-empty tank because they are sure they will get Jet A1 here. But unfortunately, they supply by truck at the moment because all the necessary pipeline from Atlas Cove at opposite Apapa, but
it's been vandalized.
Has been vandalized. So it's supposed to just come and connect like you do in fuel station before. But now they have to truck these things. But then most aircraft now has very good electronic filter. Even if the product is a little bit tainted, the filter, of course, will do the necessary job. So they are all coming in now and buying this Jet A1. So the airline business is a little bit vibrant again. And that is why people like Airpeace is doing well at the moment in terms of reducing ticket prices. So I think it's a business anyway that drives a country, and I believe we have the people that will do it. despite the sabotage coming from the civil servant. But they will get over it, no doubt about that. They will make the necessary adjustment to their
Sorry,
finance.
Baba. Sorry,
Yes,
Baba.
sir.
How will
Sorry, I wanted Kulata to round up because Isaac started with us. We need to. Prestige has not spoken. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just ask Baba one question. How will
no. So sorry. Let Kulata round up, and then we move the conversation on. Kulata,
Okay, let me round up. So I'm not trying to kind of like paint, hey, everything is rosy and all whatnot. You see, like there's real fight finally happening between people that have been eating our countries to death. You can actually see the struggle. Like, I mean, it's a different thing. If things were quiet and things just continue, then there's no real reforms happening. But you can see the reforms. We're talking about subsidy battle now, NMPC cabal, subsidy cabal, electricity cabal, forex cabal. You see all that stuff happening, governors. So nobody come and tell me that our president, however feelings you may have about him, is not making the decisive step we needed. This is real consumption to production battle. It's not just by, oh no, you can just go and let me talk like Nigeria, you just go and buy patent and then you can start producing. That shit doesn't work that way. You are seeing the reason we've been where we are. And that's why we have to succeed. Because if look, let me say one thing. There's some guy on Twitter that's been kind of like releasing some nuggets. He releases it months ahead of time, and then you now hear the real story. From what I read from that guy, he said there's this lady that's supposed to be Tinubu's performance keeping KPIs that Enigmatic always talks about. They said the woman wrote a scathing report.
She's a northerner from Buhari's administration.
She wrote a scathing report on Kyari, sent it to Tinubu. Tinubu was furious. And that's why we are seeing Kyari running from pillar to post saying, finally, we're going to have the Port Harcourt refinery will start in August. They've supplied them 1 million barrels of crude, one thing or the other. Like, they are content with the status quo. And you see now, like, that link that Larry said, that, they're saying Dangote cannot be the sole importer of this for security reasons. And then Dangote's petrol, it has too high sulfur content, blah, blah, blah. It's all fight. It doesn't mean those things they're saying is not true. They're true, but it's all fight. So
Kulata, do you believe those things are true?
That the sulfur content, yes, I believe Dangote is true. I believe it's true.
Well, this is not just about Dangote, right?
No, it's not about him. It's about the product.
They said every local refining done in Nigeria is below standard. And this is not
it may be true. It may be true, Larry.
Wait.
From a petrol perspective, it may be true.
Wait now. This is not like, if we don't talk about Dangote, you talk about Aradel, talk about Walter Smith and all those other guys.
Yes.
They have their petrol in the market.
No, they're diesel.
They are petrol. They have petrol. Some of those modular refineries have their petrol even in the market till now. Right? And these are things that have already been approved. People have been using it. And you're now telling me now that they are inferior compared to what you import. What are you telling me?
Yeah, but Larry, what's the job of the regulatory body, right?
See.
Wait. Let me make the point.
Larry, let Kulata make that point, and then we're going to Isaac.
The regulatory body, if they're doing their job right, they need to be calling out this fact. Like, if we are indeed creating substandard products, then we need to call it out so we can improve. Because that if we're in America and a regulatory body is saying this is bad, then it is bad. That's their job. Now, you are just reading it, the overall big picture. That's what you're using for it, which is also true. Because even though they're a regulatory body, they may be fighting their own interest and not our big interest. Our big interest is to make us non-reliant on importation, and we can actually produce and export. But at the same time, our products need not be substandard. So like I said, both can be true. It's just whose interest are they fighting for, Nigeria's interest or their own interest? So it's up to Tinubu to decide, like, I mean, at this point in time, do we overlook the real concerns for the overall financial interest of the country? If he says that, then we'll push forward. But at the same time, Dangote, you have XXX timeline to fix your, I mean, sulfur content, water, Smith, all of you, invest more. And I mean, it's on the long run, it's good for us. So that's how I'm going to end it.
Okay. So let me
all right, Brian. Sorry, Larry. I wanted to move away from there because otherwise we'll look around. Just recycle it again. Now, let me go to when we go through people. Then we can. I think that's a space that's not been satiated yet conversationally. But let's hear from. We go back to our 5 minutes monologue. A bit more rigid with it now. We kick it off with Isaac. From Isaac, we go to Prestige. He's hopefully still there. And then we do that. So Isaac, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, one man. I want to thank you very much for this platform. You are doing great. But all the same, me, I want to go to my colloquial language, or I love this. So on that, I know say my own. If I would talk my own for this platform, I don't really get all those una type of contribution. Una they do well, una they try well. I they praise people like Rational Mind, Kulata, Ogbeni, Babajali Kokowe go for vacaciones this time. Where we they expect to make it come back too. Another
why they praise Kulata? Which Kulata don't do self?
Joel of Nazareth. Nazareth. I don't know. All of them and they praise una. And the person where I praise pass. Now one man we feed organize this kind of platform where we say both the people we non sabi book and people wey sabi book, all of them they feed the learn for inside this platform. You see, to do good work, not be only to they teach people, all those people like the Wole Soyinka, you know. So people wey if go fit teach both people like Wole Soyinka and people like ordinary us. So when so house we they build, they go. We don't know how to carry barrel, put them, all of them for inside the same class, begin teach them, and all of them go they understand. So a very good platform. So nobody will go come this platform, we go regret, we go say, I know. And my own contribution for this evening, you know, I don't already tell you, I say, all this, oh yeah, how oil go take grow, how this go take grow, how economy go take grow. Now go help us with that one. Oh, now go they tell our government. Now go all the thing we wanna read for inside all those books. Brother Ogbeni, all those law things where you read. The one way go favor the country, you go they dish them out. Then we did the platform, so all of us we go they listen. The masses they go they listen. Make una keep them, you know, steady like this. Make una not change una style. Anybody will tell una say. Now so now be obedient, now so now be abado, now so more now no mind them. Which one they talk here, it they make sense to so many people. But the main thing where I want to talk this evening, be say for me, I don't they follow this platform for a very long time, and they use this platform, they take the rate how Nigeria they go. I don't follow this platform for like some years now. And I don't see, say, the way another platform for social media, the way discussion they go those days when Buhari start the first year, second year, third year, fourth year, the kind of discussion where then they discuss for social media, where they draw all of us attention. Many of us go come, they subscribe. Many of us go come, they like. Many of us go come, they share. You know, they pass. Now the kind of say let's contribute for them. Buhari don't send people, go kill people for bush. blah 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 blah, and it still dey interesting that time. But Nigeria they die, they go. But when Buhari come finish his own, when this government come enter, I come dey for this platform. The matter come dey change. Even though people they argued for themselves, some they say I dey for Obi, some say I dey for Tinubu, some say hey I dey for Atiku. But it dey make sense. The kind discussion wey they discuss now, they see forwardness. And they see say, if I say this Nigeria, they don't really see their mistake. Even though, to do all these things, they say to destroy house, for Rome now. They say if you want to destroy Rome, you just destroy maybe 1 day or 2 days. But if you want say okay, make I build Rome, make I build them back. Hey, my brother, if it take you like 50 years old. So what do me I see be say Nigerians, the two still they like it good or maybe we dey hurry like hurry we don't want everything make it happen tomorrow. But may we still they get more patient. Be like say this government where we dey so. If Tinubu they do your finish, it be like say the way argument they go now, the way then they touch things, the way everything like the areas where then the things where they hear now, I dey see and say it be like say we go soon see light for that country. I know they talk not be electricity or light like if you they read Bible now when they say light shine upon you, and that one they talk.
But Isaac, you know, fear say if power go back to the north eventually, then go dabaru all these things when we talk to. If assumably this president succeeds.
Yeah, everything goes spoil. If Tinubu do in 4 years now, may God give him a good health. If he still get that strength, still I know say if he get the strength, like somebody they analyze and just now say they not even fit deal with and that time way they deal with your own people, they deal with them Buhari still succeed that much more now it can be the incumbent. So I know say that one nobody go fit deal with it. Even though you want Riga, okay. If you want winner purely like clean, make it winner. For me, I know the vote I know the Nigeria. That time with the one vote, I don't know whether I go there. So even though I did I don't even get voters card, but my interest for Nigeria, it pass people will get voters card. My prayer made that Nigeria good. It pass person will carry double voters card. To be sure, to be frank with you, my brothers. Not be everybody want make that country better, but me, I choose to dare among people where you want make that country one day. All these things where they see so it go become a history. Our electricity go come stable, it go come be 24 hours. Industries go small industries where be say electricity don't stable. Small industries where employ only 50 workers. They'll begin expand the space. They'll come begin buy other machines because light don't dey. Then they'll come begin to employ many other workers because if you get 2 machines, because you know if you buy bigger generator to take one, so you limit yourself to only 2 machines. By the time they come do the light and everywhere come dey okay, you feel buy like 10 machines because light don't dey there just to connect to them. Then you they pay your bill. That time you feel buy more machines. If now wood you they plane or they plane the wood, they give furniture maker, they go they do everything go they go. So my brothers. Sometimes I don't know what they pursue our sisters from this platform. Mrs. Adama, I beg you go come back. If you they hear me, if you they corner, you go come back. Mrs. Our Mrs. Wade, they always fight at that time. One man tell us lie. He says she go vacation. That our Mrs. They talk sense where we're tambien.
Which our Mrs. be that?
She don't tell where she don't come now.
Oh, you mean Zita?
Zita, not the Greek come again. You understand?
It get reason, no, but I know if we tell you, but it get. I think Falan talk a couple of days ago.
Yeah. Many women. I bet no, few women at least. Where we supposed to debut. Maybe this not can just be only Emeka and Joel of Nazareth. Men they do the trouble. Women go there tambien. Sometimes now when mama they talk to us, women with the throw blow, they knock our faces. Sometimes if you want cool and down, you go say, oh yeah, Let us invite Chioma inside. Let us invite Adama inside. You can see when that lady voice go come, all the men go come fall down. Say all of us will be with Buba Rapala when we hear woman voice. Our blood go calm down. So my brothers and sisters, I don't feel say sisters now because I don't know whether sisters they again. So sisters, Mona come back, I beg. Mama, I will end it here. Thank you very much. You know, say my own not too long. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. And that's a point well made. The female voice is not represented on the platform. So thank you, Isaac. That's Isaac, of course. Prestige, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Greeting to everybody. Wes said, the last speaker, everything he said was accurate in reference to the having different opinion from different agenda, because woman opinion is very valid, that would have been very nice. But I guess one man, you have driving them all away. But whatever happened between you and them, you need to try the way to reconcile. But having said that, where's the leader of your headless mob from my state? How come she's not don't
I'm
come
not
here
ripping
anymore?
anybody away. That's
No,
very
no, no. I'm particular
unfair.
about your headless mob. The leader of your
No,
headless
man
mob.
of prestige, I think the men here have two strong opinions and we wrestle. So the women can't really stand for it. They deemed it as violence. I think that is at the heart of their a little bit withdrawn, being withdrawn from this space here. Because if you listen back, like tomorrow you listen to a program where there has been basketballs, you will shrink a little bit. That what's going on here? You
Well, I
understand?
think I think some of you have too much testosterone. Some of it
You
is
you
very
won't come.
toxic.
You
Some of
won't
it is
come.
very toxic.
You look at you, pot calling kettle black. Carry on, please.
I'm a gentleman now. Everybody know me. Very
Who not
gentle.
be
Call me the
gentleman?
gentlest man here.
Who not be gentleman? Carry
What are you
on,
talking
man of
about?
prestige.
But anyway, thank you, bro. So, one man, thank you very much for being on this platform. I think I've not been here for 2 or 3 days. The beginning of the week is always a busy for my schedule. So after that, I'm kind of free. But anyway, having said that, I'm not going to labor a lot about what we're talking about, the economy and some other things, because what everybody like, what Kulata, Anzo, whatever they are talking, that they're all hypotheses, So I don't live on hypotheses. I believe in reality until something actually happen. So that's why I don't talk too much of all those conjecture. You all come here, and bring up. It's not my forte. I believe in facts and data, and whatever already happened. Not what's going to happen in the future, because in Nigerian space, it's very difficult to actualize things. But if it actually happen, then it will be a good thing. So let me begin my narrative based on the minimum wage. Okay, this minimum wage we're talking about right now is 70,000. I believe that's not good enough. It should have been at least about 100, about 100,000 naira. That's my own opinion, because this labor union has sold their soul. It's always things. You see, when they went somewhere in Europe, sometime that's where they bought them off, and they came and settled on this. I mean, what is 70,000 with the full inflation we have? I mean, Nigerian inflation is about 34%, and the food inflation and some other things. The last time I checked, it was almost about 40.89%. How's that going to mean barely minimum? What is that going to do? So I don't really see anything, where this has helped alleviate the suffering of Nigeria in all aspects of Nigeria, food, name it, transportation, I mean, gas and everything. You go somewhere, it's about 80,000 somewhere. I mean, nothing is stable in that country. So I'm not one of those people like you are going to come here and celebrate, say something has been achieved. No, nothing has been achieved. It all boiled down to Nigeria epidemic of corruption. They bought them over and they agreed to this minimum wage and said it's going to be reviewed every 3 years. How is this administration going to be there every 3 years? Okay, let's give Tinubu 7 years. Then they reviewed, then what happened after Tinubu leave? The next person, what's going to happen? So I don't really believe it sounds like everything that's coming out of or whatever they are doing is mago. In my own opinion, this is strictly my own opinion.
No,
I don't
they
see
are
where
instituting it in law. So whichever whichever
what
administration is
you're talking
there,
about the review every 2
yeah,
years.
the review.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, of course they are instituting it in law now.
Is that your own talking or is that your own talking point, one man? Because you tend to your main talking points tend to be more of guesstimate. They don't
No,
really
it's
come
true.
with
It's true,
fact.
man of prestige. It's true. It will be pronounced maybe next week. The
Okay,
law.
if that's the case, one angle to this point I want to make: how is the government supposed to subsidize? Let's assume I have a driver that I'm paying, 20,000. How is he supposed to subsidize the rest for, the rest 50,000? How is that supposed to work? Or my driver that I cannot even afford to pay up to 20,000. How is the government going to subsidize that? Because he's not promising, is it not scamming he's doing to Nigeria, the government, period. How's he going to promise that he's going to subsidize them? Can anybody tell me, the so-called expert here, you Baba or Kulata, speak
No,
up before, speak
what
up and tell me how's that going to work. I want to
it's
hear
your
from the
duty
so-called
to pay
expert,
your
which I don't really
driver.
believe you.
A
But let me
laborer
hear.
is entitled to his wages. If you are paying your driver 20,000 and the nation pronounced 70, you are duty bound to obey the law because it's a law.
No. That's not what I'm talking about. The one I'm talking about, he said he's going to make it possible. He's going to subsidize that part of, if they pay you 20,000 or whatever, he's going to take care of the rest. Is it not what I'm hearing?
No, I
Actually,
didn't hear that. Oh, I didn't hear
okay,
that.
one man, you read it. Am I telling something different?
Yeah, it spoke in that direction. Yeah, that
Okay,
he's going to
how's that
support
going to
the.
how's that
He
going to
said he's going
implement?
to
Let's be
support the
factual here.
private sector. Yeah.
Where did you get that information, woman?
It
I
was in
read
the
it. It's not even
readout. It
what
was
man
in the
said. Go
readout.
ahead, one man. Give us your point. I'll
No,
support your narrative.
no, I was saying it was in the readout. When I read it out, it was it was in the readout.
Newspaper.
Can somebody here, an economist or a wizard, tell me how that's going to work? I want to know. Maybe I'm naive or whatever. Where's your data expert, fake data expert, Kulata? Say something.
Sorry, I wasn't listening to you. So what were you saying? Sorry, I was multitasking.
You want to listen to me? Nah?
If you
Okay,
say
give
it,
me your point. How is your president going to subsidize this minimum wage? If I have a driver that I'm paying 20,000, how's he
how
going
is
to
he going to subsidize minimum wage?
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to grow the economy so that everybody can
No. You
afford
are
to
beating
pay
around the bush,
minimum wage.
Kulata. Did you
I gave
pay
you an
attention
answer.
to the one man readout about the minimum wage?
I think one man should read that again. I want to hear it. I've read on this thing.
One man, go ahead and read it.
I
I read it
didn't
somewhere
read
again. It's not
anything
just
near
here.
that.
But this is 5 minutes monologue, and it's more than 5 minutes right now. And I don't have all day. I just came in to give you my special cameo and leave. I have my permission.
Hey, calm
I'm not
down. It's
talking
my
to you,
turn,
man of
okay?
prestige. I'm
I've
not
been
talking
here
to you.
many times, so let me
I'm
land.
not
Don't
talking
truncate my
to
time,
you.
please.
I'm
If
not
I'm
talking
next,
to you.
World Peace, you can take my
I'm
place.
not talking to anybody. I'm not expecting anybody to reply me. I'm expecting one more to reply me. So don't take it personally.
Okay. Just chill out. But anyway, Kulata, this is direct to you. How is that going to work?
I told you how it's going to work, and then you dismissed
No.
me.
You're not telling me how it's going to work. You're beating around the bush. I'm talking about the minimum wage is, the minimum wage is 70,000 right now, and I'm paying my driver 20,000. Right? And Tinubu said he's going to make anything. No. He says he's going to make everything possible. He's going to take care of the rest. That is
Kulata,
subsidizing.
please wait. Kulata, please wait. Let me just chip in a bit. Sorry, remind me his name.
Man of
Prestige.
prestige.
If you don't remember his name, just call him Aku.
That's fine. It don't make no difference. I they eat apple now. So what's wrong with apple? What's wrong with apple?
All right, my honorable man of prestige.
No, I don't want all that. I don't want all that praise. Just call me man of prestige, please.
Okay, man of prestige. Okay, man of prestige. You said before you began your submission, you told us that it was when the labor people went to Europe, they did all these things they did, and now they came back, they now settled for this useless 70,000. That is,
Correct.
you should have it would have been better at least 100,000. And now you are now the one still asking collateral question how they raise it from 30 to 70. You said it's not enough, that they should take it to 100. You are now asking a question. You expect somebody to answer it that how is it going to pay the subsidize how do you put it, the subsidy
Subsidized,
for
right?
subsidize the 70.
The private
Okay,
company.
but
Just
why
say
are
the
you
private.
saying that why are you saying that it should have been 100? That is my question to you.
Okay. Let me tell you. Let me tell you where I'm coming from. That this is my strictly opinion. People ask me, and I've said it a long time ago. I said, if you ask me what could have been sustainable in Nigerian economy with the high inflation we have right now, 100,000 would have been, sustainable. That would be more reasonable. I'm not saying it's going to solve any problem. Then I pivot from that what we have right now, 70,000, which is an upgrade, more than double what we have. But it doesn't equal to inflation where we have right now. But that's not even my narrative. My point is that when it comes to Nigerian space, they always play all this, abracadabra, mago, economists, something when it comes to Nigeria. That's where I have an issue. Then I asked an expert here, or somebody, who has more information in Nigerian space to give me how is Tinubu gonna? How is the government? Let me just government, because Tinubu is not the only one in government. How is he gonna subsidize the rest of the? Because he said he's gonna make sure. Because remember, this 70,000 minimum wage is mainly on the federal, level, but it's in the private section. Like if I hire somebody to be driving me right now, I'm paying the person 10,000 or 20,000. That's a private section, area. He said he's gonna subsidize that. He's gonna make sure subsidize that part. So if I'm paying my driver
It did
20,000,
not
that's all
say
I can afford. The
it did
government
not
is going to
say
give that person
it did not say
50,000.
it did not say it was going to subsidize. It said it was going to
It's
support.
it's the same thing. I'm
No,
just
it
using the
said
word
yeah,
subsidy,
yeah,
subsidizing.
but it's a different inflection, isn't it? When you say subsidy, it said it
It
was
says
going
a
to support
deflation.
inflection.
Oh, inflation. Okay.
It puts a different
Okay.
perspective on it. Yeah.
Let's hear the word they
No,
use.
besides,
I
man of
mean, what can
prestige,
mean
if
different
you
things.
don't have 25 employees, the wage net, you don't come into the wage net. You have to have a minimum, I think, 25, if my memory serves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man of prestige.
Okay.
Man
I'll just leave it at that. There's no need
All
to
right.
elaborate it.
I think you've established that point. Do you want to take us to another talking point?
Yeah. Let me take you to another. Let me take you to another topic. That we are talking about. I think the next topic that that I really want to talk about. Which is different from what we are talking about right now, is this UAE this thing mystery we have in Nigeria. I mean, I don't know if you have talked about it yesterday or whenever. You see, this is the problem with Nigeria again. And you want me to believe anything that's coming out of this this government? Now they talk about the visa ban that has been lifted. You have to have 10,000 in your bank account, and I think the renew is about 640,000 something, and 14 days if you don't come and collect it or whatever, you start from beginning again. We know that's a fake. And where is this coming from? I mean, is it that they don't verify something before before the minister of information come and bring this kind of news to Nigeria? This is fake all the time. And you want me to believe anything coming from this country? Propaganda. You know where this narrative come from? This is from a guy. I think his name is Joan Joffrey. He's like a scam-based something that created this UAB account, and posted it on his website. And what these people are famous, they're famous about making something generating African country revenue. And there's a linkage, that happened during Alpha Beta too. So where's this coming from? And you want us to be believing whatever this government said? Every time they lied, how do you want me to believe? Do you see? That's why I came here. Whenever I come here, everything that they said is that big. And somebody is telling me, why can't I believe anything come out of my country? This is a typical example. A scam, somebody did something on the website, created a website, and you come and publish. Are you gonna tell me that the minister of information, what's his name? This guy, Mohammed Idris, or whatever they call him, he wasn't aware of this before he made that announcement? Or was he in cahoots with them just to tell Nigeria like they're doing something? So everything, I don't like to come here sounding like a doom, but I'm not going to come here, utilize, whatever, I don't see the benefit, something that, that has not actually happened. Now, you don't want me to come here and talk about good or whatever about Nigeria. Nothing has happened in Nigeria. Like I said, until I actually, see it, happen. And one more thing I'm going to talk is about the electricity, because, we're having in Nigeria right now. Because like I said, I have a hotel in Imo. It's been most of a lot of them is being operated by solar panel. I'm not really benefiting. It's kind of like a passive income, but I'm not really.
I thought you sold it. You said you sold it.
No. I stay in Imo State to Owerri.
I'm not you said you sold it now. You said you sold it.
Come on, listen to me. I never come here and tell that I sold. I sold the land in Aja. That's what I said. I never had anything.
Maybe I misconstrued you. Sorry.
Yeah. I said I bought a land there, but I sold it. It wasn't about this whatever destroying Igbo proper. I'm not for that nonsense. So that wasn't the reason why. It was for business, purpose. I mean, I have somebody that did it for me, so I wasn't there to do. But anyway, so the point I'm trying to do is about this electricity we are talking about. I was speaking to somebody who is handling our business in Nigeria, and he was telling me about how much they are paying in electricity or something like that. People that used to be in a different base, they have incorporated them into this base A right now, and they are paying very high. To be more honest, the people in that base are actually receiving maybe about 80% of electricity every day compared to other people. So, they incorporated a lot of people into that base. But in my own business, we have in our business, it doesn't concern me because we have, we have solar panel in every, in every hotel we have over there. So I don't know when Nigeria is going to try to generate electricity. How much electricity? How much megawatt are we generating? To my own understanding, is it about 12,000 or whatever megawatt? Compared to South Africa airport, I have about 10,000 megawatts. So, the bottom line is that I'm not going to come here and praise the government until I actually see something. And the other area that bothered me, one man, like I said, I'm not going to speak about what people already spoke. It's about the government, the way the police handle things in Nigeria. So one man, where's your friend? I heard that he's sick. One man.
So, sorry, which one of my friends? You are one of my friends too.
From my state.
Yeah, it's in custody, isn't it? Or
I heard that he's sick.
Where did you hear that?
That's what I heard. I heard that he's sick in jail. But how long he's been in jail right now?
Well, hopefully World Peace is still there. World Peace has a more direct access to him than me.
See, this is what bothers me when it comes to Nigerian space. So people are using their power, prison other people, like what what's his name? Is that Bola or Joe, whatever that? What's the name of that lady? I forgot her name.
Tony Abraham. Tony Abraham.
Yeah, Tony Abraham did. I mean, that's just one of them. You heard about this guy, which I follow very much, B Lord. You heard about what he did with Very Dark Man. Very Dark Man has to go and report him to the police, and he was arrested for 3 days. This is a guy who who is trading. I don't know what else he does, but he's a he's a millionaire.
It's a crypto trader.
Yeah, he's a beacon,
But didn't they say it's a scammer too? Isn't that what they arrested?
Okay, but I don't know. I can't hear.
No, I don't think they said it's a scammer. I think they said it's trading. It comes under financial services and it's not registered with the CBN.
But he has been released today, so he has been released because he won the case against EFCC about 2021. And they pay him a lot of money. So I just bring out that story when it comes to Nigerian justice system. Things are not good in that place. I don't want to labor my time. Let me give other people space to talk. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Prestige. From Prestige, you go to World Peace. You're up next.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have much time. I have to jump. But I actually came in about when this guy was talking or speaking. My brother Hakim about Edo State politics. For me, I'm not really interested in Nigerian politics right now. Maybe after Edo State politics in September 21, 2024, then maybe then I might have interest in Nigerian politics. Nigerian politics is too. How do I say it? I don't know the word I will use. It's beyond us, so we don't really know what we are diving into. Tinubu knows what he's facing, so let him face it. But let me come to my state. I heard Akim talking about PDP and APC is in the contest right now. That's not true. I can tell you guys for free, right now, there's no direct, the way it is now, there's no party that is projected to win Edo State as it is right now. Not APC, not PDP, or not that Labour. They all have problem. But PDP.
Hold on, more please. Is there a party that you are discounting? So you are saying there's no one projected to win, but is there somebody that you are projected not to win? Because a lot of people feel that Olumide Akpata, he's a very distant third. He's not going anywhere near the State House.
No, that's not true. That's what I just came to speak about. Right now, the way it is, the way it stands right now, for these three of them, Aswan is not in the race. That's the PDP guy. He has a court case against him, which is appealing, where that depends on appeal. But as it stands today, though they are appeal for execution of stay, but that does not remove the judgment that the process that brought him is null and void. He can go around campaigning, and he has fraction. He has 4 divisions inside PDP. The crowd you see along Aswan Godalo are all paid crowd. The reality you are seeing around him are all but reality. Now this dust is settling down now, and it's getting clearer and clearer. Now, court again just reinstate Shaibu. Now that's another problem again between the deputy. Now they just have 2 deputies. Though they have applied for understaff execution, how they call it, and they appeal the case again. So PDP have so many problems in Edo State the way it stands right now. The race right now, the way it is right now, it's actually between Ukbewelo and Olumide, but that does not mean is projected to win. There's no winner right now. The way it is, probably next week, next 2 weeks, the table will turn. But right now, there's nobody out there you can actually project that this is going to be the actual
okay.
Clear
One piece is the APC guy. Is he a dummy? The way they've described him.
It's not a dummy, but people can say he's a dummy because he doesn't speak. He's not articulate. That's clear. He gaps like any other politician, and he's not. I think he's not camera. He's camera shy. He's not somebody that is really. He's not a good orator. He's not. He's not camera shy. Yeah. So he's a slow person. So that's the problem. So people are just throwing stone. But they forgot that that guy. Yeah, who's that?
PDP. I'm sorry to interject. The PDP candidate. I thought the case is still in appeal. I mean, how is that supposed to diminish his political capital? Can you tell me? I thought it's
okay.
Go ahead.
The case is in appeal. Now that case, that verdict alone, has put a hole. He has made Obaseki and his camp. So he has let people know that Obaseki and his camp are not invisible. That judgment alone has started making people have divided mind. You don't need that kind of judgment in the heat of election that they nullified 38 delegate. They was nullified from the process, and because I gave those delegates the right. Now you're not sure anymore. So people have started decamping, having double mind. Though he's trying to put everybody together, it's already affecting the party from inside out. At the same time, you're suspending people from the party, the power block holders. You know, PDP has about 4 fractions: the Legacy, Integrity, the Danobi, and the Shaibu fraction. So it's divided, highly divided. That verdict right now make this guy popularity went down, down really fast. Before that verdict, Aswan was very popular, though it was a paid popularity. Stockholm syndrome, everywhere is poster, got no equipment now, the governor, so they put him everywhere. Yes, according to CV, he has one of the biggest CV, but that does not translate to leadership. Aswan might be good in the public sector, due to regulation. But if you have never been in government, in government, you need leadership. And 2 people out of that, 3 of them have tested leadership. The Okpawolo guy won a state, a district that was heavily PDP, turning to APC, and won there to become a senator. And while Olumide Akpata has one time won an NBA president, which has never happened before, even though it was ring election, whatever you can say, he won as a normal lawyer against San. He was not even a member of NBA for him to win that election. And he took NBA from nowhere to somewhere, and he left there with about a 1.something billion in the account when NBA was recording minors. So you can see that
please, that NBA now is like you being the president of Rotary Club. Come on, man.
But NBA is Nigeria. I said kind of. I didn't say full. I said kind of. Nigerian Bar Association.
That Nigerian Bar Association president is not honest. I don't want to diminish the guy, but that's not like. I mean, that's...
I got you, Kulata. But at least, there's like somebody that tried election when he was in school. He was a student union president. At least you can still say, okay, he has a little bit of experience of politics. You know, that's just saying that. That's why I say kind of. I'm not just saying that he has been in government. But Okpawolo is one of them that actually test government, tried power. He's still in power. He's a sitting senator. You know, but that does not guarantee him winning too, because Okpawolo is popular in the central, which is where he's from, obviously. Then, because for Shomole, it might be popular in Edo North, or they might win Edo North. Does not mean Labour, because Edo North is going to be between APC and Labour. PDP is not going to win Edo North. For long, they have not been winning there. The last election, it was between APC and Labour. So they're going to get their vote. They're going to get a vote there. Then those central, which both of them are from Aswan and Okpawolo is more popular. So probably PDP and APC are going to dig it out, because that is the PDP stronghold headquarter in Edo State. So they're going to dig it out, and maybe Okpawolo is going to win. Probably he might win. So come to Edo South, that is the power block. Right now, there's a big problem in Edo South. We all know it. We all see it for the 3 parties. So it's not clear. There's no clear winner for both of them. But anybody can come and say, right now, Aswan is the winner. That is just campaigning. He's just campaigning for his party. But that's not the reality on ground. The reality on ground right now, as we speak, there's no clear winner for both parties. If court finally knock out Aswan, then we can say there's a clear winner. We can say, okay, with federal mind, Okpawolo might win. But if you remove federal mind, Okpawolo cannot defeat Olumide Akpata. Olumide Akpata might be the underdog that will come with the offset. How you call it, boxing, the great offset. Come offset them in the election, and Olumide Akpata might be the winner. But that does not mean we still can't Aswan out. If Aswan court case favor him and he stay in the race, and if Obaseki stops his fight between everybody in the state and the country, don't forget Obaseki and Tinubu, you're not in good camp. But 24 hours is a long time in politics. That might just their difference, and Tinubu might just look away. But again, Tinubu wants every state to himself for 2027, and Shomole wants to be Senate president. So one of the criteria for him to vie for Senate president, that his party will be in charge of government in his state. So there's a lot of power tussle there. And again, let me quickly rephrase a little bit. What I was trying to say about Adedebu is that the things, what Plata was saying was true, but the things on ground that Plata is praising Adedebu for is the things that have been on ground since Buhari time. They are just manifesting now. So not like he's the one doing anything. Adedebu have not brought out anything from the bag to say that would make a difference. He went to that CMSD and London Day. He came to the meeting late. If you have anybody that's in the meeting, ask them. He came to the meeting late. Why? Because he was looking where to eat African food. That guy is not serious. He's a dull man. And he's just being pompous. One man, I yield the floor. Thank you for having me on your show.
All right, brilliant. So that's War Peace. So thank you, War Peace. Stay with us. Let's go from War Peace to Baba. Larry will get to you shortly.
I yield to Larry. I will come after Larry.
All right, brilliant. Larry, let's hear from you.
Baba, you can go, sir. You can go, sir.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. If you're free.
You can go, sir. You can go, sir.
Okay, woman. I think the thing I have to speak to actually is the minimum wage of today and what is ahead of us actually. Uh, I'm excited that it's been pegged at 70, but we should all remember that the government also will have the organized private sector to contend with because they are all complaining at the moment. Because when they say 70,000 as minimum wage, of course, as a package, if you are working in any organized labor territory, you have your housing allowance, so you have your transport allowance to go with it. Let's assume maybe 15,000 or 12, 18 housing. And so we're talking about take home pay of averagely 100,000 naira every month for the lowest of the lowest. And it is not taxable by law. So we should put all of this in its true perspective. But then I ask myself the question, states like Edo and Lagos, the moment Lagos actually is paying 70. Sanwo-Olu initially actually put up 35 as a wage award. I think we had some friction with Asu Rock and he changed it back to 30, and then all of a sudden it came up with 70,000 as minimum wage. So the implication there is now that it's 70,000, will he still put that 30 on top the 70 and makes Lagos State minimum wage 100,000? And that goes also for Edo State, because Edo State was even outrightly spelled out. Minimum wage 70, we are paying. So
Baba, is Edo State actually paying it? Do you know?
I think they are, because we've not had any complaint from that state so far from the workers. We've not had any complaint so far. That's the government, not the organized private sector resident in Edo State. So the government is paying. So I hope they themselves will ante it up to 100,000. And then that leaves the question of the states that are just announcing, trying to catch up, putting 15,000 on the 30 they are not paying. And there are many in that sphere, both in north, in the east. So how are they going to cope with the 70? If only they are just waking up to add some tertiary to what it's been the norm before. So what will be the stand of labor union against those states?
It's like Baba, someone like Alex Oti, he's not even paying the 30,000 minimum wage.
No, what he did recently, he added, for the 30 is not paying, he's even added another 15 to make it 45. To make it 45. So I'm wondering that you are not paying this 30, and now you are saying, okay, from now on I'll pay 45. I've added 15. So I want to see how that arithmetic works out. Because at a point, actually, a few days back or a few weeks, he denied not paying 30,000. But that I wonder why he was denying after months of people accusing him of paying below 30,000. But I think he has to up his game. Labor, Ajero and Co should not relax on their horses. They have to wake up and hold these states responsible. They should not go there and then seek for another Switzerland's windfall from the state governors. They have to hold them to ransom and make sure they pay these appropriate wages, because times are hard. And a laborer deserves his wage. Yes, there will be hewers of wood and drawers of water amongst us, but then that which the government has pronounced, they have to obey it. Whether you're a local government, whether you're a state or not, you have to pay it. So And for organized private sector, I think the entire citizenry landscape have to maybe be alert to the fact that now they are claiming that they cannot afford it. I know somehow, the federal government will arrange something for them, not direct money or anything, but a way to kind of cushion the effects. And when that arrives, we don't want to hear they are cheating their workers, because the workers are so pushed back that even they will take anything as a wage, just to make sure that they can at least put something on the table of their family. All those workers have to be protected, because it is like they don't have a voice anymore. And like I'm thinking, is these students of political science have to start studying. I'm not saying it with pride or being maybe petty with it, but when if something phenomenal happens, the academia has to acknowledge it. Because as it is now, there is no protest. There is legislative harmony between the NAS and ASO Rock. Now there is a coziness going on between Labour and ASO Rock, and the students' organization to embed seemingly with ASO Rock. And that's how did they arrive at that? How did they manage it? Now there's a protest blowing in the air. And all of a sudden, they turn the table, remove the rug under the feet of the organizers, and they are falling from the precipice. Why did I say that? All of a sudden, we start hearing, don't protest too. It's Igbo protest. Why should you join them? And that has to force the Igbo to now say, no, we are not a part of this. We are not doing this. That is one. Two, former Ekiti governor, Fayoshe, about 4 or 5 days ago, he was on an interview. I don't know the subject, but it didn't relate to anything about the protest. But he dropped a bombshell. Rather than answer the question and said, do you know people are trying now, organizing to bomb the Dangote refinery? And what do you think people will now say? Say, oh, so this protest is about going to damage something so important. The North will say, oh, our son has put this thing down and they want to blow it up. 3, they want to destroy Lagos. Who are the they who wants to destroy Lagos? And as we speak, whether we want to believe it or not, that protest, as far as I'm concerned, is like...
sorry, Baba. Sorry,
Yeah.
Baba. Thomas, are you there? Acknowledge if you're there or not. Sorry, carry on, Baba.
Yeah, it's like you just prick a balloon with a needle and it starts sipping away the air. So they've sucked out the air out of the organizers of this protest. And like I've been saying in the past 1 week on this platform, there will be no protest. No protest. And that's a master stroke. I'm not saying it that, if you understand what I'm trying to say, that look, how did they get this thing done? Because to some people, they are so angry that this guy is getting away with murder. He has turned the table again. It's not the first time. He has had engagements with Labour. And all of them, nothing came out of it. So it calls for study in the academia that, look, in people who do political science, how did this kind of thing happen? Is it PR people or things like that? So that's another topic. So where do I go again? I think I'm done. I'm dried. One man, are you there? Hello?
Baba, can
Yes,
I ask
sir.
you something?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm curious about what do you think about that guy? Is that Representative Whip? What's his name? Dume or whatever. What do you think about the way they sanction him? I don't know if you have talked about it. Can you?
Undume,
Yeah, Dume, can you speak about that?
look,
Is that a right place
man
in
of
Nigeria to be
prestige.
behaving like that?
This
Just your
this
opinion.
this guy is a player, a dubious one. He's been in the Senate since the inception, 20 years now. 20 years. His first encounter was with Jonathan regime. They slammed him with terrorism charge in courts. I can't really remember what happened of that charge, but he was charged to court as a sitting senator. And we all realized back then himself, and I'm not sure of this, allegedly our VP2, allegedly, I use the word, it's a high sense of responsibility. Our VP2 was in that net that time. But Undume was charged to court, and I can't remember this other Kanuri man with a lot of marks on his face. I think he's former senator too or governor. So two, he had an encounter with Saraki as a governor. He was, I think, a week then.
Sorry, Baba. Let me just take a micro window to bail out. Ayo again, Isaac, and Isaac again. So only two people brought their wallets to the session today. So thank you to Ayo and Isaac. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. And by the way, Baba, we have a guest joining us tomorrow. We've been trailing it all the way through. Sheyi Adisa, his name is one of the rising stars within the Nigerian political firmament. So the session starts earlier tomorrow. We have this guest. It's a very sharp brain. Hopefully everybody will be gathered to interrogate that brain. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Hold on one man. What time?
At 9:45 p.m. I'll send the link to the comment section so you can bookmark it.
Is that UK time?
Well, I'll send the link anyway. Then it'll show you the time equivalent to whatever it is you are. It's going to be because we're looking to start reintroducing the guest, and he's the first outing on that space. It's maybe I should look for a clip of him and play it to you. So it's a very sharp brain. So Baba, carry on. I just look for a clip of him, and then I look for a clip of him so you can just get a texture of who he is. A very, very exciting guy coming out of the Oyo State space. Yes, it's an honorable from that space.
Assemblyman, right?
Yes, it's an assemblyman, but it's a local assemblyman rather than at the federal
level.
I
know what I mean. State assemblyman, not local.
Yes. It's a well-known public. It's a well-known public speaker as well. He speaks on spaces like okay, here he is.
Hello and welcome to Leading. My guest on the program today is someone who is well schooled in the tenets and tradition of leadership. He is a lawmaker at the Oyo State House of Assembly, representing Edo State constituency. But before then, he was principal private secretary to the immediate past governor of Oyo State, Honorable Sheyi Adisa. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation to be on the program today.
Thank you for having me. I'm very pleased to be here.
Now, as someone who has occupied the innermost corridors,
the scenes that actually affect what we see, half of what we see is just, if you like.
So that's our guest for tomorrow right there, Sheyi Adisa. And curiously, is representing my local government as well, Afigio local government area. So, and that wasn't even the link. It was somebody actually made the introductions, but so there he is right there. So bookmark him. He'll be appearing tomorrow. All excited. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to you.
Oh, thank you, woman. Yeah. Baba,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Yeah.
Good
Go on, sir.
evening, Thomas Mukie.
Sir.
So,
Yeah.
as I was saying, man of prestige, are you still there?
Yeah, Baba,
Yeah.
I'm here, bro.
Yeah. He's here.
Yeah. Okay. The second time was with against Saraki, where he accused them of importing some Range Rover, for which they didn't pay duty and things like that, and they kicked him out of the house. They suspended him for like 6 months, and now again. You understand? This is a man that has gained a lot from the Senate. You understand? This same person has, I think, 3 daughters with CBN. And when they were removing the CBN the department to Lagos, he kicked against it openly. Why? They discovered that it was because of the 3 children he has in CBN. I think 2 of them are women, and they are married to even Yorubas. They are married to Yoruba men. But for one reason or the other, he doesn't want them to go to Lagos. He will still wants to cuddle his babies. And he has some working in NMPC. So he has profited from the system a lot. So what he's doing at the moment, it has been his stock in trade to do some rabble rousing so they can notice him and he can get whatever he wants. So, but this time it seems it's like it's not working. It's just lucky they didn't kick him out of the party. You understand? Because we don't. If you want to be white, be white. If you want to be black, be black. How do you want to be black and white at the same time? The system they are running there with the legislative harmony right now, it's not going to allow that. You should even know better. Being a senior man, a senior senator, is just not a floor member. You cannot be the chief whip of your party and being in the majority chief whip of the Senate. You're a senior principal officer, and you go and badmouth your mates and call them thieves. Are you not indirectly calling yourself thief too? Because if 107 are thieves, what about the 108th person, which is you? Are you not a thief too? No, I don't think I'm sorry to say, I'm not one to use very bad words, but I don't think he has his head squarely screwed on his neck.
Baba, please,
Yes,
can
sir.
I ask you? Yeah, I want to ask you this question. All these governors now, where some of the governors where not they happy about this autonomy where they give the local governments where they under their states. From your own opinion, you think say these governors were not happy, so is there any way where this effort where federal government they try maybe to them now they want to say okay, make them better states. If they do it like that, it go better. But the governors, like we they discuss here, say that they benefit too much, they don't want that kind of thing. You get any way where those governors go fit take affect the progress of this development?
Yeah, Isaac, that's what they are doing right now. Because I think about 22 of them or so, which have a caretaker chairman in place, which were maybe their previous their personal assistants, their in-laws, their cousins in place. They are all now scampering to do the elections properly using their state independent, the SIEC, State Independent Electoral Commissioner, to do it because they are in control. Why are they doing that? They had wind that the INEC proper in the federal will carve out a department to now be in charge of local government elections in states. So that will be removed from the state hand to the federal government. I don't like it myself, but because of the way we do things in our country, I mean, we can't deny that this state government, because the attitude they want to do why they're now scrambling to now conduct that election which they've been refusing is that they will make their people the chairman, and of course they will be beholden to them. But my own happiness there is that amongst them, if you have 16 local chairmen in your pocket, there will be maybe 3 or 4 Fubara, and those 3 or 4 Fubara in that your state will deal with you or expose you. That's my own belief, because they all cannot be 16 collecting money directly and then cutting the money to you because you put them there. Because that's what they are trying to do now. Put their people there as chairman, and they have 3 years. So some of them already are in second term. Some of them now will be fighting for second term that time and things like that. But I know
End
there will be
result.
people, there will be a Fubara that
Thank you.
that will be kicking against that.
Yeah, in that case, end result, it means something good might come out of it.
Oh, I believe. I believe, because you can't be telling me, even if you are my uncle, I bring the first 10 billion to you. By the time you reach the 8 months, when people start knocking at my door, because it is you, the chairman, that will be held responsible in your local government. Nobody wants to hear that the money delivered to you directly, you are passing some to the state government. Nobody will believe you even. But it's your door they will be knocking, because the chairman will reside in that local government. Not as it were this time, where some of them don't even reside in their local government. But this time, people will demand it. They will demand it. People will be, I mean, I want even to be extended, because I know there are some local government that have their own local newspapers. It's not always a daily newspaper, but they have it. And I want it to extend to the extent that they will have local government radio stations, FM station. You understand that? It will be restricted to that local government airwave. It won't go beyond it, so that people will become enlightened as to what is going on. Like Lagos State, for instance, the local government with this system is going to be more vibrant, because when it's not even vibrant, the local government they still have their feet put against the coal pots to burn them and say, look, you have to do this, because it is their duty. And I think from the government, I think it's a master stroke. Kulata pointed out that, of course, the bonus for the president is that he will be in charge of 774 local government chairmen in his pocket. And I think I believe that.
Baba, kudos to you, because I forgot to mention your name when I made my recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isaac. Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Thank you.
Have you spoken all the topics, sir?
Yes, I've exhausted. Exhausted.
Oh, yeah. That's all right. Who else has also spoken? I know it's sort of.
I think it's Larry's turn. I don't know if he's still here.
Yeah.
No.
Larry
Larry is not on the screen anymore.
Oh,
Progressive. President, have you spoken?
Yeah, I've spoken. But let's we want to start off again. I've spoken.
Isaac,
Yeah,
you've spoken.
I've spoken.
Yeah. Baba has spoken. I think everyone on this. Yeah. You if you want to say anything, yeah. Because the second section, I know people will be coming in very soon. Yeah.
Okay. This between. I want to ask Baba something, because he seems to be very knowledgeable when it comes to Nigerian space. Baba, can you speak about the NNPC? You know that their share has been downgraded to 7%. What does that mean in terms of the implication to Nigeria? You know, getting the revenue in that aspect in conjunction with Dangote. You know, pretty much. I mean, majority about 80 something, 90 something percent right now. You know, at least I thought it was 20% to Nigeria. How you see that? Find it out.
Look, that is mysterious to me personally, because right from the time of Buhari, when Dangote run into financial trouble, we had clearly from the CBM space, from Aso Rock space under Buhari, that the government was investing $4 billion. Emefiele alluded to that, if my memory serves me. And on the preemptive opening of the refinery, that is where Buhari was made to, just to honor Buhari, to open it, even though it was not functional, they're all completed. Emefiele mounted a podium and even told us monies borrowed by Dangote was almost paid up or something like that. And today we wake up, we are hearing NNPC has not paid fully. It's only 7.2% they paid, and that they promised to pay in June another tranche of the projected 4 billion investment, but they didn't do that. And in fact, they've even said they don't have any money to invest in that refinery anymore. To me personally, it sounds very suspicious. I don't believe it. I don't believe them, and I think there is a fraud somewhere. Some people are cornering those chairs for themselves, or Dangote is hoarding it to use as a bait to distribute, just like the way they did the Nicotis and the other company which Abacha inherited, that Atiku inherited, or Basanjo took over. I think Volpi was the Italian who owns with
So,
our
Baba,
BP.
according to what you said, you say you don't believe them. Do you suspect that Dangote bought the other shares off and paid them, you reach them, then they succumb and gave them the other shares? Are you leading to that narrative that he may have bought them off?
It's even worse than that. I believe the 4 billion was fully paid under Emefiele, using that their arbitrage mechanism. I believe it was fully paid, because when we started talking about this, I'm talking about it proudly. From the government side, from the Dangote side, we didn't hear anything. Nobody has come up until a week ago. We were told that. If you remember how government will seize things from people through ICPC, EFCC, and they'll mark it. Few years later, this same landlord will start putting tenant there. He has taken his house back. They didn't tell us. The court seized those properties for the government. But when did they return it? We don't know. Today, Abacha's son is against NNPC, claiming hold of OPL 245. That one of the oil fields in that thing, the Zabazaba oil field, still belongs to the Abacha family. All these were seized. So these are why I don't trust them. I don't believe somebody somewhere has cornered almost $2.5 billion debentures or ordinary shares and holding it. And they are going. It may sound speculative, but I have a very strong belief that the 200 million Nigerians are being defrauded in this case. That's
Wow,
it.
that NNPC palaver, man, he never seemed to abase me. I mean, he keep on going, he keep on getting worse. I mean,
No, I've been saying here repeatedly, Madam President, Nigerians have money. That's the kind of money they have. Free money. Nigerians have money. Money. Forget Forbes billionaires list. Lots of Nigerians, because they cannot explain it, they have real money, billions.
Oh no! You are definitely. Oh no, Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians are rich. Forget about the suffering of the rest of the masses. Few Nigerians are filthy. I'm talking about. I just don't mean rich. They are filthy rich. Okay. I mean, it's not even funny. So that space in Nigeria is kind of. I don't know
Well,
what to make of
let's
it. So.
at least they own up to 1 billion government investment. So let's hold on to that. Let's thank God for that. At least they give us something back. We should tell them they've done well. Dalu to them.
Baba,
Yeah.
sorry, we are like we bothering you. Me, I want to ask my own question on biometrics. Should I?
Yeah, go ahead, Isaac, please.
Okay, my own question. Maybe some people will be laughing, say, "What is this one saying?" But I will still ask. There was a time I was hearing this NNPC thing, and I was hearing that they privatized it. Me, I thought the meaning of that thing is that now we get the oil now for Nigerians. But now, since government no fit control them, this oil, they don't already calculate all the benefits. All Nigeria wants right now make you they bring all these benefit. All those private people where they say they want kill themselves, they want loot themselves. So far them bring all the sum like they go sit down for one big committee. If they never do one, why are they not doing such thing like put a policy in place that okay, this is the oil every year like this. It's our oil. Now private people, even though the Nigerian people don't want to be the private people, make them go Germany, America, UK, go bring foreigners, make them come private town. You understand where my question is going?
Yeah, I understand,
So
Isaac. On
I
paper,
want really understand what is really happening there. It's like a secret court.
yeah, exactly. It's like a secret court. I think on paper it has been privatized. It's a private holding business, limited liability. But then what we're told is that it's going to be a PLC. But we cannot believe them or relax because we don't even know the shareholding. Who are the shareholding? There's a Ministry of Finance, NNPC, and CBN and federal government or something like that. But you cannot be just four parties owning a company. You have to turn it, if they are sincere, like they said, they will make it a public listed company. So they have to float it on the Nigerian board, Nigerian Stock Exchange. They have to float it and let every Nigerian buy into it. They have to tell us how much a share will be worth so that we can buy. It is then I will believe that this NNPC has been privatized. Until they do that, it's just rigmarole they are doing. Because if it's Nigeria's oil, then let every household that has some money in their pocket buy shares in the company so that we can benefit from the oil. Without that, then we are not benefiting anything. It's just some few people lording it over us and they're owning the oil entirely. And if they do so, that means the wealth have to be redistributed in terms of the oil fields and things like that. The Chekiri people, the Joe people, the Efik and the Igbos, the Westerners who owns those space where they take the oil from have to benefit. Maybe they have to even give them a special incentive when they privatize it eventually, so that we should be enjoying exactly what we own.
So sorry, comparing our own NNPC, our oil, comparing it to other nations, other countries that also have this oil, like Kuwait. I think Kuwait has oil, Saudi Arabia, and all that.
Yeah, Kuwait even discovered a new large field deposit of crude oil recently.
Yeah, my question on that now is there any why are those people not having problem with their own way they doing that deals? Why is our own different, or is the same problem over there all over
It's simple.
global?
It's simple. It's the Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and some of the other ones. They are monarchies. So it's one house controlling the whole economic space, and they have very low population. So they get away with that. It's a king ruling the country, and of course they have very low population. So the wealth is being distributed. If not, there are people who have gone against them. But we don't have that luxury here. We have 36 states and 202 new people.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very difficult because every Nigerian is an expert.
Yeah.
Every Nigerian is an expert. So, have anybody talk about this? I think you should have done about the protests. So, what is this still going? Who are the leader? Are they still going on, or it's just organic. Or if I haven't get it, I haven't wrapped my head around this. The whole, what do you call it? The protest coming on to general. Is he? I think it's August 1st, isn't it? I
Is
think
it
they are still
August
going on
1st?
with
I
it.
think I think I had 29, no?
29 of July.
This month, the end of this month.
29 July will be which day? Let me check my calendar. Today is 29th. 29 will be Monday. Yeah, that will be Monday. Yeah, let's see how it goes. Yeah, but I think maybe there's a pushback from the government and some people. But I think people will still go with what they want to do. Yes, they have the right to do that. But
Thomas, nice to have you, man.
yeah, you're welcome, my brother. Yeah.
You see the way I say this. I'm kind of see what's going on in that country. I mean, it would have been proper if it was more organic. I think some political people has infiltrated neither the ruling party and everything, so thereby hijacking the whole thing. Now they have created a division among the protests, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, and all that nonsense that always happen in Nigerian space. That's where I'm very much concerned when you see Nigerian space. To me, I can say today the protest should not be held because they don't mean any good. There's no purpose for the protest. They have enumerated about 10 agenda about their protest. I don't see it going that far. The only thing is going to be more of a pocket protest. You see Sowore at the capital, then you see some few people together, maybe some other state, happen. But that's not a true protest. It does not represent, they can achieve anything, regardless of the hardship they are going. They should have make it more organic everywhere the country unite and protest. I mean, peaceful protest. You don't have to congregate in Lagos or wherever. Wherever you are, if you're in Lagos, stay in Lagos. But but everything should be geared towards the capital, which is Abuja. That's where everything. I mean, some people can go to Abuja. If you're in Lagos, stay in Lagos and protest. Don't come from another state and come to Lagos. But if you want to go and protest from leave your state, stay in your state and protest, because the governors are part of the problem we're having too.
Man of
Then
mercy, you are the only
everybody, if you want to
obedient
go
that
to the
is.
capital. That's where the
You are
protest
the
should
only
be.
obedient that is making sense all
Well,
through
I'm not
this.
really obedient. I support to be, but so it's not. No, I'm not obedient because I'm not even in their space. I don't even follow them. So I mean, if I'm obedient, I would be glad to say I'm on obedient. So, but I'm not because I don't follow them. I can't come here and
Because we
lie.
have been shouting at this. Why can't the people just protest in your domain? Which is your
Yeah. I mean, that's
abode.
the way I see it, because it's not the federal. This is not just on the federal, but if you want to protest, you feel like you want to leave your state and go and protest, then head to the federal capital, Aso Rock. That's where you have to go. But let it be all state, but mostly in the federal, so they can hear you. That's where the government, the people that make the policy
That's the
reside. It's
seat of
not any
power.
other
Yeah.
state. I mean, that's the way I say. But in my own opinion, you asked me, Thomas, I don't think it's going to have any teeth to it because it has already been infiltrated by different political, narrative, political views. So there's nothing organic about it. So I don't know. That's
A man of
that's my
prestige,
own
don't
opinion.
discount it that most of those Dabaru agenda being published, they are not from government space as a kind of communist strategy just to scatter everything. Because this agenda, they differ. I had different one they said, I think October, another one August 5, and you guys are saying 29th of July or so.
Bob, I had on the 29 and something after 29 or something like I
Now,
don't
a
know.
lot of
Anyway.
different dates because there are different segments. The Showore segment, this one segment, the other one segment, fixing different dates. Sorry, Baba. To my own opinion, you see what Man of Prestige just said. I think I buy that very submission because you see in protest there is time for protests. Me, I prefer any nation that want to, like here where I reside, they do protest. The country is doing well, things are going well, normal, but yet the people still have demands. They still make demands. to still better their lives. And then you see the protest going the right way. People with coming out dignified. Government sit down, listen. They just simply hold their placard. Is that what you call it? Write those things on it. March around. The police escort them. Go to the center of the city. March around, and then they go home. The next day, you see discussions going on in their parliaments. What are the people now in nations where people are already having diverse minds? Like some are angry, some are against the ones that are angry, some are, and there's a lot of confusion. It's not good for protest at that time. It will only worsen a situation. What is good for such nations at that very at this critical moment is for the citizenry to not that kind of protest like we are going out. They should use other method, like I don't know. I always say it here.
Like sitting at home maybe for 3 days
Yeah,
and going nowhere. How
yeah.
about that?
You see this this Samuel Ekpa stuff, doing it only in the east to die down the economy of the east. This is something they should copy from. Sometimes when we say something is bad, there is a place it will be good.
Wait a
Such
minute,
thing,
guys. Did you propose sit at home? Is that what I'm hearing?
For 3 days consecutively, and
Oh
then
man,
go back to
that's
work.
going to paralyze the economy. I just say, what do you think?
I don't know. I'm just saying, if they determine to protest, that's another way they can do it. Because this
Not
street one
going
will
out.
turn to violence.
Not going out. Then you now tomorrow will say, oh, the army didn't use rubber bullet. They use real bullet. Blah 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 blah. Let's copy from that one, which they did in the East, even though many of us didn't see it like something real. It was like
Isaac, that one is nonsense. Okay, that's what
uh,
that's a different level. That's nonsense.
so
I'm always anti against that. That never makes sense
yeah,
to
they
me.
can pick that idea and then good people sit down and organize themselves very well and announce a nationwide sit at home, in a very calm manner. When you are protesting, there's a way you protest to the government without even using violence, and the government will know that you are very serious. You understand? So that's the
Yeah,
area.
because I said that simply because I just don't want people on the streets, because it will turn into violence. And when violence starts, we know the results. You understand? Those who are organizing it, they are not thinking out of the box. The last NSAS one, did they visit the families of those who died or disappeared till today? They've not seen. You didn't do that. And now you're calling for another round of protests. Who is going to allow the children to come out? And those children that are stubborn, that refuse to hear, whatever happens to them on the street, fine. Do they even know? Because last time Mohbad died, one man played some clips here, and where they were interviewing some of the people on the streets for that their protest of Mohbad's death, and they asked one particular guy with stud in his ear and rasta hair, looking dapper, why are you protesting? They say one boy, they kill him, he died, and I couldn't believe it. He did not know
No,
why
no.
he was on
He
the
said
street.
in boss kill him. He said in boss kill him, and he smoke ganja too. Very rich, very, very. He doesn't even know what is going on. He just took the street. He doesn't even know what is going on. He just said that people are protesting. Then he's out. He lights his igbo and talking rubbish.
Imagine.
Yeah, I think I listened to that video, that film. The guy was smoking something in his hand, and they were asking him what is happening. He said they said one boy
Inoga kill am. Oh my God.
So that's what we are going to see on this protest. Many people will just be there, not really protesting. They will just be there like to add to the vibe, and then you will now have these criminal minds that will be in there just looking for where they will bust something and selfish gains, all that. That's what you will see, definitely. The
Even I don't
country
know
is
if
not
government paid those children that died or those young adults that died during NSAS,
No, I
because the
think some of
tribunal
I
said
think
they should pay them some
no, I think some of
certain
them
money.
no, they were paid. Lagos State paid.
Paid, right?
Yeah, Lagos
Uh-huh.
State paid some of the families. You see this protest, I know it will hold, but I just hope, in most cases, I pity Tinubu a lot. And like I said earlier, I'm seeing a lot of sabotage in his government. And it's a deliberate attempt. A lot of powerful people are, benefiting one way or the other. And everything they can do is to use every means to sabotage things that can actually help the government. And like I said earlier, right, when I was talking about this refinery of a thing, there is nothing an NPC will tell me that I will believe. If Tinubu really wants to get the best thing, I think he needs to get, in terms of quality of petroleum that is being delivered by all local refineries in Nigeria, I think he needs to get an independent body to verify that. As much as it's still this NNPC, I can tell you nothing good is coming out from NNPC. And it's a
If I remember, Larry, I think the Port Harcourt refinery, Saudi Arabia showed some interest some time ago to do a kind of partnership.
Baba, you know them now. Do you know how much these guys use in, refurbishing? They call it all sort of English. What they spend on Port Harcourt and all this refinery, it's almost what Dangote used in building that refinery.
Yeah.
And even that Port Harcourt refinery, what's the capacity of that Port Harcourt refinery? The one they repaired, 60,000.
Yeah, 60,000 barrels a day, and that
And it's not like
boils down to I
that
think 2.3
60,000.
million liters of petrol.
Baba, that 60,000, it's not like they fire it today, it's going to be at 60,000 capacity. If they fire that place today, probably it will be at 40,000 capacity. And they are doing everything to sabotage everybody. And that was what I was telling Kulata the last time, right? They said, okay, Dangote, what about those ones that you've given license, those ones that you've approved and they've been selling, and you didn't know that what they were selling was substandard? Not until this time when there is clamor for you to stop importation. And it's now that you're now telling us, everything in Nigeria, coming out from Nigeria is substandard. And these are people, they still refine petrol, they sell it. There are modular refineries in Edo, in some other places in Niger Delta. And those people refine and sell. And you're now telling me now, because they say you should stop importation. For me, I think if Tinubu really knows what he's doing, he needs to look for an independent body. If he needs to get some other people to give him, look for an independent body, let them go and test all those things, and let them give him a true picture. Not carrier, this carrier and this carrier. Well, as far as I'm concerned, if they tell me to trust this carrier, I can tell you I can't even trust him from here to there.
Remy, I think we should not be too proud to get any of this data collecting company to collect our revenues from this place. But a lot of leakages, like you said, because I remember now those module refinery, there's a byproduct, I think urea and one other one. They are exporting those products. Are they paying the right duty? We don't even know. When the banks are not even returning the stamp duties on every check you issue, they are not paying over billions of dollars, naira.
Do you know another game that they played in that oil sector? Now the IOC. Do you know what the IOC are saying? The IOC are now telling Nigerian refineries that they can't deal with them directly. They have to go and deal with their subsidiary outside Nigeria. Right?
What a
Now,
trap.
instead of you dealing with us directly, they won't want to deal with you directly. Now you go and meet that person in Europe, go and deal with the person in Europe. Meanwhile, the person in Europe will put a margin of probably $2, $3, $5. And these people are saying, these people in Europe, they don't pay any tax to Nigerian government. They just sit down there, make extra money. And do you know the problem I have with NNPC? NNPC, they've eaten and eaten and eaten to the point that more or less
Nobody who wants to, see, this is steady money now, Larry. Steady money. You project it. So to take it from me, you need to do a lot of job.
That's why for me, that's why I was more like all this secrecy with this subsidy, right? This is cool money. Baba, this is cool money.
More than cool, if there's anything more than cool.
Now, these people
and we know these people. We know those who ripped the government off. We know those who submitted invoices. The vessels are not there. Empty vessels. If you name that vessel, they say they brought oil in. Maybe somewhere in the Pacific, even running another voyage entirely. And some of them are governors today.
And you know the thing. Now, you know what will happen? And I know that this is what will happen. NNPC will tell you, oh, Dangote Refinery is this, Dangote Refinery is that. In August, Dangote Refinery will bring petroleum and Dangote Refinery will export. And Dangote Refinery will export. And that is why they are doing everything, because they knew Dangote
And the one Kerry will give us from Port Harcourt, we need 30 million every day, and it's going to give us 2 million a day. So nothing.
But he wants to do every magic, because he knows that by August, Dangote Refinery will come up with their first petrol. And there is nothing Abakari can tell us, because he's been deceiving, he's been lying, he's been doing all sorts of things. He's been doing all sorts of things. I'm telling you, sometimes you need to bring Ogun, Shekere, and everything for that guy to come and swear.
Yeah, some Alana. That's
Quran, Bible. Sometimes those guys, that guy is a crook.
And what do you think about this 7.2% now that they claim is our stake in that refinery?
That is what I'm telling you now. That is why I said that guy is a crook. Go and
look believe
at
them?
Baba, did you look at their audit report? This guy quoted in that audit report that they've already bought 20%. That is what I'm telling you, that these guys are crook. You put 20% in your book. We never even knew that you've not even paid.
Creative accounting.
Had not come out. Everybody
they claim they've not paid. Don't believe them. You put it on your book. It's there. It's a fact. Books don't lie.
So, Baba, if Dangote had not come out openly, now every Nigerian still believe that we have 20% in that place. Not knowing that it's 7-point-something% that we have.
Yeah, wow.
Tinubu gave this guy a free hand, right? He's the only one importing petrol. There is the only one paying subsidy. He's the only one paying everything. And the only thing they tell Tinubu, we are trying, we are doing this, I'm not sure Tinubu even have the data.
No, I think they directed him one time to start paying the money to CBN directly.
Baba, that guy, he's paying the money he's getting. Okay, let's say, he's paying the money he's getting from crude, right? He's paying it. But at the same time, he's collecting it again to subsidize petrol.
So, sorry, I want to ask that, what do you call it, Kiari or whatever, the NPC man. How long has he been in office there? And after you let me know how long. I want to ask: Is it like the Oba of Benin, like hereditary until he die, or is there no way they can tell him to go? Then maybe look for somebody else. Because with all these atrocities, all this bad news, why is he still there? Why is the federal government not doing anything? Or they don't have they don't have that. Or if it is that the federal government doesn't have the power to remove it, maybe because of policy that they've placed, fine. If they have the power, why is it still there?
You know, the thing is this: all of them are drinking from the same pot. That is what I just see. All of them are drinking from the same pot. Because if it had not been that they're drinking from the same pot, I don't see any reason. Audit, you know, audit. I've not seen any country where they give somebody free hand. Free hand. You said you are the only one importing for the petrol for the whole of Nigeria. And we don't even know how much is the landing cost. How much are we even subsidizing? Everything is done in secrecy. He said, oh, it's plus or minus, right? He's taking from here. He's doing kabu economics, kabu mathematics. So that's why in most cases I just laugh. I laugh because I know that at the end of the day, when we get to know this thing, things will have. I don't know how the magic Tinubu wants to do. It is better that we know now, because now is bad. But that time, when if they keeping it, making it secret, when you want to know, then it will be worse.
I think. Sorry to interject. Good morning, everyone. I think there's a lot of hand, and I think that that guy will play his hand soon. And I think probably that maybe there is descriptive investigation that is going on, because that particular area of NNPC, there's so many trouble, so many issues that if you sack the guy, they can quickly bury the book. And there's so many accomplices. It's just like a network of criminals, okay? So that thing about investing in Dangote, I think they use Nigerian money to invest personally, okay? Including Emefiele and this guy. And so many people. That means they should change the Nigerian government, or they should change us. Because if you say you have 20% stake under Buhari and you not pay the whole money, and then it appears in your book that you have paid, so where is the rest of the money when this guy is only invested 7.2% or whatever? So when we look at it at the end of the day, if I know how to play his game, probably there's going to be maybe set up another guy to investigate them, just like he did against Emefiele. I think that's what's going to happen to that guy at the end of the day.
I have a feeling there's going to be an earthquake in that company or whatever they call it. There's going to be an earthquake.
And
for 5 years it's been there.
Okay, why are you not in a rush? Before you said that Port Harcourt Refinery will come on board, and then later you kept on changing the date. Why are you not so sure that they will come up on board again?
He's not swearing now. It's now that he knows that it's Quran. I swear.
He swear by Quran. I swear.
So I'm telling you, it's the game plan. And whatever they produce in all this refinery, is it enough for Nigerian consumption?
No.
No, so it's just about 2.3 million liters, where we use 30 every day. 30 million we use every day, or 33 million.
So if it's not enough, then why? I think the
Not
problem
even scratching the surface. I want to sabotage a man that can give us that 30 million every day.
No, Baba, I want to say something. Dangote too also play some underhand tactics with them. Okay,
because they allow him now.
They are in together in this game. But at the end of the day, because Dangote have more higher stake, Nigerian will let him go. But those Kwara and the rest, forget it. Their time will be up soon. Because by the time this guy started producing his PMS, there's no way they're going to stop him not to sell to Nigeria.
You know what they are trying to do? They are trying to do? Now, they said they've not given him license, right?
I read that one. Yeah.
They are saying all sorts of things. Oh, this is inferior. Every other person, Waterman, every other refinery in Nigeria, even all the modular refinery, everything they are bringing is inferior compared to what they want to bring. Now, you start your own refinery, right? In August, let's say in August, how are you going to tell me that your own refinery that you are just starting will now be giving us what is standard? And do you know what will happen? These guys will keep pushing, right? They will keep pushing, and at the end
Until
of
they
the day,
fire all of them now, because they are like a clique. They are working hand in hand. So that is the problem that an average Nigerian does not understand. When they always blame their leaders. I'm telling people, you get your leadership from your followership also. The Nigerian people mindset is everywhere they go, it's like, what am I going to gain from me? That is their personal interest first. But if you have to also talk about the collective interest of the populace, we are living in the same environment. Why do you are making money, but you are applying the road that is terrible with other people? What kind of mindset is that? When you go to they still now, but you make the basic amenities okay for everybody.
I'm telling
So
you,
the mindset of an average Nigeria is like all those that they are shouting, hey, protest today, protest tomorrow. It's about interest. It's not genuine. If it's a genuine interest, you will come out. I am the leader. I want to protest against Nigerian government. So far, you cannot show your face and you don't have a clear-cut motive or a clear-cut item you want to protest about. Today is that you want to remove the government. Tomorrow is you want him to resign. Another day is you want to destabilize the country. Another day is I want a peaceful protest. That means you are not coordinated and you don't know exactly what you want. And thirdly, who are you people? At least you say you want to save the country. Why are you hiding yourself? Why not come out and put like show what I say, okay, I want to protest. Everybody knows, yeah, you want to protest. But you hide somewhere and you are instigating. What is happening is that a lot of people in the diaspora, they instigate a lot of people to go outside there, and they are telling them, don't worry, we'll take care of your family. If you die, you are there abroad. You are not going to die. You are not going to protest, but you are instigating the people at home to go and die for you. What do you mean? That NNP stuff, I think at the end of the day, they are going to play their hand to the extent that all of them will be fired. You go and write it down.
Yes,
That's what's going to happen.
No, Remy, I don't even know, because most times, we talk on all those things because we all want Nigeria to succeed. And for me, I'm this kind of person that, I look at things, because every time I look at things, like, okay, fine, how is Tinubu going to get himself out of all those things? And the only way, because these are guys, number one, this is somebody, they were lying about crude output. Not until, OPEC came out and told us that this is exactly what is coming out from Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
Before now, they were lying. Oh, we are close to 1.6. We are this, we are that.
They said they are 1.65 million. And
you remember?
Even the Minister of State for Petroleum also said that by December, they should be close to 2 million barrels.
Do you see these people? OPEC came out that we are doing around 1.3. What is happening? Now, this guy came.
So where is the rest 200,000? Where is he going?
Wait,
I think the problem
this guy is trying to look for a loan, swap or whatever he wants to call it, of around $2 billion. Do you know that?
Oh, okay.
They need that. He said he needs another. I think he needs another $2 billion.
To do what?
Oh, he said they want to use it to, as our output is, low, they want to try and check other places, blah, 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 blah. He just wants, it's an easy thing. I don't know.
I think the game plan might be probably to cash out before they fire all of them. Yeah, because the Android is already on the wall.
And do you know that? See, let's be candid. And I think this is where I think National Assembly, to me, this National Assembly, They are not really doing the best. Because I don't see any reason. Fine, Tinubu might be trying to cover here, cover there. You see, this issue of secrecy, it will land Nigeria into problem one day. Because this particular subsidy regime secrecy, a lot of rubbish is actually happening in that place. Because you can't even tell me. Because what they do is, they tell you, okay, crude is this is the landing cost is this today, the landing cost is that today, or is exchange rate, is this, is that. You understand? Carry will come. Now, we are now knowing that the landing fee is over 1,100 as of today. And which means that probably 450 is going to somewhere, 450, 500, is going to carry on his guys. You understand what I'm saying? And it's so easy. This is billions. It's so easy. Billions. Just leave this side for us. You guys can go and import diesel. Just leave diesel. Go and do diesel. Let's do petrol. Easy does it.
It's not going to happen because the major product that will come from that refinery is that PMS. I mean Dangote. So no matter how you throw the coin, you cannot invest with the amount of money like that and want it to live.
No, Dangote does not even have a problem, Remy. Dangote will export to other African countries now.
And Nigeria will shout now. Why are we not getting PMS from him? That is where the bubble will now burst.
So you understand? Because you guys are saying, his own is inferior. He will sell to people that want to buy.
Remy, can I disagree with you? I think the most important thing is it's actually diesel, not petrol. That's the one you need to, because that's most of your big cars moving stuff around use diesel, right? So, but why can't they just like other countries? You can track in real time what the prices are, like landing costs, flying costs, sleeping costs, whatever name you want to use. Most countries make it's open. You can go online and look at the changes, and they will give you the breakdown. So why can't we be transparent? Just make a law saying that they have to put this on a certain website, and then PC where we can all see it in real time. So transparency is what I think. I think most people will not care what they will still complain, but they will feel like see what you are buying already. What you say?
But is that the responsibility of NNPC? Is it not the responsibility of that regulatory body to do that one?
That's my point. I think when you do things in secrecy is what people are more worried about. I don't think they will complain. They will complain, but not to if you don't even know how you came about the figures. I think that's the issue. Make it more transparent for the public, and I think they'll be fine. So that's just what I have to say on that one. I don't know why.
Babati, you know why you won't make it transparent? Even though everything that has been coming out, it's just the marketers that kind of like, they do their plus or minus. This is how much it will cost for this thing to get to Nigeria, right? NNPC is basically telling us that they are doing some voodoo mathematics. We are taking here, we are doing plus or minus, and everybody should not worry. And that's exactly what they are telling us. But because they know that they are not doing the same thing with diesel, they gave those guys the license. You can import diesel. We don't even care, right? Because for diesel, at least you can sell diesel as much as like 1,200, 1,300 without any problem. Now, coming to this one now, they said they monopolized everything. Fine, you are the ones bringing it. Today, you tell us, you say the landing cost is probably, it's like 900. Thereafter, it got to 1,000. Now we are at 1,100, right? Before this exchange rate of a thing, started going up again. Now, I'm very sure by next 2 weeks, right, we'll be going at 1,200, which means that double, right, will be going into all this their subsidy of a thing. And I don't see any country. You see, when there are no transparencies, you just want to do things in secrecy, it's a lot of problem. And that's where, for me personally, I think National Assembly is not really doing what they are supposed to do. I'm not saying don't pay subsidy.
pay, right? But Nigeria needs to know what this is really costing us. Because we don't even know. If you ask anybody today, okay, we don't even know. And even this Tinubu's government, presently we are running like 5 budgets at the same time. And every time, it's all about supplementary. We need another 2 trillion. We need another this. We need another that. And I'm telling you, majority
we
of
are not running 5 budget. I think what happened was this. I think from the last 2 previous budget, there was some money allocated for some projects that they were not done.
Remy, presently, we are on 5 budgets that have not been closed. The previous one, everything is running concurrently. All the budgets is not being consolidated. Everything is presently running concurrently.
Okay.
Yes. Everything, subsidies, the normal budget, supplementary, everything is running concurrently. Probably Opabio tomorrow can wake up and say probably they want to consolidate.
I think there's a bill at the I think they will consolidate everything at the end of it.
So probably they can start thinking of consolidation, right? And that's exactly, a lot of people don't even know. Major chunk of what we get goes into these subsidy payments. And because we've left it on to NNPC, Abakari, is it Abakari Abi Melamaya? I don't even want to know his name. What that man does is, it's so easy. Oh, don't worry, President, we are covering everywhere. Everywhere we want to ensure that we can bring things down and everything. And that guy is basically milking the country. Milking the country. And that's why I feel that if Tinubu really, have people that genuinely really want him to succeed, he has to make a bold decision. And it's not just a single bold decision regarding some of all these guys. Because these guys are pushing him to where we may not be able to come out. Because the way it is now, if you check real time into the finances of Nigeria, you will feel sorry. Because even with this minimum wage, I don't know the magic. And that was why I was asking Kolata,
I think at the end of the day, I think what he can do is that, the federal government is collecting about, is it 47 or 48%? Maybe they will probably give 2 or 3% of the federal allocation to the governors to help them. I think that's what he can do. Reduce what the federal are collecting, and that problem will be solved easily. It's not that one is not a big deal. But whatever he does, some governor will still be adamant they won't want to pay, okay? Because of so many other, factors that.
So the extra 2 million. The extra 2 million is to cover this salary. The extra 2 million is asking from national 2 trillion.
Yes, 2 trillion. Yes.
The extra 2 trillion is asking from National Assembly is to put it more to recurrent expenditure.
Yes.
You understand? And that's why I feel personally, right? This thing is killing us. Let me know what is killing us. Because now, no Nigerian, if you ask anybody, I've never seen when we are in this kind of situation where nobody knows anything about that side. They just say, don't worry. Ha! Don't worry. And we know that side is not right. But everything is more like, don't worry. NNPC will come out, oh, we are not paying subsidy. Like say Nigeria now. Minister for State for Petroleum, oh, we are not paying subsidy. We are just trying to, we are doing, plus or minus, this and that. Hey. I mean, I've not seen.
Sorry, bro. This enlightenment, me, I like to be enlightened. This, if not for maybe possibly what you guys actually discussed on this NPC thing today about Kyari and all that, at least I've added to my little information that I've got. This area, I wanted us to like look at it because we don't always talk about this area, and to me, it bothers me. This electricity, Minister of Power, is there anything we can drag out of this space in this our discussion so that one or two people here, like me, who doesn't really know what is happening there right now, I don't like I'm blind, like I don't even know what is happening. Does anybody know what is happening there at all?
Well, the little I know you understand about this electricity, and this is my own personal opinion, what I feel those guys, they are so powerful, and even the Adelabu, cannot even sanction some of them. And all they told him is just that we need more money. And Adelabu himself felt it's all about getting them more money, right? And if you ask me personally, increasing tariff, doing all those things and all those things, without proper regulation, right, nothing is going to come out of it. And these guys will keep increasing tariff, they'll keep increasing tariff because they were able to paint a scenario where, they say, oh, it's all about money, we are not getting enough money. But where I expect Adelabu to have, done the best is ask those guys, how much have they personally invested? And most of these guys, if you ask some of them, ever since they got the license, most of them have not even invested. They've invested close to nothing. And if all this transmission that they say that are a problem, most of the infrastructure within that sectors.
Larry, you can tell Isaac who are the owners of this discourse. First, you tell him who are the owners so that you can know where the problem lies. Also, it's not only discourse. Though. Tell him who are the owners so that now, if he knows the owners, then we now know the problem we have. Okay, that it's not people you can fight.
Thank you very much, Remy, because he mentioned the name of this man just now. I think is the Minister of Power.
Yes.
That is dealing with the people he's dealing with. They are very powerful. Like the thing shocked me. I could say, who be these powerful people?
Part of those powerful people.
I will tell you the powerful people, Isaac.
Let me tell you one. That somebody told me. Obasanjo is one of them.
Abu Salam is also the owner of it.
Obasanjo is the owner of Ikeja. Obasanjo is one of them. Even Jonathan too.
Jonathan, all of them. So you say
Obasanjo, Jonathan, Abdul Salam. That one even bought. They said he bought that guy close to 17.
Yes, all of them, all the former military head of state and your president.
So you understand what I'm saying? So you are talking about Obasanjo, you are talking about Jonathan, you are talking about Abdul Salami. And that's why I said those guys are too powerful for Adelabu. So Isaac, you understand?
Yeah.
And remember, there is subsidy in that field too.
So that's why sometimes El-Rufai might be a crazy guy. People like
okay, sorry. Then no, Tinubu, I think Tinubu made a very big mistake there. Why didn't he? When we say minister, this minister he put there, and not that he's an electrician or he knows any. Just action is what they need there. Why didn't he take somebody that really have this action like a Wike, or this to go and minister that place?
That's
Isaac, sorry, Larry. Isaac, let me tell you something. What happened is very easy. When they sold all of this distribution company to all of this your former president, they didn't inject their money throughout Buhari regime, and they have a clause. You cannot just, you cannot just dismiss them. You cannot cancel them easily. So during Buhari regime, he continued to pump money to them, sometimes in form of grant or loan, to help them. So they didn't invest any dime. But at the end of the day, they sabotaged everything. But now most of them are being taken over by the asset management of Nigeria. They have already bankrupt all of them. So that means for 8 years, or for all this time they have done, Nigerian people, we are the one even paying our former leader to also smile on. None of them like you. But the people does not want to hear the truth. Sometimes they, so, for you to be a president of that country, it's a complex, it's not
that's why, Remy, when, most times when I talk, right, like, I pity Tinubu a lot because I know some of all these things, but Nigerians don't care, right? And why is it that Nigerians don't care? Because they pay more, right? And when you pay more, you want to expect that you get, you get at least something that is that commensurates with what you've actually paid. I understand, right? But the thing is, that's where the president needs to come in. For me, I don't know any magic that Adelabu can do. I don't know. I don't know any magic because when it comes to regulating those guys, I don't know the magic that Adelabu wants to do. These are powerful people that are even more powerful than Adelabu times 10. Adelabu can just, now everything they are telling Adelabu is, okay, you must always...
The only solution to the problem is that every state carry your cross. Because that is what we boil down to. Produce, generate, and distribute electricity in your state. And when you have more than enough, you put it to the national grid and sell to the national grid.
Yeah, but those guys they can do now. But the problem is, are they ready to do?
No, what they did was this. According to the Regulatory Commission, states cannot have their own regulation commission.
Mm-hmm.
And now that some of these states have their, like Lagos State, I think they are about to inaugurate their own regulatory commission. Once they do that, they cannot give license to whatever we want to produce, generate, distribute, transmit everything together. Because if we still continue to follow the path of this, we're all Nigerians, take it together like that, nothing will work. So some states that are smart, Imo State will come out of it fine soon. They will also start to generate.
No, it's good. Yeah. Take for instance, Ekiti. Do you know that what this guy generates in Afe Babalola University can take the whole of Ekiti?
Even if not all, if he can take half, let him sell to
more than half. More than half of Ekiti.
Let him sell to the state government.
No, but I think he doesn't want to sell to them.
So I mean, you can see he's very not that he does not want to sell. Maybe he wants to sell at a higher premium.
No. If he has enough and he chooses not to sell, you know why? Because Anwi, you know what they call Anwi. We will pay it. You know the Nigerian factor. So I think if there was a private investor that bought transmission and distribution, like really bought it out, they'll be really more to deal with their own fellow businessmen than the government, because those ones will pay and you can actually make business deals. The Nigerian climate right now, if you make a deal with the Nigerian government to sell them anything, you know how that goes, right?
Particularly the states.
So they're like, you sell your assets to private investors, and we will deal with those private investors and deal with you. That's what's going on, and I don't blame them. Would you, if you had it, okay, if you were generating enough, would you be comfortable selling it to government that they will pay you back, but they will pay you in time? No, you know the Nigerian factor will creep in now, so I don't blame the man.
No, I don't blame the man, no, because that man needs that power now, and he's enjoying it. In terms of hospital, right? That guy, most major operations, happen in that place. Major operations. There was this, there was this interview he did with Daddy Freeze, and that interview, and I think I watched that interview for like 3 times. And after that interview, I really pity Nigeria, and I don't know how Nigeria is really going to get out of this power issue.
right? I don't know. But, and even the people, some of all these are billionaires, right? I don't know why, they don't really want to really invest in that sector. I don't know. Because I see that sector as, a viable sector that needs genuine people, It's not everybody that has what Dangote has, right? Somebody like Dangote can stake everything and go into something. But I don't really think we really have those people that are bold.
Brother, sorry. You see why it's good to always ask question. If I tell you the way this thing opened my eye, from the way you guys begin to explain these powerful people, and then somebody said, "Let me tell Isaac who are these powerful people," and then they started mentioning names. They even said Obasanjo is there, Abu Salami is there, Jonathan is there. You know what? At the end, as you people were discussing it, my mind left Nigeria, came back to where I am right now. And I'll say, okay, this is the reason. You will be in your house here. You will just see two gentlemen with tie, well dressed, with file in their hand. They will just tap your timbre. What is it? Your bell. Bangang. Who is that? You open. Who is supplying you light? You tell them it's a bedroller. They'll say we can give you a better price. Do you want to change from a bedroller? You say, but I'm good with a bedroller. I've been with them for like years. They say no. They'll begin to bring out their files. No, we will take your file to a bedroller and take your contract and review your contract, and then we will bring a better this thing for you. Then this is why I now understand why all these people always come. So there are individuals, powerful people who are going into this business, using it to expand their empire. Fine, you people have really explained this thing now. And there's somebody before I came in, somebody said you don't know why so many people, better Nigerians who really have this money, are not diving into these opportunities. I don't really know why. What are these people who say they are good? These good people buying 5 private jets, like people like Oyedikbo, having this money. People like what's this one's name that is combing his head, telling the people to buy comb to comb their head for prosperity. What is his name? Adeboye. They have all this money buying all these nonsense things. Why don't they sorry for these Nigerians, enter inside this business, buy? I don't know. I don't understand.
Isaac, ask yourself one question. All these religious leaders, they bought acres of land, and there was a day I was saying, all these acres of land you have a lot of followership. Why don't you create a big extensive farming? Put these people to work there, pay them, house them. At least they are following the same religion. Why are you the only one getting richer and some of your people are there getting poorer? How can you tell me somebody that is earning 50 or 60,000 every month and you still wanting to come and donate to your church, saying tithe, give tithe to God? That money is not enough for him. And then when you now establish your own private university, the same followership that donate most of the money to build that university, they cannot send their children to that university. The tuition is more than one.
My brother, Nigerians are wicked. No wonder in all this their calendar
If
when they want to.
If you tell them
when
that one of the major problem of that country is religion, they will fight with you. They will tell you
they are wicked,
they are
very
wicked. Now the cookie has come home to crumble. People are seeing the reality of things now. Some of them are started relocating to America, Canada, and the rest, and UK, when they cannot get the money like before in Nigeria, because Everything has dried up. People have to eat before they think of putting money into your church or mosque. You can see people are seeing the reality. You mentioned about your electricity where they do in Germany. I think you are living in Germany, right?
It's Spain.
Isaac.
It's Spain. It's
Spain.
Spain.
You know what they do here.
Spain.
You know what they do here is very simple. Here we have two types of electricity. We pay two different bills. One is for distribution. Another one is for generating the electricity. We also have solar powered generation. So the difference between most of the companies are in the distribution aspect. They will come to you, give you different kind of package, but the difference might be little, okay? But that meter that is reading your something, you cannot see it all, but you can monitor your daily electricity consumption on their website. You don't have to go to their website, put your house address and everything. You can see how much is the kilowatt, how much you are generating, the way you consume your electricity. You can see it by yourself. There is no ojoro. But in Nigeria, you see them coming to read meter. Who have that kind of time to read meter here? You cannot even see where they put the meter. So, but on their online, everybody know the truth. If you are using more, you already know how much you are going to pay. The moment you use every appliances that consume electricity, you go and check it, you already know, oh my God, I should slow down or I should continue. That is transparency. And most of their, well, I don't want to talk too much because the mindset.
You see, Remy,
Yeah.
you see the problem of Nigeria, right, is huge. Now, let me give you an example. Look at that Abia one that this Batunaji actually did. Do you know that it's the same Nigerians that really did everything to sabotage that one, right? That was why he was not able to really get it going, not until he won.
You mean the one for Abia?
Yes. This what's this Igbo man's name? This billionaire Atoeze Abi, what's his name? He was part of the people. I think it's Atoeze, yeah. I think it was part of the people that took that guy to court.
That guy is the one who in the disco or whatever in that region. He's the one controlling.
Yes.
I think it's a maker of 4 Chrome Petroleum, not Atoeze of Oranto.
Okay, is he a maker of 4?
Yeah.
But I think Atoeze too has. I think
okay.
I think Atoeze
But I know
too.
that of a
That
maker.
particular case, you know, it was a big case with Batunaj.
Oh, sure.
They did everything. That man.
The man old by force.
Old by force. They frustrated his life.
He looks like 80 years old man now.
He did everything to frustrate his life, frustrate everything. Why? Because he wants to give power to his people. Right? Because I don't know. Because I was looking at that case. You know, that man cried when they were commissioning that place. He cried. Because that is how Nigeria is. I understand, right? I understand that billionaires don't want to put their money in those places because there's a whole lot of things. There will be sabotage within. There will be sabotage from outside. There will be you need to even secure that place. If you are not sure, if you are not careful, they will bomb it.
They will bomb it. Look at the new bridge on Unisha Bridge. It's not up to 1 year. Nigeria have started going to remove the steel or whatever in the joint area. And look at the Lagos or whatever. They started to remove the rail track. I beg now, who send us now? What kind of people are these? And you are telling me that you cannot use force to handle the people. The people are also terrible, apart from the leaders. We know the leaders are horrible, okay? The people themselves, the followership.
But Remy, the people are terrible. So what is the job of the leader? Is to lead.
Yes.
If you know the followers, and it's your job to motivate them, to discipline, to encourage them. That is the job of a leader. You're supposed to be the example, right? You're supposed to lead the way. That's the point. So no, but I wouldn't blame the people too much. I would look at the leader. I was watching a video today. Somebody did a very good job. One of those online YouTubers that cover Lagos infrastructure. and it was looking into the rail line, right? That we've discussed on this show extensively, the red line in particular.
Okay, I think I saw that.
It was showing
Ado side, Abi.
the road. You know that thing goes into the Agbado. It was not showing the roads leaking to the train station, the proposed train station. My God, how can you all muddy and there is no way you can even get to the rail train station?
But Babati,
yeah,
that's your governor now.
You know, come on, you know how I feel about that.
I was going to say that's Ogun State Wahala now.
I know, no, but that's
now Kudako now.
So if you don't,
I was also waiting that is it going to be in Lagos he's talking about? But when you say
no, it's not Kudako now.
You know,
They don't help Uncle Dapo do train. Uncle Dapo help us do road. You know if you do road, they don't help you do train.
But how would you get? But the economic benefit of the rail line, it defeats the purpose. Now, get there.
But Ogun State has money. They are part of the 10 states receiving 13% derivative.
We are not part. No, we are not
What's
part.
wrong?
Even
you say what? Ogun State is receiving. Ogun is receiving. Even Lagos State. Lagos State is receiving now.
Sorry, you guys. He say, BT, did you hear that? He said they don't help you do trade. Then you do road, you don't agree do. Very funny.
Honestly. Guys, wait. It's even worse. They did the rail track for him. Road, do. Even the train station, build. now only the pavement, what is it called? That's on.
I
think it's angling for Sanwo-Olu to do it.
It's so embarrassing.
And the fun enough is few kilometers away from that place. Once you leave that place, you just see that bridge that Lagos built. Like Lagos is very petty. The way they build out, like to make you know, like, okay, this is our borderline. No, we don't finish here.
Babati, what do you want them to do?
What do you want Lagos State to do, Babati?
I don't
know. But okay, just help us and just get the money on the back end. Okay, I buy it.
Do you know that Agbado? You remember that time?
Balance or you balance?
Sorry, we don't have the leadership now. We are going to beg you, Lagosians. Please, we beg you. Let someone build that Agbado station for us. By next 4 years, we pay the money back.
You people don't know Egba. You don't know Ijebu.
We are begging you guys now because our government is not going to do it.
So you know that their own is by the Latif Jakonde. So you can literally see Latif Jakonde transition like ahead. And you see the bridge, you see the concrete road, and once you just jump into it, you just see more than the contract is just like day and night. Like
what an opposite.
Yeah, like you can literally just be watching side by side. You can see concrete and see mud. Like,
but you know the funny thing, Babati. Do you know that this Dangote refinery was supposed to be built in Ogun State?
Right.
And Muslim messed it up.
Yes, of course. They messed that. I don't know what
only that one.
It was a project meant for Ogun State.
Let me give you another thing. Do you know that this cement factory in Ewekoro, do you know that there was a point where they generate their own electricity too?
Mm-hmm.
And what they had at that point, I think they were having excess that could take the whole of Abeokuta. Do you know that Amosu, I think it was Amosu or Daniel, one of those government guys, they boggled that thing. And those guys just said,
that was Daniel.
That was Daniel, right?
Yeah, that was Daniel.
All of them. Egba land, Ijebu land. Oku de.
So, Babati, I don't know that witchcraft.
Let me tell you something. It's so bad. Let's the people. I'm talking about the leaders now. Let me give you an example. Oh dear. Okay, just go on then.
Oh dear.
No.
Saudi Arabia, man, you don't come.
No. It's so anytime.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Yes, My point was this: like, it's so bad in that Yewa side now. Landlords that work in Lagos are literally abandoning their house to go and rent in Abule Egba and Sele. So you have properties in that area, but the road is so bad. You literally abandon the road, your house, and you are renting in Lagos, and you will come in the weekend to visit. You can't even sell the house because nobody is willing to buy. If you take your buyer to the house and they go to the roads, will they be interested in buying? Nobody even wants to buy your house. So you are stuck.
Baba T,
And do you know that Lagos State already introduced housing tax now, which is about 0.0076%. If every year, if the value of your property is 20 million, they will not tax you 0.00, about 1,900 plus in a year. So invariably, you are paying about 760 naira as a house tax every month. So they are depending on the value of your house, so you are going to pay that. So if you have a property in Lagos, rest assured that you are going to pay that.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let's say we have a private governor. Let's say this. Okay, that red line. Let's even move it down to E4, Eweko area. So the low cost of living there. Imagine living in Eweko or all those areas.
So I told you, it's so embarrassing and humiliating.
And you can take that train up to Marina.
Do you know how it looks? But let me give you a good example. It's like you are coming from Lekki, Banana Island, and immediately you jump to this waterfront, Ajegule. That is how you compare Lagos and Ogun in that terms of that red line. You are coming from Lekki, you have been enjoying the good scenery, everything is perfect. Immediately somebody just push you into Ajegule water.
But do you know, Remy, I believe that if Awujale and Alaki, they step into this matter, the adjustment will be made. I believe because they are well respected.
Let me give you one example. Let me give you an example of something that just happened in Abeokuta. Do you know Babati? Maybe you know Abeokuta very well.
Yeah.
Do you know Ibarra axis in Abeokuta?
I know Ibarra, yes.
That's the government area now. That's the government GRA area.
Yeah. So I'm buying a property in that place, right? And the whole thing is this. What government did was they demolished a lot of property in that place. They said they were doing regeneration, Ibarra GRA regeneration. And some people were against it. In-house, what did they do to all those Baba? They shared. They gave all of them plots. Thereafter, Baba Obasanjo came, said, government is doing right. Alake came, that's the best thing they are doing. Right? Now, the person that is, my contact and, inside that they said, fine, that place is, okay, they first came. They said that place is 50 million. Right? We're like, okay, fine, let's see what's going to happen. Now, with what I'm hearing now, because the whole place has been shared, they just told me, they said, they don't even know what governor wants to do. And what I'm bringing out is to let you know that most of all those things, all those Baba that you are saying, they all have their shares. So, and in most cases, like Awujale, Awujale doesn't even care, but Baba is old.
Too old.
And yeah, but when you said the kings, you see, this is Ogun politics here. If it's pertaining to Ogun East, then Awujale has influence. Ogun Central, Alake. We are discussing Ogun West now. That is so Ogun West. Who are the kings in?
But there is this guy is in Ogun West now. This Olularo.
And the deputy governor is from that Sango area. That's the crazy part of it.
You know what I pray? I just pray that those Yewa people, right?
they should not do mago.
No, they're the next governor now. No,
If it's Yayi,
it's a done deal. We know that.
They should put all their effort, put everything. They need a strong candidate, because you know the thing is, the game that this guy is playing, this guy is he has his own candidate, and it's not Yayi. Yes.
No, he can't win.
Wait now.
No, he can't win. No.
Wait now.
Let me tell you why.
You know the politics is playing. Let me tell you now. You know the politics is playing. He's playing politics in Yewa, and he's doing everything to disrupt Yewa. You understand what I'm saying?
To vote for who?
He just wants to, disrupt Yewa.
No, because the Egbas are going to vote for them. They are, they used to be called Egbados. They are technically Egba. Technically, they are Egbaroids.
Nothing he can do.
So
Nothing he can do.
they're going to get. They're going to get the Egba vote anyway. So I don't know what game.
No, Babati, that thing is still not 1 + 1 = 2 now.
We know, but it does not have that willpower anymore.
It's still not 1 + 1.
It does not have that political will. Ogun State politics is not easy as what you are thinking. If they say it's going to that side, it's going to that side.
You know why I said that, Babati?
Yeah.
Egbatu, there's a candidate coming from Egba.
Kolojoko.
No, Babati, I did tell you now.
For APC. No, listen to me. After Amosun, why do you think Amosun was funding ADC to get the UA guy in? Because it was supposed to be their turn. It was the Jebu. Okay, I'm partly Jebu, but the Jebus were the one that caused it. That wasn't supposed to be the next governor. It was supposed to be Yewa.
Of course.
But they did mago with Buhari and his boys. They forced that. And if you notice, the second time of his re-election, he only won by 9,000 votes. It was a close election.
No be how you do.
So don't tell me it's going to come with when the back. No Egba guy will vote for any Egba person this time. We are very clear. We're not going to vote Egba again.
Babati,
I don't think so.
Babati, no be so.
I won't mind.
I know it's not going to be easy as what you thought.
No
but
be so.
I think this time around it's going to that Yewa side.
But
Because
me personally,
you think Amosun is still not active? Amosun will still be there now. The same Amosun that was funding ADC while in APC. So I don't know.
But Larry.
I can hear you.
What you just said about the land in Ibarra that you are talking about is not something that's just happening now. The owner of this country called Nigeria, they've already shared the country long time ago.
I'm telling you.
I said something yesterday. I said Obasanjo, God deliberately spared the life of Obasanjo to actually deal with Nigerians. Is one of the nemesis that we have in that country. I will say this because if you go around the whole state of the federation, right from the people that actually get independent for us and the military people that came after, they've already shared the property of Nigeria. Right here in Kwara State, because I'm very concerned with Kwara State, the then military administrator, what was his name? This Kogi family, one of them was also a governor in Oyo State. I've forgotten the name. You know, not the Diagbon. Is
you made the Belos.
No. Is a Christian.
Yeah.
They have even I think in the family they have like three of them that became a military administrator.
Yeah, that was very small guy like this, right?
Oh God, wait, I will
Very
remember.
small, tall guy like this. Looks.
Okay, so what I want to say is that up till now the land that guy acquired.
Lawi, you are talking about?
The
Lawi brothers. Lawi.
No, Lawi.
His name starts with letter A. Letter
Is it
A.
their
I
design?
know that.
They are still selling those lands up to today. If you are going from Ilorin to Ogbomoso, there is a village called Lasoju. You know former Inspector General of Police Sunday Adewusi.
Yeah,
If you
blessed
see the
memory.
land, yes, if you see the land the guy acquired in that area, up to now, those land people are now encroaching on it because even the children are no longer in Nigeria.
That's it.
You know that was what all of them did. You understand? And that is why it baffles me when we talk about Nigeria and we are looking at the problem of this country as if it just started now. The country has been shared completely.
Simba, even the land that the OBJ took in Ota, was it not government farms that it
He uses the Operation Feed the Nation, Operation Feed the Nation that he did in
When you are
1976.
talking about what happened to
Baba T and everybody, I
the,
want to ask you a
the
question.
land for the library?
I want to ask you a question. All those land Obasanjo farm that he has all over the country, that Obasanjo farm, there are more than 20. Did he pay for all the land? They are in Ogbomoso.
They didn't pay a dime.
Of any Gbala.
Baba T.
And then people
Baba
come
T.
here and then you glorify this man. And you
That one is good.
every
How
time.
did Baba get money for that
I
land?
don't know. I asked myself. The big land is
Library
still
now.
farming in Ibadan, in Ogbomoso, in Ota,
Even
everywhere.
in the north, Taraba, all the places.
I still ran. I people on Baba and she gets to go everywhere. I'm so sorry to say this.
No, it's that's Nigeria now. That's
And
Nigeria.
then having that they don't understand. They thought they are fighting for them. They are fighting for their pocket.
That's Nigeria for you.
At least, hopefully, our
Mm.
You now know the irony part of it.
I remember that Bangboye.
Okay, Bangboye.
The Bangboye's family.
Do you know one thing, that most of the product that come from the Obasanjo farm is also not exported out of the country? It does not want to sell in Nigeria. That's another problem.
There was an area in Agbado, that Agbado that you are talking about. You know Dongoyaro. What was his first name, sir? For this Dongoyaro served under, was it under Boa or Babangida?
Under Abacha. And Abacha, I think he was the chief of defense staff or some defense or whatever.
If you see the land that guy,
he was a brigadier when they took over.
That guy has in Agbado area of Lagos.
You mean Joshua?
If you see Joshua Dongoyaro, yeah.
Yeah. It was the ECOMOG commander now. ECOMOG something like that. I don't know.
Remember that guy when they planned that coup, Dongoyaro. I said, what kind of name is this?
Dongoyaro. Bameyi planned the coup.
I think the only way out, I don't know how Nigerians can reclaim Nigerians from the people that have taken over that country.
Unless Nigeria divides.
No.
Take it from them.
The division will not stop anything, Baba.
Baba, example point for that. It will be, look at the way this idiot in your state, their governor. Look at his reaction towards just government.
As if it's his backyard. Look at how he's frowning and addressing.
It was like a baby. Hey, you can't tell me what to do.
Let me tell you a shocker. He has also acquired a lot of land. He is buying property everywhere in Oyo State. That acquisition is big in Oyo. They are going to make a big fight with him. He is also acquiring.
Look at him addressing the press, and he was frowning and so vexatious in his comments.
He was part of the people that engineered their PDP meeting that they went to do in Enugu.
Yeah. He instigated it.
Yeah, it was more like, I don't know.
But the guy said, he said, they can't even pay salary. I'm even helping them. So bench, if you want, let me help.
You can see, if you say you have overgrown your intelligence. You are just all without any change. That's the way I see the guy.
Do you know?
So when I
do you know
started clamoring for that Nigerians should hold their government accountable, people are saying, no, it's not that way. It's the federal government. Now, the people have seen now, the major problem of that country, apart from the presidency and the rest, the number one problem of Nigeria are state governors. Now, you can see the state allocation. There was one guy.
Remy, the problem of the people that are actually the major problem of Nigeria, they are not the people really now. They are the people. There are some people underground. When you see godfathers, you
99
understand?
So that there are two classes: the 99 class and the 66 class.
Oh,
okay. This year, and the first, I'm talking about your body 99. That you see them when they came to see Tinubu, all those former governors of 99.
Well, kì í ṣe àwọn tó ń gbà kì í ṣe àwọn tó hand over ní 99 kì í ṣe àwọn tó ń gbàjọba 99. The people that put Obasanjo there.
Do you know, guys, that Ahigbe, in that 18 months he ruled with Abdul Salam, if you know how many millions, hundreds of millions of dollars.
What about Abdul Salam himself? What about Abdul Salam himself?
International game that time. They put him in charge. I can't remember. A sports festival or so.
1999 under 17 World Cup.
Exactly. He made so much fortune. And what happened when he died? He lost everything in Swiss bank.
That country
he didn't know.
Aigbe is from Edo North now. He's from Edo North.
Anybody that is telling you rubbish that tribal, when they are on that high table, there is no tribe. Everybody.
No, they're no tribe. No, they're all one.
So it means sorry, Remy. It means all these Shore type that are making noise up and down. Even if they go there, they can't even solve anything.
Forget it. Isaac, you know, somebody like nobody will listen to him. Nobody will even listen to me. Cannot even get there.
He cannot last 12 hours. They will impeach the hell out of him.
And do you know that these governors, there will still be more face-off coming from these governors?
Do you know where they are? Let me tell you where they are really going. Because the second stage is INEC offer back in INEC.
No, hold on. What's reading today?
Hold on. That's second. The third phase is when you go. Torí gbogbo owó tó ń gbà ní market yẹn, wọ́n tó gbogbo owó tó ń government ń gbà yẹn. Number one yẹn ìkíní. Number two, IGR state, according to our law, 10% of it is supposed to go to local government. So we have IGR in Lagos. They're supposed to even share with local government. They're supposed to, as law.
Even state governors are supposed to contribute from their own part, even to local governments. That is 3% of whatever they collect.
Because they know that if they cannot appoint their Tuji there anymore, if they can't control the post anymore, they know it's going to get that money. They don't really care about the allocation. For instance, now, Sheyimakide last year, for the whole LG council for last year in Oyo State, he got 127 billion naira for the whole local government. Okay, for the whole year. Ask me, how much did you give them in that money?
Babati, when you guys go to Nigeria, just visit Edo State, you will hate what you see. It's like you are coming from Lagos. The moment you are at a toll gate in Ibadan, come and see dirty capital. Come and see messy. Come and see a lot of trash. Nothing done. The same road for 20 years, no new construction, nothing.
No, he said he's doing them a favor. That he's helping them by even taking over the. That's the way it works.
You know that all those. Let me give you an instance. I want you guys to paint this scenario. You are driving your whatever car you are driving. You are driving it. On your left side, you will see 4 Okadas. On your right side, you will see another 4 Okadas. Behind you, 10 are running behind you. In front of you, another 3 are running beside you. You are now running at a pace of like 20 or 30 kilometers per hour. The road is also tiny. There have not been a plan to widen it or to new initiatives.
Which state is this?
I'm talking about your state, because all those Okada, you guys stand away from Lagos. Everybody just pump into your state now.
Even the Danfo and Molue, they will be faced off this year.
The Danfo are in the rickety stage.
Come on, Los Ogun State.
If you enter them, you get I'm telling you.
We don't want your
You know what? I think
all those potholes, so trailer holes.
Baba, more go initially bad because on Otobi. It's supposed to have that argument we have tried, and we expect this guy to continue on that path. He's just been arrogant all along. Nothing.
And that used to be the Western region capital.
So it's an eyesore now. You know what? Things are not well planned. And the only thing he was telling that I don't want to rock the weather. Just leave them. How much do they have? They just 10,000 worth of things. Leave them. It's not organized. No planning. Nothing like that. At the end of the day, that state just suffer for another 5 or 6 years, and probably 8 years in the end of this guy.
Yeah, sorry, let me still come here. Somebody argued that this allocation distribution, 20% for local government, 26%. If I'm not correct, you correct me, please. 20% for local government, 26% for state government, 54% for federal government. They said that they said the one for the federal government, that the money there is too much. Is that true?
Okay, but if it's too much, we will advocate for it to go to local government, not the states. If you want to,
God bless you, Babati. Not to the government. Yeah, go to the state. Look, let me tell you, Isaac. Apart from the federal allocation money they are collecting, that is not the only one they are collecting every month.
Security votes.
Security vote is there, and each governor is going home at least more than 100 million naira.
No, sorry, maybe you don't understand what I'm saying.
Security vote minimum is 900 million. So let's just go to 1 billion.
That's security vote for you to maintain peace and order in your state. Where is the money?
Every month. Free money. No account needed.
So it's not only that one you mentioned, and then your state. I know you are from Edo. You are collecting 13% derivation. Some of these states are collecting cool 1 or 2 billion naira from that money. If you look at the total 1 month,
more than that now, Lagos State got 3 billion 2 months ago, when Lagos State was added. So if Lagos State could get 3 billion, imagine Delta, Rivers.
I saw a chart recently, just 2 days ago. The total allocation to Delta in one state is more than all the allocation of Southeast and Southwest.
The Delta got 48 billion, the last part.
And you see that Delta. In fact, if you are from that Delta, you just, I don't know what.
Remy, why did you think Atiku went to take that guy as deputy? No be where money they be that.
So
Clark is dragging the governor.
You should wonder. Okay, they are getting that kind of allocation, and nobody is raising any dust about development in that state. What do you think is happening?
I don't understand the people.
You know what they do?
Let me tell you, the owner of the state, they are the ones sharing the money, and they cut across all ethnic group in that state, including.
Is it the owner did? The owner did.
I want to kneel.
You remember this? What was that? Was a man that was raising one dust the other time. No, not Ibori, not Ibori. BT. Do you remember that time that they were talking about the one money that Buhari gave them? That Wike was using his own to build infrastructure. That the one was asking where the data on.
There was a special allocation, ecological.
I think it was Clark. I think it was Clark. Yes. And then after that, what did you hear him talking again?
No, Baba, Simba, I want to ask you one question, and I also want to ask Isaac. Isaac, I know you are from Edo. You people, you are very strong online. You will, even Akim or all of them, they will be shouting, blah, blah, blah. but your state are collecting huge amount of money like that, and there is no commensurate improvement or development, especially in that.
Not only South generally. South the only
including Bayelsa, Rivers is okay, at least to some extent.
that Bayelsa one is even appalling. If the Bayelsans, if they are sharing the money every month, how much? Okay, look at them. They are less than 2 million, and they are getting like almost 30 billion every month for that tiny state. Even if they are paying all the Bayelsan salary, do you know how much is person? Do you know the per capita income of Bayelsa?
No, they said number one that their topography, everything is going to be more expensive to construct roads.
I beg, I want
let them be constructing bridges then.
That's the
I want Isaac to talk. Isaac say something. Isaac
hold on, Remy. They said that loan repayment, that's what is taking all the money.
What did they use the loan for? What did they use the loan for?
I don't know.
But I hear Akwa Ibom is doing very, very well.
No, that one they have done very well before. Whether they still
Akpabio has laid a very good foundation.
Akpabio has laid a very good. That state is very beautiful.
Akpabio laid a very good foundation, and even the
I think they said they have the best roads in the country.
Even the governor.
Yeah, let me tell you what happened. Akwa Ibom was created out of Cross River. So the Cross River was enjoying the money before, and then even immediately after the creation of Akwa Ibom, there were still some oil well shielded to Cross River. No, Cross River. No, River is still getting their own, but now everything. Cross River State is no longer oil producing state.
Oh my shell.
So the whole money is going to. If you go to, Cross River State used to be tagged as the cleanest state in the Calabar and all those things. All those things are old things. The whole money now is going to Akwa Ibom.
Then Cross River should go back to their palm oil plantation. Go to agriculture now, if they don't have oil anymore.
But how many state governors usually look inward to generate money?
Then they should
where they can get
develop
money
the Calabar ports so that can generate money for them.
We don't even know what we want. Okay, the one person that did that. No, just hold on, Remy. We have somebody who did that. Then everybody started castigating him. He did it for his own this thing. He's taking too much of the money that is generating. Dude, why can't you try in your own state? Try something close. Generate it and take 10% or take 20% of it.
Okay, I would just want to ask a question. Let's assume
let me give you, for example, in Kwara, before they started using Lagos model in Kwara, they were barely generating maybe 200 million, 150 million naira IGR. But by the time they adopted the Lagos model, Kwara State is now generating up to like 3 billion, 4 billion monthly IGR.
Yes, that's good.
Yeah. That governor is also trying that state. The question I want to ask is that if today they pass total resource control in Nigeria, some states will suffer.
No,
all those free money.
No, I disagree.
All the I want to say the short term. They all just state owners.
AB itself is motivational. Go and do something with your life.
So in a nutshell, what is happening to Nigeria now is also a blessing in another way. Now we see the reality of the country.
Tinubu show serve.
Yeah, that's the word. I like that word, Larry. But he's reforming gradually. He's reforming.
So, it will be
let me tell you, that guy, Baba, Tinubu is fighting too many fights. Is
Okay,
is
that's question
fighting
one.
is fighting the governors on local government autonomy. Is fighting the forex cabals. Is fighting the
oil.
subsidy
Oil.
cabals. Is fighting the oil and and I don't know. But presently, is fighting the bank CEOs.
Is fighting the bandits, the internal bandits.
Sorry,
Right.
Tinubu also wrong, whatever. What's the meaning, please? Also wrong, serve. Something you said.
It's a table tennis term, Isaac.
Okay,
You know,
Isaac. Isaac. Okay.
when you hold the ball in your hand and when you're looking at the eye of your opponent, then you just serve immediately. So when he's unaware.
Isaac, I
Okay.
asked you a question before.
Yeah.
You did not answer me.
I wanted to answer you, but my brother from Saudi Arabia entered. So you asked me a question. The answer I wanted to give to you, you mentioned some other names of some people in this platform that their mouth are very, very strong in social media. Me, my mouth is not strong. It's only questions I ask. My
It's not
brother.
about you. It's not. Isaac. The question remain ask is this: if people are very loud, you understand? But what you are loud about the state of the nation, but you are not loud about your region. As in, what is your governors? What are they doing? I'm talking about South generally. I'm not particular about Edo. South generally. You don't focus on what you are getting now. Let me tell you, if you cannot manage a small resources, you can't manage a bigger one.
You are correct.
And they are the
And
richest.
I think one of the major problems that they have in that region, they are not homogeneous. They are too heterogeneous. So there are too many stakes that am I talking well, Isaac?
No, you are not communicating because that homogeneous, homogeneous, I don't even know what you are talking about.
He's trying to tell you that you have
Just communicate with me.
You won't go talk to be Agbo for you.
You have too many ethnic tribes, like Ibio.
Okay.
Yeah. No, he said because of that reason, that is why your state is not developing. But I'm asking
for me, let me speak for the Edo people. I think why that Edo state is not actually because the pullers, people that are supposed to pull the growth, they are the Benis. You understand? There are other similar tribes in Edo, the Asians, where Shomole came from and all that.
The Circus.
Yeah, the main people that are really like supposed to lead the trend, they are too attached to this our king, they are too attached, too traditional, like and if the king just tell them, say, kill yourself, they will kill themselves.
It's true.
You understand? So I wish our king, so the blame now, I pass it to the king, who is there doing nothing. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know
why Isaac, you know why I will agree with you? Because at least I work in that your state during the time of between 1999 when this this year
Obaeweka stand up today and say all Edos demand for your right, my brother. You will see what will happen.
He cannot say that. He cannot say that because he's also a beneficiary.
But Obaseki is dragging him presently.
And they are dragging for artifact now. These two, all those good chairs they brought from Europe and America. And now they are dragging all those antiquity, those the Joko that the Oba sat down 2,000 years ago. That is what they are dragging now.
But what is Obaseki's zone with that?
And they said this museum something they will make money out of it. Obaseki want to build to make it like a state thing. You want to put them in a museum, make it to be generating revenue for Edo. Oba said
What
no,
does
no.
the Oba what does Oba has against that? You want
I
to
think
keep it in his
Oba
palace.
also wants a museum, and
I want to make it traditional in his palace there. There is a palace property and all that. So, brother, I not really understand those people. Me, I not be Benin person again. Or me, my surname na Ojo. I be Yoruba. I come from Muse.
I think to solve that problem, why not have a small museum in Oba Palace?
That is what is going to solve
it now. It's so easy. Why is the problem?
But let me ask you: can Oba afford to open his palace to tourists?
I don't know. We should ask Isaac. Maybe
No, it will be a wing in the palace
No, it's
now,
not his
or an
palace
extension
now.
of the palace.
He wants to build a museum in Benin.
Palace. So they can do that.
If you want to build a museum, even though he's the one who want to take it up, necessarily it's not obliged to make it put it in the palace. He is they said Oba Yanto Yasewebo, meaning now Oba Geland go reach Oibo land. So he has a lot of land in that Benin kingdom. He can open up a space, fence it around beautifully, like he beautify his palace. Built
And the governor wanted to assist him. He owns the Oba owns the whole of Benin land now. So anywhere,
do you know the genesis of all those things? When Buhari was there, when they wanted to get some of those artifacts, Obaseki wanted to corner it. And I think Buhari then, they agreed that it's actually property of the palace. And they kind of like gave it to the palace.
The Oba ran to Abuja now quickly to go and see Buhari.
Yes, in natural sense, it's something that was taken from the palace. It's those artifacts do not belong to everybody in Edo State. It belongs to the Benin people, and the Oba has right over it. So everything this guy is doing.
Why did the Oba allow the thing to be taken away in the first place? Which Oba was?
Invasion of European now. Don't tell.
Like this now? Even the one
when
from
they carry over me go Calabar.
Do you know when they took?
You know why people return that thing, Isaac? The juju carvings they make them fear. Then they fit handle them again. Jesus Christ trusted the work.
Wait. I'm not sure. All those things are politics. That is not getting power.
You think Oyibo go return something easily? This one, they are all returning everything. Those you don't tire, they suck their blood.
I'm not sure they want you to take and make name, I see when Oyibo sit down for palace that day, he bring two items. Sit down.
Recently.
I say, wait till this one they do. He won't just come take recognition.
Isaac, do you know that some of all those things? I'm not saying what Baba said is the real.
I'm just joking.
But do you know that when you put something in museum, they want something, the real thing, the power where that thing gets. Not be to just carve anything, make them go put. My own problem is I'm not even sure if maybe not the original you bring back.
I see one flat where I say they don't come out with glue.
I'm not sure. Say the original, now you bring back. Because the original, if they go seller, not be small thing. If you see all these people where they sell, where they collect all those things.
No, most of them are priceless, Larry. They are priceless.
So that's why I said I'm not even sure. Say now the real one when you bring back.
But I want to ask a question. With all this power, all this Oba of Benin or your kingdom, all of them have juju power. How come these white people come easily and take them? We know if we use our juju to just question that.
White man will come. No be your people. Your white man still use for your people.
I don't understand though.
No. Remy, hold on. You don't know how juju work. Juju work by your name, by your oriki. You understand? Before they can say, okay, this thing will work against you, they must mention your name, your oriki, your ancestors. And that's how it works. So the Oyibo people, it will work for them because they don't even have a name, they don't even have oriki. They don't even know their ancestors. So
Only God
you
can.
know, but I was still small that time, but did you because what I saw in 1983 after the election of 1983, especially in Ondo between Omoboriowo and Ajasin, did you do?
No,
You can't carry juju now. Sorry, brother. Brother, you can't carry juju now. They mention George Bush name. The juju go confused now. You go enter Bush now.
You know the funny. People don't know. Most people doesn't know that Omoboriowo was also an Awoist.
Oh, it's one of the few people, Okpomulero, that has entered Pa Awolowo's bedroom in Ikene. One of the few trusted people, and he turned against Baba at last. But it wasn't his fault. It wasn't his fault. Because when they appointed all of them, including
Baba.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
When they appointed all of them, including Bola Ige, what Ikene told them, when I say Ikene, that's Baba Awolowo, they will do only 4 years, and that deputy governors will take over the next 4 years.
May God bless you. That was it now.
That was it. So Omoboriowo was right when he kicked against it. But Paalayon, they couldn't kick against it, but he sabotaged Bola Ige one way or
No. Baba. No, he didn't. Baba Alayande was to be the governor in 1979, not 1983.
Okay,
It again Bola Ige was one of the youth. They belonged to the youth wing of the Awoist that time. They are not even supposed to be the one. They said they should wait till 1983. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it was only if you look at all the governors in the the western region that time, Oyo, Ogun, it was only in Oyo that a younger person actually became the governor. You understand? And it was Busari Adelakun.
Olawoyin in Kwara. Ondo Ekiti was Ajashin. Because they are one state then, Ondo State.
Bisi Onabanjo in Ogun. So in Oyo that time, it was Alayande that's supposed to be the governor. So the youth in Oyo that time did not gang up and went to see Baba. Because one of the major problem with that party was that it was the only political party in Nigeria that does not have a party chairman. Baba is the chairman of the party and is also the presidential flag bearer of the party. That was the bad politics. Overlord. So the decision is only by him and his wife, HID. So Busari Adelakun, this man from Ire, Afolabi. All those young ones, they were the one that now went there and I said, this Baba Alayande that you want to put, if you say we want to do party, what is it called now?
Primary.
Not even primary. What they call it that they used to do at night now. We want to do party meeting that can Baba come at 1 a.m. to come and do meeting with us. And they asked him, he said no, his wife will not agree. Then I said, okay, is that so? The Baba now agreed. So that was how Bola Ige became the governor of Odoyo in 1979.
But let's just leave it because that's out
Baba
there.
was Baba. It
It's
was.
so
If
deep.
you look at it, Awolowo was the architect of the problem in the southwest in 1963. He was also the
And even
architect of the problem in 1983.
Ogboni cultism was involved too in all of them.
Baba, the question I want to ask is this. Look at that boy, like he did very well in your state. But look at how they kill him when he go and serve on that.
Oh, let me tell you, those people, Remy, wait. Those people, they have blood in their hands. Oh. Bolage has a lot of blood in his hands.
All of them.
And you understand? Okay, look at when when in 1999, Bolage was part of the people that formed PDP. If you don't know, you have to know today. It was one that wrote the what they call it now, that the party used to manifesto for PDP. It was when the thing was now becoming a reality that he knew that okay, they pushed him aside. He went and formed APP. It was in the three major political parties in 1999 before he now ran back to go and join Refinery and form AD. And those people are now making gestures that this is where you belong now. You think that they will allow you to do all those things. It was one that wrote the manifesto of PDP. He left PDP for APP. And then eventually they now form AD. Now, what made him to join Obasanjo regime that time? And all the things that we tend to believe that they are doing, they are not doing it. And but my the one Lisododo. Okay, look at the way he was killed. When he was killed, the then commissioner of police of Oyo that time, Mike Okuo, not Okiro, Mike Okuo. The second day he said he knew the person that killed Bolaige, and immediately he was transferred to somewhere in Cross River or whatever. What happened today? You want to tell me that Obasanjo does not know who killed Bolaige? Forget about all these things. Forget. I don't know all these people that you think that somebody will be telling me that Obasanjo is the forget that guy. So we need to go and learn the history of that country. When we know the history of that country, most of us, we just say things for argument's sake. We don't really know what is happening in Nigeria. We need to go and learn what is actually happening in Nigeria. Then that's when we can have a discussion. Not all this one that all these Gen Z will come on platform and start talking rubbish. Did they even know anything? And the problem is that Baba, yeah, the people that knows, they don't talk. They don't let us know the real thing that's actually happening. Baba, am I lying?
Why Simba is too deep and it's I don't know.
You are indirectly accusing Baba.
But when you Opoloni Taba Debi Ruka Foda.
He's accusing you, Baba, and Baba.
But it's of money Taba Opoloni Taba Debi Ruka Foda.
I'm not, but no, that is not accusation. Baba knows it. That's not accusation. He knows what I'm talking about.
So, guys, I have some early morning runs, so I will leave you guys. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will leave too. Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Good morning.
Okay.
Simba.
Who is it? BT, Alpha now.
I was looking into our.
I thought you guys are running home.
Well, your dirty governor, you so don't complain.
Governor was so what did he want lawyer?
Yeah, I don't governor.
Now, dollar you the hand for America, and you be doctor now. Wait till concern you about salary, your state.
I like Oyo now. I feel one. I feel one lawyer.
Remy Lomo Oyo. Remy Lomo lamenting for Oyo. But you care about Oyo now. Maybe because you stay there.
I live there now. I live there.
You care. In fact, Remy care more about Oyo than Ogun self.
Mo kí àní
Because
gbogbo
he
náà
lived
tí
there
wọ́n wà
now.
ní
He lives,
wà
yeah.
ní ọ̀nà BBHS. So I
Make I pay because Simba ní pattern nǹkan tí mo ti notice. Bó ṣe attack Awolowo.
English.
The way he was attacking Awolowo, I think anything has to do with but if you guys notice the way it comes at people from Ogun State, something is wrong somewhere. Ṣé wọ́n ṣe ní ṣé wọ́n ṣe Simba lógun ní kí wọ́n ṣe fún wọn.
Wọ́n ti gba ìyàwó ẹ̀ l'Ogun State ni. And I know your wife is not from Ogun State. Your wife is not from Ogun State.
Is it by coincidence that most of the people, the prominent people that we have in the Southwest are actually from Ogun State?
Ogun State, yeah.
So,
and even their president, they are big.
So the people that rule the country that are so it's not as if I'm attacking Ogun, but it's just that it just happened like that.
No, they contributed more to
the downfall of Nigeria, not more to the progress, to the downfall of Nigeria.
This thing,
if I want to fix if I want to fix something and somebody keeps destroying it, can you then blame me? You can't blame Ogun now. Ogun wants to fix do the right thing. It's just
but the problem, the Babati, we must say the truth. That Baba Obasanjo also did it very tough.
Sorry, only thing about it, sorry, that man sometimes and the funniest part of it, him and Buhari, they have the power to change things even without having official political point. Like, for instance, now Buhari now, if you want to change you know how we complain like a magic system in the north on law school. Who had that power to change that? Good luck could not do it. It would have been Buhari, right? Same thing in the south. Some things you are in the farming business, you are in agriculture. I'm saying that people should go back to the farm. Who should be the one championing that? You have farms now.
Okay, Betty. Let's for example, we have the regional government, then the military came and make it a unitary whatever they want to do. But Obasanjo, by luck, because let me tell you, that man he did not fight for anything that he became in his life. It was just by sheer luck.
Nigeria ever lived, the luckiest.
You understand? So he became the head of state in 1976 by virtue of coup of Bukar Dinka, what they call this one, Dinka. Now he wanted to hand over. Why? It was one this constitution that we normally attack, 1989 constitution, 1989 constitution. What was the difference between 1999 constitution and 1979 constitution? It was one that has that opportunity of giving us a very good constitution, or even revert us back to the regional government. But in that 1979, you understand? He didn't do anything. Instead, he was even working against his kinsman, which is Awolowo, because he was the one that actually handed over the power to Shagari. And he did everything possible not to make it possible for Awolowo to win that election. He has always been working against the Southwest, I'm very sorry to say. Now, you did that in 1979. You also have another opportunity 20 years later in 1999. What did he do? All the goodwill that he enjoyed, Obasanjo what will Obasanjo do in Nigeria that anybody will raise an eyebrow against? He enjoyed the goodwill of everybody. He was the de facto president that we have. Can any president try and go and do what he did in OD and whatever he did in Benue State that time? Obasanjo can do anything. He has that opportunity. What did he do with it? Nothing. Then when he left, he now laid a bad foundation. He put Yaradua, put Jonathan, everything became a mess.
Okay, what
when
about
it's supposed to
what about
the one that's supposed to entrench. Let me tell you, even the kind of democracy, he became the president, and the worst election in history of that country was under Obasanjo. When he came and took the Southwest that time, do you think people voted? When even Ogun State that time, they had, they just wrote results
Even in Ogun State, there were more voters than actually people that actually showed up.
than the registered voters.
That was big by man. Nobody cared that much back then. Nobody was.
I think that is why most Yoruba too don't like him. Even in 2023 election, we also work against Yoruba interests again. Why? For God's sake now. And after the election,
when
you're not going to Tinubu and saying you are going there for Salah greeting. Look at that old man.
And when they call him non-Yoruba, you wonder why. He doesn't behave like one.
It's not so. There is more to it. So he doesn't like us, and we don't like him too. And I don't think it protects our interests.
I mean, I don't even know why some people, God will give them the grace of becoming old, of long life, and they will still not repent.
And it's still continue to play that game. At what age? You are almost close to 90.
And at some point in your life, you self-reflect now. What a change.
You never He does not have the interest of that country. He just wants to lord it all over everybody. And I think that God is merciful. Well, God is so forgiving. All these people, what they have done to that country, if a lot of Nigerians know, but unfortunately, the generation that we have now, our children, the youth, I think the problem is
they are clueless. They are clueless.
Yeah,
Do you see the list? Do you see the list? Do you see the list of their demands? Do you see the list of their demand?
Hunger, and they should revert petrol to 100 naira per liter.
It's like those men were specific enough. Like, what is your policy? What do you? Because we all know where they are going with this. Tinubu must go is where they are going.
That is why. You know what? Babati, they already know that it's not going to work. Now they are not calling for sit at home. Who's going to sit at home in Nigeria? Are you going to feed them? You are there in your America, Europe, or wherever.
But Remy, once you had the proposal to sit, where do you think that came from? We know who are the people proposing that.
I know. Even if you go to the platform,
I've seen about him. You know the people that are proposing
now. We know now.
And why?
People are right. It is those people that lose the election. They are ganging up together to.
I've said it before that that protest is just about the election. It's not about anything.
Yeah. I do know what because there is a counter protest also for the government, and people are ready for them. If they come out and they know them, they will just be.
No, people have started campaigning. They said they should go and do it in their state. So nobody should come to Lagos.
Lagos is where that's what they really want. And if you can cut the head off for Lagos, it dies off. Or can they go, man? Can they go to their place and protest? They can't go down.
Why can't they go there?
No. I mean, should they do it? Yes. Are they going to? No.
So who is doing it here?
Lagos is where what they really want. Now, if that doesn't happen, then nobody gonna put. You will protest leg back. You don't match here.
And then when you see some of them talk, hey, because it happened in Kenya, it must happen in Nigeria. What is all this about? Even in Kenya, as we are talking today, their president have declared no more protests in the streets. Indefinitely, they stop it in their country. Because the president of that country cannot be pandering to whatever you want. What kind of a leader is that? And now
thank God Ajale Koko is not here. Ajale Koko will come for you guys. We are talking about Obasanjo. Ajale Koko 0.
Thomas, Ola is even worse. Ola will say, no, Ola is.
Tola you attack him.
We attack you, Oba, he will tell you, Obasanjo, do this, do that, do that. When Obasanjo was
Ola and Obasanjo, they are 5 and 6.
when Obasanjo was ruling, if you ask Obasanjo one question, he will first cough for like 1 minute to answer the question. It just looked like a semi-god. It is only him that knows all the problem and the solution of Nigeria. Nobody knows. And you would think at the end of the day, we also, in fact, we have leaders. And people will not tell the people the truth. And because most of these young people nowadays, I'm sorry to say, we're in the age of technology. Some of them, they don't want to put in more work to read. They just want something simple. I have my phone. Why I trouble myself? Just check it quickly. And
You know, let me tell you, a friend of mine was just telling me yesterday, he's an estate agent in Lagos. He said that if you go to Lekki, all those construction that's going on in Lekki, go and interview all the workers there. He said they can tell you that 90% of them are not Nigerians. They are people from Togo, Togolese, Beninese. They are the artisans, they are the bricklayers, they are the carpenter, they are the tilers and everything. Now in Nigeria, now what you see is that when you go to a mechanic workshop, the mechanic will be telling you that this is your car now. It will take him 5 days or 6 days. You know why? Because they don't have people that are learning those skills again. Nigerians don't want to learn all these artisan, all those handworks again. The only thing that they want now, if they hear that there is somebody is organizing a training on forex trading, on this, those are the things that are interesting them. Things that they can do online. You understand? And then how many people will not do that?
No, but Simba, you are not eating it on the air though. Those young ones are doing rituals and Yahoo, and their girlfriend are doing hustling. Okay, that's what they are interested in. What can bring in the money quickly? Nobody wants to learn any trade anymore.
You give your clothes to a tailor, and we're telling you that it will take 2 or 3 weeks. So before, if you say that, then you go to another person. But how many of them do you have now? Because the younger ones are no longer going into all those things, all those things. They are not learning it. So I don't know what has actually happened that has changed the orientation. People don't want to do work again. Everybody just want to be fine, then meet job, all those things. I don't know. I don't know where we are going.
Well, okay, so what if one low one buy 70,000 or phone buy 70,000 naira? What's it? I don't know. Somebody.
He said, what do you want to say about that, BT?
See, beyond done the way they were paying, we must get 250. They will end up with 70. They will waste time doing.
No. You don't know. It's just like Babati. Babati.
They build to see salary now.
You are a man. No. But Thomas Babati, you don't normally go to market. If you are follow women to market now, the market women, what they will do is that if they want to sell something for order naira, they will say it's 250. You understand? Then you start bargaining and bargaining and bargaining. That's what they did now. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. 70, I mean, they should fire half of them anyway. Don't joke with the one committee. So, we don't camping actually. I don't know.
You know, we have been saying that all these labor union, they are a major problem in that country. Major problem. A major problem.
But the people that are not that are incompetent, they are with the way the labor laws are structured, they are protected. So even if you're not effective, they can't fire you. They can't get rid of you.
You know, they don't have Okay, you just have the executive. There's nothing like any people. Is there any way they can impeach their leader or remove the leader? You have to finish your tenure now, whether you are good or bad. And all of them, let me tell you, why are they struggling to become the leader? Because they know that the position is very juicy. They also use that one to get to negotiate their own whatever. By the time they leave that, how many labor leaders have become governors, have become ministers in Nigeria? So many of them. Ayochayu was a former labor leader now. You understand? The former, there is one other professor from this thing now. He was ASU president. He became a minister. So they use all those things, position to launch themselves into politics. What's the name of the present one now? Don't be surprised. By the time he want to become a governor of his state or he become a minister later.
Yeah, I heard that he has ambition to run for governor. Is it Imo State or something? Imo. He wants for Imo. He's from Imo, so he wants to run for. But
So they know is a pathway. Is a pathway, and it's not only an NLC. Even professional organization, MBA chairman, NMA chairman, all those positions, they use it. So I think the former NMA chairman of Nigeria he became a minister.
And the guy running for the one in Edo, right? I think it was the lawyer something. I don't know, MBA, right? Yeah, it was Akpata was a MBA chairman, right?
MBA chairman. So what are we talking about? So is there people that doesn't understand the terrain. If you really understand Nigeria, then you will not be shouting. You will not be shouting. Okay, look at what is happening. And there was a guy now, he said was the chief of staff of Amici or something like that, that he used to write, and that when he was the chief of staff to Amici, that they used to write the result of local government election. Now I think the guy is now maybe he's contesting or something like that. It is now that he's now talking when the thing want to work against him. But meanwhile, we are part of the perpetrator before. I don't know. I think the only thing that I don't know who can come and that can actually be so strong that people, the whole country will be able to support and be able to break the power of the cabals.
It cannot be in a democratic setting, unfortunately.
No, yeah, Babaki, thank you. Can never be in that democratic setting. Do you know that?
What was the question Remy just asked? He said,
not really.
It's me.
I mean, sorry, Simba. Sorry.
I said, where can we get that person that will be able to have that will and they will enjoy the backing of the whole Nigerians to break this cycle of cabals that are running the country?
The only level you can get that to happen is within state level. As far as the national level, not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. Because there's no way, I just don't see possible where the whole country can be on accord to back one person or anything like that. Because, dude, we're just not on the same page, man. And I will blame more on the Southerners. I'm telling you, because it's always been my dream where a day will come where we'll just stop this giving the other side reason not to want to be on your side. You understand? You know what I'm saying? Look at the way we interact. Whenever we are gathering with Southerners, what are we talking about? We are either blaming one of the other side, the people of the other side. We are not blaming like maybe individuals from there or leaders from there. We just say those people. You know, we the Southwest do it when we sit down and we're talking. We start bashing the Northerner, describing anyway. How can a Northerner hear you talk like that? One day want to be on the same side with you for anything? A average poor person will not, because he's going to hold that insult against you now. And the Southeasterners too, when they gather, They always either have propaganda about the Yorubas and nothing else. So if we continue with that mentality, that attitude, I don't even know what we are trying to achieve with that when we talk like that. I don't know what we are trying to achieve. So as long as we continue talking like that from generation to generation, we're giving each other a reason not to come together to do anything. You understand? To vote on one accord or anything, because we're just irritating one another by describing ourselves in very, negative propaganda, all those things. But what I noticed is Northerners don't do it. Their leaders may do it, their politicians do it, but whenever I see them gather talking, they don't do those things. They don't start saying, it's the Yorubas, they don't do that. That's why I have more respect for them. They don't do it. So that's why it's easier for them. Even if you look at the North, we can say Northeast. If we here will say the Northeast has never been president or something like that, or the marginalized. But you don't see one forum where Northeasterners are gathering, talking about how the Northwest is marginalizing them, and they are the problem of them. They don't do that. Even if they don't want to talk about it, the way they play their own politics, they do it in a more honest way. You understand? They either talk about the individual that they don't like. Even when Abacha was oppressing the Northwestern leader or arresting their leaders, the Northwestern at least start saying the Northeast people, because Abacha is from Kanuri now, he's from Northeast. They didn't start holding that what Abacha was doing against the old Northeastern people. Start talking.
Abacha is from Kano. Abacha is from Kano.
No, he's the Kanuri man. He's from.
No.
Abacha is the Kanuri man.
They claim Kwaro State. He was claiming Kano State.
Okay,
but he's a Kanuri. He's a Kano people. Kanuri.
We heard that story. Yes, you are right. You are right. People used to say.
But on national something, former something is a Kano man. Okay.
Who?
Basha is from Kano.
Sani Abacha?
Yes. He's from
But
Kano.
what tribe is he? What tribe is he?
I don't know, but
he's Kanuri now.
People used to say it's Kanuri, but it's claiming Kano.
Hey,
that's what he used.
Even his mark.
Which state? When you say it's a Kanuri, which state? Is it from Borno or Adama? Which state is it from?
I just know it's a Kanuri man. I'm not sure which exactly.
No, it's from Kano State.
I know the Kanuri
people. He said, okay, let me put it this way. He said he's from Kano State, so he claimed Kano State. At least in Nigeria, before you can do anything, you claim a state.
You know, Northerners, they all grew up all over.
He claimed Kano.
He maybe grew up. Even what's his name? Muntala, they would say he's from Kano, but his father is really from Auchi, So he wanted about North. Wherever he grew up, you say that's where he's from. But they still know which ethnic group belong. And I know he's a Kanuri person. He's a Kanuri man. Speak Kanuri, his wife, they talk, I know his story. I know he's a Kanuri man. So they don't do that. They don't, when they're having conversation, they don't do those. They don't have their conversation in a way where they just attack one other side, other region, or other something. That's why you don't see that
even North Central will not. They are not the three northern.
Exactly.
They don't do that.
They don't do that. They don't point finger at each other. That's why it's so easy for them to just be on one accord or to even pick one leader from the north. They don't. You never see them complain that how come the vice president coming from the northwest or not. They don't even complain. Like it's there that we're even finding out that we never had a northeastern president because the northerners had never complained or cry. But we in the south will just gather. At least if we are doing it sometime, I don't even have a problem. Like, okay, at least we are pointing out the obvious. But when we start making the propaganda, it's what really annoys me. So if we are having conversation like that, we are killing the chance of one day where we all at least want to be on one accord to vote for the right person. Because we're giving each other a reason not to want to vote on the same accord. Because if you already look at even the way obedience, most of them they give Tinubu a lot of followers from the Southwest. You know what I'm saying now? Because when they started campaigning, a lot of their pages more of anti-Southwest. I'm like, they push a lot. So I'm like, this mentality we have in the South of just attacking other region. That thing is killing the future of all of us coming together. Because to me, I feel like this democracy, we are lucky because we are in a position where we have that chance to be able to. It's like we have that chance, that power to be able to just put the right people in power with the people. We have that. We're in that opportunity because if Tinubu could do it, could wrestle power away from PDP, that means we the people can wrestle power away from most of this cabal, wherever they are, man. It's just a matter of election day. We all on one voice and we just get on the street saying, okay, this is what we want. Or even the people of Nigeria can just gather from different regions and say, okay, we know who are the best Nigerians. And we all have this movement, kind of like NSAS kind of movement, where it's not like protest to, but hashtag these are the people we want. Everybody.
But
You
Mike,
understand?
but Mike, some people, but some people that will join you in that fight will tell you that if we know we are fighting for change, but the person must come from my side.
That's what I'm saying. Why are we having that attitude?
That's the problem.
Babati, why are we having that attitude? Is okay when Northerners are coming together, we're not Arewa youth. Do you ever hear them saying who will become the person we want must come from Northeast or North Central or North? They don't do that now. Because they've never had that history of attacking each other. So they never even think about it. Like, okay, whoever is going to be the Arewa leader or whatever from the North, they never discuss which part of the North the person must come from because they don't have history of going after each other. But the reason why he always hit us from the start, like, oh, no, the guy must come from North and Southwest or Southeast or South, is because we have history of just attacking each other and propagandizing against each other. And so that we already irritating each other. So by the time we are coming together to do anything, we don't trust each other and we don't, we have this ego that will make us want to say the guy must come from my side, even if the guy is not even competent.
Mike, you do this okay,
Mike,
go ahead.
Okay, Mike, in addition to what you have said, one thing I don't like the Southerners about is that Southerners always feel they are superior more than the Northerners. They always
even against ourselves, we always think we are superior to ourselves.
No, I'm not talking about ourselves now. I'm not talking about an average Southerner. When they talk, you see the arrogancy.
The arrogance.
They'll be telling you, look at them, they are poor.
They are not civilized.
They are not civilized. I just wonder, are you kidding yourself? Kano is a metropolitan city. If you go and check all their state capital, good road, well laid out, well designed, or something like that. Although they might have more people out of school, but it doesn't mean that they are not educated. They have lawyers, they have doctors, they have accountants.
Yeah, exactly. They have all the civilized people they need to build a country now.
You just be talking that even people that are not as educated as them, they will just be talking that you just see a hand, just say they are rubbish. Why you talk this way?
And Remy, imagine, and it's like sometimes that's why I come here to sound like I defend them because to me I'm like, do you just because and one attitude we have? Remy, listen now. You know what attitude we have in Nigeria? Whenever they give us an inch, we take a mile. Like if a Nigerian insults you and you don't respond, they'll start pushing that insult another level to the point where it becomes normal. They don't even realize that they're insulting you again. They just insult you like it's normal. And when you respond, they look at you like, So the thing is, we come online, we insult the North, we talk anyhow, and because nobody from the North is coming to tell you that why you insulting me, it now becomes okay. It's an okay thing to do. You understand? So me and one man were arguing because he was coming here. I mean, why do I talk about the Igbo? And I asked him, like, do you realize you yourself and all of you said worse things about Northerners, but you think it's normal to just because the Northerner is not coming here to tell you that what you are saying is very disrespectful, you think it's okay. But if one of us now say the same kind of thing about a Southern tribe, we have a problem with that.
By the way, Mike, do not say, by the way, after insulting you, vote for my candidate in the next election. It doesn't say the best finish, but they also have to vote for you.
Like, yeah, they have to vote for me, exactly.
Yeah, you'll be like visiting us now.
We have used them finish. Oh man, the kind of mentality we have, man. We just need to change it. I'm sorry. Like the style we have been from Nigeria. I'm telling you, not enough.
Okay, Mike, let me even buttress what you just said now. Okay, you know that in the South that time we used to have the Western region and the Eastern region. All of a sudden, the Midwest started campaigning. No, they don't want to be part of the Western region. They created Midwest. And one of the reasons why even the so-called Biafra war was not successful was that the southern people, the Calabars, the Cross River and the rivers, they are not ready to follow the so-called Igbos.
They were the one that even started calling for their own state too. Now that's what led to the whole problem.
So
Whereas the North still remain one region, though. Why the South already trying to break into 4? We already broke into 3. We're trying to break into 4.
And that time the North was one.
They were still one. Exactly.
They were still one. Exactly. They were still one, and they are like times 3 or times 4 of the size of the southern region.
Look at us now. Look at our space in the south. Very small. The whole of Niger State is bigger than 4 states in the southwest. The whole of
all the crisis from the political crisis when the beginning, all was in the south. Just the south. We couldn't even come together to solve anything. Even Azikwe was the first to run to the north to go and team up with them against the southwest. So in the south, we want to start create civil war, defy country, turn the north into a very powerful region, politically and militarily. We create all our problems. When people cry about the northerners control our oil, who created the constitution that gave them the oil? Is it not a wrong thing that create that constitution saying everything go to the center? We create all our problems and then we sit down, we just bash northerners.
Mike, answer this question. I was reading a report recently. They are recruiting to the Nigerian police, Nigerian military. The figure that came out mostly are from the north central and the northwest and the northeast. When our people in the south, all of the south, none of them think about I want to join police. They don't want to join the military. They don't want to do anything. Now, just oppose it to the next 10 years. When these people now became your leader, you now be shouting, it's marginalization. How can this chief of army start come from the north? After that, come from the
Even, did you see the list of the, Remy, did you see the list of the student loan? The people that
yes,
apply for student
from the
loan?
north again. And it's from the north. And look at yesterday, they presented a check of almost 600 million to Bayero University for the student loan. And when we talk now, the certain people, they will start to talk.
No, they will say, because, Mike, sorry, the southern people, they were still skeptical. Maybe the thing will not work and they didn't apply. Now, conspiracy will start flying in now. The conspiracy will say, maybe they didn't apply. Even most of the people in the north, they favor them. That's why they're, when you did not apply.
What happened? Let me tell you what usually happened.
Online.
Yeah, exactly. The northern, maybe their senators, their political leader, whatever, they will have a meeting to see how they'll get their deal, what they want, and things like that. And they will meet with the president or meet with the government and debate, or just make sure they use the right channel. But we, the southern, will be online debating what we want. And and when we are even talking, all we are doing is propaganda, and we don't even hit the nail in the head. No, we just talk rubbish on the wrong channel. Rather than telling our senators and our whoever represent us to go there and fight for,
Mike,
we will sit online. I'll be doing shouting. We don't even in the same conversation while we're talking about that, we'll be talking about succession and other things that just they contradict.
That student loan quota was open to every Nigeria that visited that.
Remy.
They didn't apply. They were saying
when we raise it, I raise it, Remy, there was that student loan system was raised in one of our bigger platforms. It's a national platform for doctors where you see professors and all those. If you come and see what some professors are vomiting, especially the southern professors. One Eastern professor said, it's like, no, most of the people that they gave it to, they did not even apply. Can you imagine such a It's a lie. Can you imagine such a conspiracy that they did not apply, they just give it to them?
PhD holder.
Imagine.
Only one go. We won't go carry last on. I'm sorry to say that, okay? Because this is the portal that anybody can access. Everything was online. Our people will not do the right thing. They will be skeptical. They don't want to do it. And when the northern people, they don't make
at the time people are applying, we are still busy discussing it. It's not true. It's a lie. It's fake.
And they came out with the statistics.
Even if we apply, they will not give it. It's just propaganda. It's just then
Now they open a portal for immigration. Now immigration is recruiting now. They won't apply, and when it now come, they didn't take us. Did you apply? Did you try? No. You are complaining online. The same little.
No. One There's no money there.
If there's no money there,
long back.
if there's no money there, why do you have to come after so many years and you said they are also marginalizing you? Because this is what happened now. They are recruiting to the military and everything now. In the next 10 or 20 years, these people will now become your leader. And then you will be saying they are marginalizing you. Your people are not going there. They don't want to do it. What do you want to do? You graduate from the university. They ask you to become a teacher. You say you don't want. They want you to go to immigration. You say you don't want. They are choosing their people. Everything is excuses every now and then. I've seen that thing with most Yoruba people.
They wanted free money now. How much did they even say they should be paying people that are not working? It was not 200,000 in the demand. Everybody should be giving people.
Like they are giving them that kind of money in a foreign land too. On what do you call it, benefit.
No, I don't know the country where even in Saudi Arabia they don't give people unemployment money.
So sometimes when you look at the mindset of the southern people,
I heard the guy saying it online on the television that in Saudi Arabia they pay all their people that are not working 8,000. I don't know where he's getting that one from. People just conjure certain things and they will just be.
Just like their chief officer will be quoting fake statistics every now and then. So, and you know what? I discovered one thing, that most people, the social media is where they get their news. They don't even vet it. Anything they hear, they just believe it, just like that. They don't read, they don't even cross-check. Everything that comes out of it is just belief. And I discovered that, I'm sorry to say this, our people in the South, they became so lazy. They want quick money.
Remy, people don't care. Once you put out anything there, whether it's a lie or not, once it suits their narrative, you understand, they will fly with it.
Do you know that I have traveled all the way from Ibadan by road to Abuja to Kaduna, and I see the road in the northern part of Nigeria. They are very clear, well laid out, very big, because they have a big expanse of land. And when you come to the south, everything is just messy, very rowdy. How many states can you even
to the point Simba was raising earlier? You said I want service job, I want share bricklayer, and that they've been taken over by Togolese and Beninois.
Of course.
There's some jobs to that some Nigerians they prefer hiring Kenyans, not just bricklaying, just high-paying office executive job. They try, because I've been seeing that lately, like Kenyans,
yes, they are coming to Nigeria.
South Africans,
Ghanaians, even Ghanaians.
They prefer to hire them to manage their
because of trust. It's because of trust.
You can't blame them. At least if you put an average Nigerian there,
Nigerians these days are very difficult to trust, man. But even when I go Nigeria, the only people that always speak truth to me are people that practice traditional religion. I'm telling you, like when I go to Nigeria, the only people that practice, because when I talk to my traditional worshiper, I talk about I know they also Tony. Yeah. To what is song of me by okay, my lord, sorry. But what about all these rest of you guys, normal Nigerians? I don't even know how to trust you because it's so hard to trust them. Especially that Lagos. It's like that Lagos, everybody have become pathological. It's like because it's become sickness. Like that Lagos, every Lagosian need a rehabilitation. Because now they don't even know when they're lying anymore. They just be lying, thinking they're telling the truth. They don't know the difference between. It's like because
no, but like I'm telling you, mid-level, all those mid-level positions now. Is in some countries that VIA is like for some reasons. I see a lot of Kenyans, South Africans, Zimbabweans. Like, dude, really, where these guys come from? Like, yeah, they even spawn. They bring them in, They go they came and apply. They go there to recruit them from those countries and bring them over. So is it that bad?
No, I think you have to understand a lot of things we do now is more technological based. So and certifications and all those things matters now. in terms of hiring. You understand? It's global. It's a global thing. The global economy is not a technological based economy. You understand? It's a lot of technology. You can't just employ anybody to come and do those things. For example, if you start an IT company in Nigeria now, one big IT firm, you're gonna have to invite a lot of Indians to come in and work.
Yeah.
You understand? Because there's gonna be some level of knowledge that you just can't find any Nigerian that will have it.
Yeah.
So certain level of certification, you understand? Someone that's certifying this kind of thing, this programming, this. So the globe has, even America, they are importing workers now in some areas.
Yes.
So the technology has taken over. The workforce is no longer that pushing machine, pushing button, and using your hand and all those things. Experience and certification matters a lot.
What's important? But if your government is seeing what is going on, they should be. Let's start our people to catch up with these things. So if you are losing this kind of jobs to foreigners, that to fellow Africans, then we need to work on our people to train them to meet up with the requirements. I mean, that should be the logical next step. Because
they said they are going to change the secondary school.
Lagomelo. Yes,
in September. It's going to start in September.
But it's not. At least they have to do something. Are you not the one telling them to do something? They want to do something, and you say,
They want to change the curriculum. So
I'm saying the urgency is not there. It's like that, the need.
Let me tell you, Baba, it's not as if we don't have people that have these skills, though. But in a situation whereby is the work ethics, attitude. Do you understand what I'm saying? These billionaires, they are ready to sleep in the house where they are working.
Also productivity.
And they will do it with less stress for you. Even the quotation that they will give you, it won't be like the same quotation Nigerians. Our mouth is too big.
You know, even their design, this one going at Mori, they even design better.
Better, yes, now, yes.
They are better.
If you see, if they lay ties for you, you will not even see the margins. You will not see the margins. Our own is they will use this white cement. You see the gap between will not even align. You have this bad attitude, and then when you now say, okay, why did you do this? Is even ready to fight you over your money.
So inside the they are in demand. One prefer one to look as when it comes to designing people. One prefer one. They are actually good. They are really, really good.
But see, the truth must be told. These people, they went to vocational college, technical college like Nigeria, but they learned the trade very well. They learned the skill very well. But our home, they won't learn.
Remy, that's my point. Okay, Remy, they have those schools there. You want to build out those same schools in your own country and train your own people the same way.
Your people that don't want to go to technical college, because they said they don't want to go.
Do you have any that offer those skills training?
They do.
That actually we have people that are training these things now. Let me tell you, is the attitude. Okay, when you get a Nigerian and you get a billionaire and you compare the two of them, one, in terms of the work that they will do for you, the quality of the job, the way they relate with you, their attitude, you prefer to go for the billionaires.
And it's believe me. This guy was even giving us a demo. It was even giving us the layout of how he plans to do it. He gave us cost breakdown. Wow, very open.
Find a Nigerian that
very open. Like, okay, this is what we are doing. He gave us timeline. He gave us people that are going to work on it.
The first thing in Nigeria we do, the first thing that will come is okay.
But he then introduced us to the team members. He didn't say Ekobowa, no.
The only thing in the mind of the Nigerian is which my guy, I go also you.
Exactly. This guy is like this guy is rich. How much I can
I could chop him. Now that's the only thing in their mind. They're not thinking about quality work. They're not thinking about delivery. And they want chop. That's it.
Mike, maybe just me. I was so impressed. Like I want the team members. We actually paid them more just for the way bunch of conducted. I was so impressed. Just give them extra because I'm like, wow, really?
Nigerians always claim they know business well. So
Babachi, the way those guys see Nigerians, they see Nigeria like the way we see United States. the way they see we that we are in Nigeria, Nigerians will be
It's true,
crying,
especially
no
of those
work.
West Africans.
The way they see Nigeria, they come to Nigeria to come and work and make money and go back to their country.
There's a lot of
And
money in Nigeria
Nigerians,
now. Oh,
what are you
Nigeria
talking
now.
about?
Nigeria is all about. Nigeria is Nigeria is so rich. Like there's money. The only thing is just how to get the money. What people don't understand is that just because country has money doesn't mean the money will just come to you. You have to figure out how to tap into the money. All these oil revenue, all this money we are saying they are allocating to state. That money is there. It's just how distribution of the money. They're not going to be distributing money to people now for free. You have
Benin
to
Republic,
tap into the money.
where they
So
don't
people know that the
buy
money is there. Just have to figure out to make it. That's all.
I know, man. They have like a tent. No man, see. Just do the water.
That's what I'm telling you, that they will ship, they will be living there, and they will deliver on time.
So they will say, okay, food real, where to shower on my cooking, what they say with tent in what see. And they will give you, if they they gave us a deadline, they finished the day before.
I need those people's contact name because I want to start doing some projects.
Cement short yo, add the DS the same way it told us, the same way delivered. I'm like, wow.
I would need those people's contact, honestly, because there's so many things I want to build in Nigeria that I don't even know. I can't trust
Nigeria. Cement is short to let's show more.
You just have to hustle, you know. I'm my powerful.
And the water
you have seen a situation whereby you employ a carpenter. And you say, okay, this is the quantity of nail that you will use. They will not clean this thing. If it's too much, you know what they will do? They will start wasting it for you. If they are roofing your house, if you start picking nails that they will be dropping on the ground. In fact, that one will be enough to roof another house.
Simba, let the two enter. Let them say something. I think we have two people.
Mr. Remy, let me just add to your contribution. We had one tile project at Aoyaya after Lekki, before Ibeju Lekki. So it's a 2-floor tiling process. So we gave one floor to a Nigerian tiler. We gave another one to Benin tiler. We gave them 25% of workmanship. We've gotten all the material. You know, the following day, you know what the Nigerian man, what he said?
He's sick.
He said, he said, potential low sticky. Only one pon láti village. Wọ́n sọ para mommy òun ya.
Yeah,
and Nigerians are addicted to lie. And if you say you just lie for no reason, though, nobody say you really needed to lie.
Guys, whereas those guys, on camp, in fact, don't just on my jagon, on my rice, on my da, you know how they do in the like village something, want to support, want to dano, they deliver the job at the appropriate time. But in Nigeria, which go only village ni
He won't do the job on time because he want to hustle you at the end of the day. Ask for more. That's what's going to happen.
They don't respect you. They don't respect the job.
Yes, they are not serious. Your mother was feeling fine, was feeling well when you were negotiating to collect the money. But immediately you collected the money like this, you just present that bubble lie to us that your mother is not feeling well. That was why you couldn't show up.
Now look at what is panning out in Nigeria. You know that Umahi was practically begging Nigerian engineers and contractors to come and apply because recently he terminated some RCC and other people. He terminated their contract because those people, they are not doing the road very well sometimes. So it's practically begging Nigerian construction company to come and apply. They won't apply. It is one of those companies that
you know what I was saying to some people one time on one panel. They look at me like I was talking rubbish. I said, if Nigeria wants to advance, we need to do what America does. You create an immigration program, right, and start issuing visa to the countries where they have the most productive citizens, right, and you start providing
making money from it.
No. What you do is you create, come to Nigeria. There's opportunity.
Yes, yeah,
create this thing for them where when they come, they will establish. Now,
yeah.
you will now be screening those people that are interested in coming to Nigeria, and you start tapping into their best and just
Uh,
giving them
No,
visa
I agree
Mike,
with
to come
you.
what
and
my
work in
There's
Nigeria, to come and
mm,
hold on now, hold on. What you will go to countries that, and when I say country, I'm not talking about all these countries. Go to countries that are advanced, countries like India, China, or even North Korea, or wherever countries where you know that they technologically advanced. So now what you will have is those people will now bring those skills from their country and those knowledge, those ideas. They will not be your immigrant because that's what America does. Most of the people that advanced America, they were German immigrant and all these European. They were the one that brought the brain to America. Now it wasn't the American hillbillies. Now it
yeah,
was the. If you go and look, they were all these
what
Kissinger, all of them. Einstein, they were all
what
German immigrants. Now they just brought their
what you are
technology
saying,
from
what you are
engineering from
saying,
Germany. So what
what you
Nigeria
are
needs to do is do something like that.
what you are
So those
saying
people, when they bring it, and then Nigerians can now learn something new from them.
What you are saying is true. I remember there is one boy that worked with a Nigerian tobacco company in Ibadan. It's a British company. When you are at the toll gate by your right side, it's a very big factory like this. That boy is one British guy that trained him about laying of pipe and the rest. After that guy went back, they now gave that position to that boy. Now it's a big, is their foreman in that factory now, and he's collecting a huge. His salary is quite okay, close to about 400,000 a month. Another something, because
Remy,
yeah,
it's not that what Mike is saying. I don't think that's for me. I don't think that is necessary. It is not that end of. It's not at that end that we have issues. It's at the bottom scale. That
I
is
say
where we have.
Akim,
That
Akim,
that's where we have.
before,
Yeah, that's where we
before
have
you
problem.
continue, we have been looking for you before. All those allocations that your state are collecting in Edo, what are you using it for? You are collecting derivation, a lot of money.
Remy, I was hearing you asking
They're
Isaac
using it.
that question.
They are using it. They are using it to work.
Which work?
When Tinubu just approved 70,000 minimum wage, Edo's been paying it now for 2-3 months.
Are we talking about? I mean, your development. That is a huge money.
This is why I'm saying. Look, we are talking about unskilled workers that we don't have skilled laborers right now, right? The investment that Obaseki has made, a lot of them are built on a human development capacity. Go and look at the College of Agriculture that he built in Igoriahi, right? Well, it's almost like it's almost like a university standard. Before Obaseki came
Where
in,
is
Edo
that
State.
Isaac now? If Isaac is here and the other guy, maybe they
Hold on,
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Go before Obaseki became a governor, right? The state school of nursing was moribund. It was not functioning. The man brought it back, right? The Edo State Technical College, the main one that they know in Benin City, that school was down. It was the Dutch that built that school. They built one in Ibadan. They built one in Benin. The one in Benin had been taken over by grass. This man brought that school back to life. So when people keep talking, oh, he doesn't do the look for me. When people sometimes people don't realize they don't realize what they have until it's gone. When they now have a shit governor, they will then realize that wow, this man really did well. Look, people can complain that, or they can say, but those people who know what good governance is, who know what quality governance is, you can see that this man is doing the right thing. Go and look at the civil service in Edo State today. E-governance. There's nothing like paper trail. Oh, sign one file here. They transport the whole file from one. No, they have an onboarding system right now, whereby every governance official, government civil servant can log into it. You can access files and everything. The man has transformed the civil service sector in Edo State. Go and look at the secretariat. The secretariat that Ogbemudia built many years ago got burned by fire, or several governors have abandoned that project, that building there. That look, if you know where they call Saple Road, as soon as you enter Saple Road, you drive forward, you see about 4 different high-rise buildings. Those buildings, they've been there many years. They were abandoned. This man came in, he looked at it and said, "Listen, instead of us to be renting
Isaac,
property."
let me support you a little bit. Remy, I always ask that question in the South Side that people don't owe their governors, don't go after their governors. To be fair with you, Edo State and River State. They are known in that Nigeria. There are people that are known to always go after their governor. They always go after their governor. If you even go on social media, you see Edo channels where they are talking about their state politics, and you'll be hearing that name. They are attacking their governor, like really putting pressure on their governor to perform. If there's one people I know that does that go after their governor, is Edo and Rivers. Maybe if you're talking about Bayelsa and Delta, those ones I don't hear them talk anything about their governors and things like that. Those ones are always joining the Biafra, talking about federal government and all those stuff. But you hardly see Edo people or Rivers when they are discussing their politics, talking about the center. They are usually talking about their state politics, and they are always going after their governor. Is that they are putting pressure on Wike, or they are putting pressure on Obaseki? You know, let's be fair with that. Those two states in the south, they put a lot of pressure on their governor. To be honest.
Okay, Akim, talk more about before Remy ask you the question. What you want to say about the?
Yeah, so basically what I was saying is that, you see, at the bottom scale, this is where we have problem. Okay, this is one of the things that I personally will notice if you go to Edo State now, because I don't visit many other states in Nigeria. So I remember when we were growing up as kids, right? School hours. When it's school hours, if you miss school one day, like, you will feel it. Because when you go outside, everywhere will be empty. You have basically nobody out there. Everywhere you will know that these are school hours. But these days, go out there, school hour. You don't even know when it's a school hour and when it's not a school hour. There will be kids everywhere. There will be children everywhere. You know, like the thing has become so, like, you go there, you see a lot of all these young Nigerians on the street. Like, they're basically not productive anymore. You like, okay, I paid somebody to do a kitchen cabinet, right? I won't like, it's been like, I had to shout and insult the hell out of this guy. It's been over 1 month now. 1 month. Kitchen cabinet is not even halfway done. 1 month. It's raining sir, gas already just before. Like, it's a job you are doing inside house or not outside. People that, what if you complain, what about those boys that are doing plastering, that are doing outside work? What do you want them to say? 1 month, somebody just collect money. The other day, my sister was doing, this outdoors. The weather guy that was doing the door, he sent a video to my sister. This is him. Madam, you see, if we don't paint this place finish now, as he's talking, there's a bottle of beer in his hand in the morning at work. He has a bottle of beer in his hand in the morning at work.
Akim, what you just said there, few days ago, I'm talking about what happened in Nigeria. I was passing early in the morning, that would be around 10 or 11 a.m. in the morning, and I saw a lot of people in beer parlor drinking beer. I was asking, is it the same country that people are saying that people are dying of hunger? Is beer food? Okay, look at that guy now. How much is he going to make that is already? How much do you think that a bottle of beer costs in Nigeria now?
He's already compromising the job already, and he still hold beer. Look, I told my sister, I said, look at the person you give work to. Look at him. Like, he will send the video that he sent. He say, madam, after this one, we'll not spray this with one bottle of beer. I say, what kind of idiot is it? Which kind of human? If you see those Cotonou boys, their own are cheaper and they do it better. Like, they don't have time. They come there, they stay there, they're like travelers. They go there, like, within how many days they finish their job, they're on to the next one. They even, I'm not even sure they have houses. They sleep from site to site. Okay, and they do the job. They do it neatly and perfectly. You don't have no issue. This guy
that you're talking about now, Akim, probably will have finished the money before he finished the work. He will have finished the money.
Not probably. He finished the money before he finished the work. I'm telling you, he finished the money.
They will even have the nerve to be asking for extra to add more money. Cement is not enough. The sand, we did not know. They have stolen their own portion. They will even use the cement. They will now mix some nonsense. Like what kind of qualities? They don't put it for decking. They will be putting that backhoe super bag. They will be shocking it in the middle of the decking.
Hold on.
Criminal. In fact, no. They will tell you that if you are building house, when it comes to decking, you must be there to watch. What I'm paying you for a service, why must I be on site to be watching you again? What's the point of me hiring you? If I have to be there to supervise you, what am I hiring you for?
But one even did. I'll tell you what one guy did, right? I think that one was in my sister's side. That this guy, my sister said, oh, they should bring cement to. They go and buy cement, 70 bags of cement. So this guy, because nobody was there to supervise the delivery of the cement, this guy took about 30 bags out of it. He then went around, picked empty bag of cement that was on the side, and that start filling it with sand, right? And then arranged the whole thing like a full loaded bag of cement with those ones that there was cement. After he had taken 30 bag out of it. So when my younger sister got there, so she said, okay, she wanted to count them. She started counting 1, 2, 3. So it's like she couldn't see one properly. Let me turn this one, and then everything was sand inside. That the old sand fell out. Then they started counting the bag of cement that was refilled with sand. It was 30 bags. It was 30 bags of cement.
That's the fault of a leader. That's the fault of a leader again. No.
They will not.
So
Simba. So how can maybe just me? They tell me, okay, if you want to build, when they are doing the foundation and decking, you must be there as the owner. So I'm like, so Kini, what's the point of me? You see what I'm saying? The trust deficit is told them, and these foreigners will come in and they will even send you updates. We are feeling that they will give you the sample. This is what we are feeling. They give you updates.
No, but if you're not even there, if you're not even there, you'll be lucky that house don't collapse. That's the truth. If you're not there, you'll be lucky if that house don't collapse. You see where they will put 12 rod, they can put 8 rod inside there. Where they're supposed to use 10 bag, they will use like 6 bag. If you're not there, if you're not careful, that house will go down. These people, they are so heartless.
I engage a bricklayer. This one happened about maybe 14, 15 years ago. This guy has a block making industry. He was using my cement to be making block in his factory. He would take out of my own cement for my own, and it was a bricklayer. I employ him to work for me, so he will be taking my own cement to go and make block to sell.
If you're the one, if you're not careful, you know where they'll kill you: wiring and roofing. Wiring and roofing, those two places. If you're not careful, you are a goner. It's really wiring. You see, those Nigerian commercial wires and Davis Star wires, like they are so expensive. They are very expensive wires. If you see their quotation, they will overquote. They will overquote wires for you as if they want to wire an estate. If you just mistakenly just buy that thing like that, you've lost a lot of money. They will steal all your wires inside. They will steal all of them because those wires, one 10 commercial wire is like almost 200,000 for a coil. So if you're not careful, they'll ask you to just buy 5 or 6 coils. Meanwhile, they needed only 1 or 2. That's all. So imagine somebody who just came to wire your house is going to just stealing wires. Is going to probably raise anything up to 800,000.
But why the Nigerian artisans believe that they can't make money from their charges? They can only make money from giving you. And it's not only to all these artisans, even mechanic. You go to a mechanic, what is not spoiled in your car, we say it has spoiled. They will not still buy. Even when they buy a new one, they will not even install it. I don't know what is the problem.
The problem is I told people when they say there's hunger in the land, I said no, there's no hunger in the land. People need to stop this nonsense. They say Nigeria have unemployment rate of 30-something%. It's nonsense. Look, there's no country where you have unemployment rate of 30-something%. Do you know what you're talking about? You're talking about working age people in your country. A third of them don't have a job. In a nation that does not have any welfare system, that country will go down. I'm telling you right now, no matter how empathetic they are, that country will go down. No country where you have that level of unemployment. What you need to understand is the system that we have. A lot of those people in the marketplaces that go to sell tomatoes, how many of them are captured as employed people or as self-employed people? Zero, probably zero of them are captured as employed or unemployed people. But these people make earnings. All those bricklayers that come to your site to work, all those laborers that come to your site to work, these
The
people get
guy
like
that is
10,000.
driving Uber, who capture him, that is driving Uber along this on the
Nobody
road,
captured. Nobody. With this, a lot of these people are not captured in the employment or self-employed
and they are making a hell of money. Let me give for example. I took one in Abuja, and the guy from where he took me from the airport to the hotel, then the following day took me from that hotel back to the airport, and he collected 60K. Not the whole journey. The whole journey is not up to 1 hour, to and fro.
So
you understand what I'm saying?
60K.
He probably will not use up to 5,000 naira fuel.
Yeah, so when people come and say, "Oh no, unemployment is 30-something%," it's nonsense. It's not true. It's just that if the system properly capture those people who make earnings who are not captured, you will see that Nigerian unemployment is not even double digit. If it goes double digit,
for if you're building, why can't they make it? I mean, I'm sure it's a law. Maybe they're not following it. Like, you must have proper certification to even embark on construction at any level. You cannot just say,
that doesn't work like that, man. You are talking, man. It doesn't work like that. How many people have said?
The way it's supposed to be. So I'm saying.
Yeah, we know, but it doesn't work.
All those your local government councils in charge in some area, they can enforce this.
You know why? BT is already happening. Let me give you for example now. In Nigeria now, if you need somebody to clean your house, there are companies now that you can call. They will be the one that will supply the people that will come and clean your house. You can leave it for them. If anything is missing in that house, it's the company that you sue. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I think it's coming up, because this one that you are just employ individual that does not have any means where you can actually charge them or arrest them or do anything to them. I think the thing very soon, people will start getting organized for them to get work, so that at least you have maybe, and those are the areas that you can, people that even educated can venture to. You can call all these artisans, group them together. You have a company and you're making use of them, and you be the one getting the job and just be using them.
They'll frustrate the hell out of you, man. They'll frustrate the hell out of you. Trust me. It's not like it makes sense, but they'll frustrate the hell out of you.
How would they do it? If anyone is not ready to cooperate, then you start and get another person. You pay them salary.
How easy it is to get another person. Have you not, like, some people will say, look, I cannot find people to come and work with me. It's hard to, like, it's hard,
true.
it's not easy,
yes. Because people are not even learning those things again. They are not learning it.
No, these guys just want to drive those Lexus and all those things. They don't have time for all those things you're talking about now. They don't have time. Look, even when I was still in the unit back home, like when school breaks like this, I go home. I still go to site to earn some money, do some labor work, on the side. I was doing that. But
that was I think what you are saying, that was a day one guy came here. He said, "It's our generation that's for." I said, "Which generation are you talking about? Which our own generation that will struggle for everything?" I used to tell them, they thought, I don't even know who was feeding them with that false information that, okay, one generation really enjoy as if they are giving. People struggle. Even now, their own generation is even enjoying better than what we enjoy.
Yeah, imagine people are going to get student loan now.
Maybe BT did not attend university. My own university, when we were in the university, there was no bank on the university campus. How many students even have a bank account? How do you even have a bank? How will you have access to your money the bank was not online?
You take your
money. All the money that you have to be inside your pocket.
Of course, you have to take your money you have to take your money with you.
Now you can even call your parent that, okay, my money was finished. Okay, I will send money to your account. You have to travel if your money finished. Because there's no way the money can get to you. You cannot even call. You can't call.
You cannot call. You have to take a bus back to home. Because you know, when you go to school, you have to reserve your transport fare. Whatever you do, you reserve your transport fare that will take you back. You have to reserve it. If not, you are in trouble. So you reserve your transport. As soon as you're down, you take your bus. So you're gone home. When they see you, this is how it happens. When they say, you come, you don't come, you say yes. You say yes, I don't come. But the money is finished. Oh, say, okay.
Money is finished. But now you can cry on phone and they say, okay, don't worry. I will send so amount to your account now. Easy fool. I don't know. They are spoiled. They are spoiled. Believe me.
People, the problem is just people. We don't want to see the little progress that we have made as a nation. We just want to see what is wrong. And what we don't understand is that the more we go out there to continue to bash the country, to criticize the country, to condemn the country, whatever negative image you put out there, it's hard to repair. It's okay. Hold the people accountable.
What I think what they don't understand is that whatever, if you are rubbishing your country, you are rubbishing yourself.
Of course,
because that's the same. That was I think I mentioned it before. There was a time I was having a discussion with some Egyptians, and a colleague of mine who's in Nigeria was also there. And you see what this guy was saying about Nigeria. I said, okay, what do you stand to gain by telling these people that this is what is happening in your country?
Nothing.
Don't you know that that's the way they be looking at you, that this guy is just from a useless country? It's you that is going to affect. It's not good. Nigeria is not a Nigeria as a country. It's not a living thing.
No, even the people that you are thinking you want to even destroy it does not affect them. A lot of them have diplomatic passport. This is what you need to understand.
Exactly.
A lot of these people they carry diplomatic passport.
Because they don't understand the impact it has on them. Because the same person will not complain that at the airport is being. Those people, they are reading your tweet, they are watching your YouTube videos, they are listening to what you're saying online about your own country. So, man,
look, you can look. You walk in the same place with other African country people, right? And these countries, you know that, look, if your country is good, if it's that good, you will not be here hustling just the way I'm hustling, right? And then if you ask them, like, oh, how's your country? Oh, it's very lovely, it's very nice. Oh, it's a good place you can go and visit. This is what they will tell you, right? A Nigerian person will say, hey, Nigeria is before you say how's Nigeria, they will tell you kidnapping, they will tell you this, they will tell you all sorts of trash.
There's a video of a Oyinbo guy in Lagos. It's a video, he was just touring Lagos, the beautiful side of Lagos. He was walking around the streets, the Ikoyi. He was just talking, blah, 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 blah. So he saw some guys on the road just selling stuff in that posh area. And he said, so what do you think about this place? They were from some part of let me see where they are from in the country. You can your guess as good as mine. Oga, look at all the bad roads. Look at they said that the guy just said, just tell me about your country, and he just went outside from there. He just look at all these two roads. My guy, this guy is there to just promote your country. He's showing people. The guy did not show Ajegunle. He came to VI to make it look like Nigeria is the greatest thing. He's promoting your country indirectly. But you, just because it's Oyinbo now, you want to badmouth some tribe in Nigeria. You went off course. I'm like,
no, maybe they thought that maybe the guy will take them to his own country now. Maybe by the time he say, they go and seek asylum.
It's just. I think for me, one of the things that this government needs to do, right? I don't know if you guys have it in your side. There's what you call citizens advising offices, or citizen information offices. So if you need certain information about certain things, they have offices in every council's area where you can go to and just say, okay, oh, this is what. Then those people with their workers there who are trained on certain information, so they will tell you, oh, this is what you need to do, this is what you can do, this is what you should do, this is how you should go. So I think these things, government need to invest some money in it and create these offices across the country, so that they will look for a way to be informing our people of certain things. I feel like a lot of our people, I heard somebody talk about the application for student loan and stuff, and how it's been already in favor of one region already. I think the problem with a lot of our people is that they don't seek information. They do not seek information. You say something on this channel now, somebody will just run with it, right? Somebody will just take it for gospel. Whether you have your own agenda, they don't want to care. In some cases, if your own narration just suits their own position,
I'm with you, but after the election, no disrespect to anybody, but how did we come to the point where Somalians are not coming to discuss Nigeria with us on our platform? How did we get there?
Yeah, that is where we are now.
How did
that is where we are?
Somalia, like Somalia, some country that nobody's even heard of.
That is where we.
And gets back.
Is where we are now.
The thief. I think, who the hell are you? Who even brought you here? Like, and you know where they got those news stories from. You know how we got here. So
Baba T, we are a nation, right? One and only nation that is known to build a city from scratch and a state from scratch. Abuja was non-existent, right?
I saw that documentary.
It's not been done anywhere in Africa.
I was impressed. The guy said it's one of those big time. He said in the world, Abuja is probably one of the most successful time where somebody moves the capital and it's been successful. Abuja is like number one. I'm like, wow. In the world,
with the same Nigeria did it.
Most of the country that did that is not people still don't know. Okay, let me give you for example, Cote d'Ivoire. Abidjan is not the capital of Cote d'Ivoire. So how many people know the capital of Cote d'Ivoire?
No, you remember there was a day this guy Uptown was saying here that when they hosted the Nature's Cup. As I went to Abidjan, look at the road. I was like, what is this guy talking about now? What are you talking about? Like, okay, you mean that place now is better than Abuja or what? Is like, come on, man. Like, come on, are we for real?
The way they do it, that every other place is better except Nigeria. That's it now. That's what they are propagating.
Like there are places you go to in Lagos that you will hardly find somewhere that will beat that place in the whole of West Africa. Like
okay. Akim, let me bust your bubble. A friend of mine was telling me that his mother was sick in Ghana, and they could not get a hospital to take this woman. He said they went to the biggest governmental hospital and they said that there was no space. They were looking for private hospital to go. They said those private hospitals will only open at 8 a.m. in the morning. And these are the country that some people will come and say, this is the country. I said, that will never happen in Nigeria unless you don't have the money. You can see that.
I think a lot
somebody
of people,
will be sick and there is no hospital and there is no hospital to go.
A lot of people, they just take their frustration, they hammer it. Oh, Nigeria will happen to you. Look, listen.
No, they will say, yeah, they have light. They will say they have light now. They will say they have light.
When crime happen to somebody, they'll say Nigeria has happened to him. No, there's no way where there's no crime. You know, there's no way where you cannot become victim of crime.
I don't even know what you people discuss when that thing happened to Trump. Imagine that what happened to Trump happened to somebody in Nigeria. Hey, God, dude.
So it was only in Nigeria.
Only in Nigeria. That's what I was only in Nigeria. Like people need to get. They need to. Once an election comes,
you know, this is why. Before it used to be the South, the Biafrans that that used to do it, but now you have the Yorubas even joining them. Like some people from South Side. I'm like, dude, you guys. At least those ones, the South now we know their agenda. They just want Biafra, so they have to. You find everything to destroy Nigeria so they can have their so-called Biafra that's not coming, that doesn't exist. At least those ones we feel they are raising. But then the after Southwestern are joining them, doing that rubbish. I'm like, what is your problem? They'll just be
No, look, Mike. Even those ones that call for Biafra, those individuals that will say Biafra, by the time you start telling them, okay, look, it's no problem. Look, this is Biafra. They will then change their mind. Say, no, some part of Delta is Biafra, some part of Edo is Biafra. They'll start claiming other people's land as well. Come on, man. What do you want? Do you want just your own land, or do you want to go on land grabbing expedition? You want to start stealing people's land? I don't understand. If you want Biafra, you can look. There's a map already where it is. Stop taking other people's land. No, in that place, some people their name is Chukudi. It doesn't matter. Okay, just because somebody is called Chukudi in one land doesn't mean that land belongs to a certain group of people. It doesn't work like that. Okay,
No,
so
no. Akim, you are making mistake. They are following their father in Amdekano. He said anywhere they are tying two rapper is Biafra land.
But where is the evidence? Just because you say it doesn't mean it's true now. You can say anything, but it doesn't mean it's true.
But you follow him now. They said, what is a clone? It has been dead and
because
buried
they speak Yoruba because they speak Yoruba in some part of a Benin Republic now. Then you go and claim it to say it's Yoruba land. What kind of talking?
That was the example I gave to Jewel 2 days ago. That was it yesterday or 2 days ago that I said, okay, all this rubbish that you are talking about. Yorubas can say we have Yorubas in Kwara, we have Yorubas in Kogi. Will somebody even mention Benin Republic, even the extension to Ghana? So what can you say?
We have Yoruba in Brazil.
Yeah, it's Yoruba land. Go and claim it.
Why don't you go and claim them in Brazil?
Yeah, go and claim Brazil. Say Brazil.
All the Hausas that spread all over Africa. Hausas, we have Hausas in Mauritania.
Babati, let me make you laugh, right? Somebody was talking. They have to start giving vote. Let diasporans to vote. Let diasporans to vote. Look, because the reason why they don't allow diasporans to vote because they know all those northern vote. They start looking at them as I said. Look, you realize that if you bring that diaspora vote, Niger Republic, Chad, there will be diaspora. They become diasporas, you know. They become diasporans.
Miley self will vote. Miley will vote.
These people sometimes they don't even know what they're talking about.
Yeah, but the same thing can be said to happen with Benin and Cameroon, Benin Republic.
Yeah, of course, to Nigeria, they all become diasporans. This is the risk that face that diasporans vote because you're not going to just restrict it to. You're not going to just restrict it to Europe.
Nigerian passport now, though you can't just
forget that one.
You don't have.
You know what?
Can get Nigerian passport.
Even Nigeria, how many Nigerians have Nigerian passport?
When have you needed Nigerian passport? When have you needed Nigerian passport to vote to Nigeria? Which country asked for passport to NIN? NIN is what? To get NIN is what again? To get NIN is not to go to shop there and register yourself.
You have to have identification now to get NIN.
No, just go. How do you get your passport? You go and say you're from Nigeria. You speak the language. You go to the court affidavit. But if I'm a Fulani man and I speak the language, if I go to North, what's different between me and the guy there? They can't tell now. That's the point.
I think you are making it sound as if anybody can just become a Nigerian. I don't think that's what happens.
It's not that difficult to.
I'm telling you, especially in their, especially those Niger and Chad, they speak almost the same language as those Northerners. What are you going to do?
Yeah, but you have.
They look the same. They speak the same language. They are married to each other. They have in-laws. Okay, look at Look at Sokoto. They said in Sokoto, more than half of people that live in Sokoto are married to people that it's so linked. Sokoto and Niger, they're so linked to each other. They're all married. So if you're in
the whole country will be voting in Nigeria election. Trust me.
Let's be careful.
It's not only even in the south; it is in the northern region. Look at all our borders. You know, all these are borders, the artificial borders. If you look at even go to Cross River State, the people in Cross River State, they were bordering Cameroon. They are the same with the people with the Ambazonia, whatever Cameroon. They speak the same language. They are related. They have the same same language, the same culture, everything. So how is it difficult for such a person to come and get Nigeria? There was a time this guy now, this Mike's friend, what is his name, sir? This Cameroonian that used to come on this platform. Jude. You know, he said he has some family that he bought a land in Cross River State. Remember that time, Mike?
Yeah. Don't mind you.
No, when I told them everybody just
Well,
quiet. I said be
the
careful
problem that
be
we have
careful
is
what you
that
wish for.
we cannot be talking about looking at all those Europeans where they know they have a demarcated border, US and this, and then want to use what they are doing and then you say you should replicate in Nigeria. It's not possible.
I said be careful what you wish for. Don't go and wish for something, then you start regretting it later.
If you dare do that, just give the North the power to rule Nigeria forever. That's
Yeah,
what
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you because you'll be surprised because you cannot say if you have to live in America or Germany before you can be entitled. No, diaspora is diaspora. Niger Republic will be diaspora. Chad will be diaspora. All of
The
those
Igbo
countries
people
will
in
become
Lagos,
diaspora.
they are in Benin Republic. The Yewas in Ogun State, they are in Benin Republic. Same people, same language, same culture.
So even Cotonou, they are Yoruba. They come and
Uh-huh.
that's it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but to be fair, most this thing like the Hausas in Nigeria tend to stay in Nigeria more than the other groups, isn't it? Because
that is not true.
No. Apart from that, we're talking about diaspora and voting.
I guess
Okay, no, you are talking. No, he's talking about a different thing now. Maybe he's talking about people that travel more.
Yeah, in terms of traveling
They
overseas.
travel, but they don't travel to the west that much.
No, we're not even talking about. We're talking about a situation whereby those people in Niger Republic, those who are not even Nigerians originally, who are in Niger Republic, can just walk into a Nigerian embassy and cast a vote in a Nigerian election. This is what we're trying to explain. They could just walk because that is how you're going to do the diaspora voting. Sometimes you go to your embassy to submit your votes. These people could just walk into a Nigerian embassy and cast a vote. And what are you going to do? You couldn't tell them they are not Nigerian?
They're going to only impact certain states in the north. They're not going to impact the other states.
In a presidential election where all the numbers come together, look, in a presidential election where all the number comes together as one block of vote, if they could have easily had 5 million votes into on top of whatever you have, what are you going to do?
It's only going to, in terms of, it's the states that matter the most in terms of presidential election. So if they impact maybe the northern bordering states the most, it's not going to, because if most of them are not going to say they are from Benue or from Jos, they are going to be saying
No, they will tell you Kano, Sokoto, Kaduna, they will tell you Katsina, they will tell you all of those places. So what I'm trying to explain to you now is that if within 7 northern states or 6 northern states we add additional 5 million votes to a presidential election, how are you going to win that election?
Because the southern states have maybe even more that is going to come from there.
More where?
From overseas.
Overseas where?
The
Stop
ones that
lying
left,
to yourself.
the ones that left Nigeria last year.
How many overseas?
The UK alone,
the UK alone, people that are going to do care work, that are going to do 12-hour shift, is that the person that want to go vote for you?
Nigeria will be the only one voting now. Nigeria doesn't have a job.
Okay, fine. If you want to argue that they may not vote, but the UK alone had about 150,000 coming last year.
Okay.
So imagine
what kind of talk is that? How can you say 150,000 Nigerians went to UK last year alone?
Yes, you didn't know.
Oh my God.
Okay, you think if they, let me be honest with you, I live in America here. Now, if they give us an opportunity to vote, I will not even have time. I'm not going to. Let's be honest, we're not going to vote. See, Thomas is not going to vote in Australia for any Nigerian. Let's be honest. Nobody has
150,000 Nigerians went to. Hold on. I'm sorry. Before you continue.
He said
150,000 Nigerians went to UK last year. That means it's like
he just opened his mouth. He just opened his mouth and said 150
per month.
150,000. 150,000 Nigerians went to UK last year.
That would be over 10,000 per month.
Okay. Let's clarify.
Which airline they carry 10,000 Nigerians per month?
Clarify, please. Can
the embassy even issue 10,000 visas per month?
No, clarify, please. Clarify, please. You mean first time, people that are just...
Yeah, first time.
Abba. To Nigeria. I don't need that for a while, man. No one is saying more ridiculous things online after Nigeria. I'm telling you.
It's 100. You just open your mouth and say that word, and you just say it with clear eye.
The precise number now before you guys can say. Okay, so
this way they talk on that channel where you host. I don't want to say the name. That's what they will do there. They will just be saying all kinds of ridiculous.
In fact, they owe you.
They won't challenge each other. But you can't come here and bring the same mentality, my brother.
Mike, they control UK now. Okay. very soon we start hearing that they even run the place. Go ahead.
See, you guys don't know. I'm just trying to get the figures that came into the UK last year. And then I immigrated to the UK to study.
Give
This one,
us
okay,
the
see,
numbers.
the one that immigrated to study, they say 60,000 just to study alone. Then let's see what the others, this thing, 60,000 alone just to study. Okay, I think 141,000. I can see it here. You want me to give you the number? 141,000 Nigerians last year. I'm telling you. I think I'm joking.
Tunaja, where did you read that from? Where did you read it from?
From ons.gov.uk. That's UK government website.
What ONS?
Let me send you the link.
So
Office of National Statistics.
Tunaja, hold on. Students are not counted as part of immigrants. Do you know that?
I don't know. This number, they didn't say that they are immigrants. They just said Nigerians that came into the UK, emigrated to the UK last year was 141,000.
That is when you say emigrated. When you say emigrated, is the means you say they are immigrant. Where students are not counted, even in the UK immigration website.
Hold on now. If you count all of them, then we are talking about 200,000.
So what website is ons.gov.uk? What website is that?
Office of National Statistics of the
.gov.uk.
Yes.
So those numbers are not correct.
Okay.
There's no way 141,000.
You're counting it for them now. Eh?
No, there's no way 141,000 Nigerians went to UK last year.
It's because you don't know what is happening in your country. I'm telling you, it is true because I've seen the Nigerians that came from Nigeria.
So if you see the ones, so you saw 141,000 Nigerians.
Akim, hold on. Here's the point. You can have 20,000. They will still not match the influence, the power, the voting bloc of those West African countries. I don't care how many people you have in the US, Canada, or the UK. The North will still have the political advantage over you if you want to go that route. And by the way, let me say it again. Those people that you're mentioning, they will not vote. They don't have that time. They're not going to go line up somewhere at the embassy to vote for anybody. And
depends on the candidate. Depends on the candidate. Whether they think
like who? No, say the name now. No, give us the name so we can just save the time. See, let's take the BS. Who are you? People be like that. Just go there already. Don't I'm going to go to.
You want me to give you the name? You want me to give you the name?
No, just say it now. That's what you Hold on now. Hold on. I'm going to fly to New York to go and vote for Peter B.
Oh my God! I don't know why you guys get so triggered by Peter B. And so. I see. Point is that it doesn't matter. It could be somebody new.
What's going on?
I'm
hearing that a lot of you obedience are not shifting behind the show right now because you guys.
No,
obedience are not shifting behind the
Showore has not earned his stripes. He really needs to run for an office.
He has not earned his stripes.
Yeah.
What did you run for? What did you run for?
Did I say I want to be president? What are you talking about?
Yeah, not earned it, right?
It's just Babati. It's just excuse. It's the excuse that you hear from this quarter. Showore has not done anything yet. Showore has not done anything yet.
For local government chairman, and if he wins it, then people will see what he can do with power.
After they will tell you, oh, Showore should partner with Obi. Do you know why they ask that? Why they are asking Showore to partner with Obi? I'll give you the truth. The real reason why they ask you, because they know Obi-Wan is a coward. He cannot go on the street and carry placard. Exactly. They know Showore will do the dirty work, and the man is fearless. So they're looking for that person who will spearhead those dirty jobs for them. Exactly. That is the only reason why they ask for him to partner with Obi. No any other reason. Not any other reason.
How do you
because
know that,
a man that
will do the dirty work. We know
do you think Showore will get 6.something million votes in Nigeria and that country would not rock? That people will not go on the street. Showore will not carry placard and be in front of a INEC. You think Showore will get 6.1 million votes in that election? And it will just go and see that, don't talk, don't do anything. Just we will win in court. We will win this. We will do this.
I come with those
What is wrong with you?
stupidness.
Do you want him to set fire on the streets? People like
It's not set fire. The man is a
people like
coward.
Mike
Call it
will
what
be
it is.
choking on his wine right now. If that was the case, Mike would like
Sure, that first election, that 2019 election, when Sure lost, he called for
yeah,
days of rage.
Yeah, they know
If it
the
was Obi
man. They
that
know
did
what
that,
they know what when they tell you, oh, it should come apart. It's a lie. They are looking for these guys. Are a lot of them are cowards,
you see
man.
what Mike is
they
doing
they
now.
want to use you already.
No,
That's the game, you know.
Mike, when Showore called for day of rage, were you upset with him for doing
When,
that?
when what?
When Showore called for a day of rage, did you question why
I
he?
question. Ask anybody on this platform. I'm telling you, that's when I turn against him. Like you can't run for election, lose, and then call for revolution. That's where
Oh,
I will turn
are
against
you
him on that.
sure?
Ask anybody.
Okay, if you are saying that, then
You
you are
can't lose the election and then call for. What are
Yeah,
you saying? So we should come and
once
burn
you've
down the
lost,
country and make you the president?
once you lost, you lost. You have to
Once
wait
you
for
lost,
another
you
4
lost.
years. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. This is what I'm saying. Well, the thing with our people is that they just take it so personal. Oh, some people are being marginalized. Okay, nobody's marginalized. Every Nigerians are marginalized. Okay, nowhere where you go in Nigeria.
To be fair, their followers also want them most of the time to fight, at least go to court to confirm whether they actually lost. You see what I mean? So
They did went to court, and the court said they lost. What else what else is it again?
yeah, I guess their job is to make sure that the election they cannot be cheated next time.
What
So
were they cheated in the first time? They lost.
if they believe that they were cheated,
progressive, how ridiculous they even treated Obi. They mentioned Obi's name once at the Supreme Court. They don't even regard him. The judge
oh my
just
God,
they just
Thomas,
throw the case like like they are throwing something in the bin.
I have
Oh,
the I have the
25%
when
FCT,
I didn't mention
25%
Tinubu,
FCT,
I have the
25% FCT,
I have the question
25%
for
FCT. Like,
I have the question for Tunanja, the great Obi
Mhm.
defender. Why is it that in the 8 years of Peter Obi as governor, he only conducted the LG council election 3 months to the end of his second term? Why didn't he conduct elections for 7 years, 6 months? Why didn't he conduct
7 years, 9 months? Oh, 2 months, 1, 2, 3 months. 7 years, 9 months.
7 years, 9 months. Why did he wait 3 months to the end of the time to collect
I
election?
think it's very interesting that P2B comes across as.
Don't answer the question. Don't.
I'm answering it now. I'm trying to answer it. I think P2B comes across as if he's a benign candidate. He doesn't ruffle feathers, but I think when he gets into office, he can be quite strident, and I think that is a sign of what I'm talking about. That he is also a kind of draconian. There must have been a draconian reason for him not to do that, because to not carry out that election. Maybe he felt that those people were not cooperating, or they are like some kind of.
Will you rather call him a pretender rather than all those nice words that you are using to qualify him?
No. I'm not. It's not nice to call somebody draconian. It means he wields power.
So he did not do the right thing, is what you're saying.
Of course, he did not do the right thing on the democratic process.
Okay. So it's not a saint like they claim that it is.
what scent now? What scent?
To Niger.
What scent? Is it perfume?
To Niger.
Which kind of scent you talking about?
To Niger. To Niger. I want to ask you, are you aware that in the history of Nigeria, there was an presidential election, that a winner emerged by 200,000 in Nigeria?
Yeah, it's possible. Why not?
No, it's not possible. I'm asking whether you are aware.
You are not aware.
Yes. Are you aware that we had a president that won presidential election in Nigeria with 200,000 votes?
Okay, if that happens, so what is the point?
No, what the point I'm trying to make is that one, you can even look at that election and say, okay, this one is closer. Talk less of somebody who had almost 3 million difference, and you are claiming that you won the election, and people believe that.
I think they didn't make it.
So if that one happen? No, if that one should happen now, what do you think Nigerians will do if it is the margin is just 200K?
I don't think if it was 200K, there would have been a serious argument for power. As a matter of fact, because the other side has a lot of energy, Tinubu will probably not make it through. and they would have had to go for like a government of national unity. And I think that's where
But for that, they don't say nobody will ever believe. You look at this magic. We are talking about 3 million. To get 3 million votes in Nigeria, it's not an easy task. And then some people will believe that. So that's why I give that example. And let me mention that election. It was the election between Shagari and Awolowo in 1979. So the margin was just 200,000.
Yeah, they denied that victory now because they didn't want him. He probably beat Shagari in that election, but clearly they didn't want him. He was too kind of socialist to their liking. So, and look at what happened after that.
Hello, guys. To Niger. I greet everyone on all the panelists.
Welcome.
I also have a question for you.
Yeah.
You're someone that comes across as someone that exercises critical thinking, but
really,
yeah, and you don't appear to be someone that is someone that is a tribalist. So I wonder, can you articulate why you're an apologist of Peter Obi against other candidates in that election? Because initially I was also supported Peter Obi, but I quickly saw through I quickly saw through him some of the leadership skills he lacks, and I don't think he's competent enough to handle the complexity of that Nigeria brings along. So, can you tell me why you are an apologist of Obi? Maybe there's something you know I don't know. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. One, I think when Peter Obi talks, he instinctively tends to put Nigeria first. That example is the way he behaves, like when he talks about how he does things overseas and how he doesn't own properties overseas. Most of the stuff he owns is here.
And you believe all those things when we know the secret.
Okay, God.
No, now he said he has a house in UK now. To Nigeria, what are you talking about?
I don't think
Oniro to Nigeria, Oniro.
I don't think he said that. I don't think he said that. I don't think he said
What do you mean? You don't think he said that?
Online, so I mean, come on, why are you guys doing this?
The guy has a house in the UK.
Obi house in the UK. I've not seen that.
Oh my God.
UK. I don't know. All I know is that from what I gather, he's not supposed to own a property in the UK or live in the UK. I don't know.
But he did. He did have this. That's the point.
But he did, but not now. Is that what you're saying?
It's not only
no. He still owns a house in the UK.
Okay.
Are you not? Where do you think his family, his children were raised?
Okay, so that's something. If you go into the details now, you are going to find out that it's just maybe his family that owns the property there.
Okay, his family that owns the property.
The one that paid for them.
All the ones that Tinubu own abroad are his family's house, his family's property as well.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's calm down. Let's say he owns one property. Let's just consider grand. He owns one property in the UK, and maybe his children have taken possession of it now because he doesn't live there. So,
oh my God.
Yes, he doesn't live there. So if that is the case, if he says he's not doesn't own a property in the UK, I don't think he actually said he doesn't own a property in the UK. He said when he goes overseas, he doesn't. When people say he should stay in a hotel, he doesn't stay in a hotel. He finds somewhere to go and stay. And all the time,
he didn't say he doesn't stay in a hotel. He said he doesn't sleep in expensive hotel. He doesn't pay a lot of money to stay in a hotel.
Okay, fair point. So good correction. So that all those sort of things, then that's just one. The instinctively, the way he talks about the things seems to be Nigeria centric. And then when you look at the way he approaches policy making, the way he describes it, he sees it from the macro level, and then he also talks about what needs to be done in terms of the Nigerian economy itself, plainly, like with a
no, whatever you are saying, just give an example.
Nigeria centric when they refuse to condemn secessionists.
So now, yes, I understand that. Just like when some northerners are scared of condemning people.
You are the one claiming there is a false Nigerianist now. So
Yes, I
there's
agree
no
with you.
automatism here. There's no automatism.
No, I agree with you. No, I agree with you that he doesn't come out.
Tunaja, let me explain something to you. I want to make this easy for you, okay? There is no antecedent. There's nothing about to be that make that
So
show
you're
that is
not allowing
Nigerian
me to
centric.
answer the
Hold
question.
on, hold on.
You're not
No, so
allowing me
that you don't go, so that you don't go around giving
You
yourself
are telling
stress.
me
Look,
what to say.
during the Abacha government, hold on now. During the Abacha government, right? Those when people was fighting against the military government, Obi had no records of fighting against that government. In fact, he
In
has
fact, it was
records.
serving. It was
In
not serving
fact,
Abacha now.
the records out there was that it was even working for that government. That is one. Okay. Then, if you are a Nigerian centric, you have to put every rules, every laws of the land into place. It must mean a lot to you. And one of those laws is that as a governor, you should conduct local government election. 8 years to Nigerian centric. A man who is Nigerian centric was governor for 8 years. 8 years.
He
3
was
months
even
before he
naming
left, he conducted local government
university after
election.
Ojukwu.
When in his business life, right, you cannot pinpoint to say this is one industry that this man set up inside Nigeria. People are criticizing Dangote today. Dangote built industries inside Nigeria. Industries from zero to completion, manufacturing industries. This man was one of the biggest importer
But
of.
sorry, excuse me, I don't know who is speaking. You should be comparing Obi to the other candidates, not Dangote and the likes.
No. I'm just
Because
using it as a reference point. I'm using it
but
as a
you
reference
should,
point.
no, but the analogy should be with the candidates that
Okay, but
competed with him.
let's put Dangote as,
Because
okay,
I asked him,
take Dangote out of it.
the question I asked him was why he chose Obi over the other candidates.
And
You know, so
he
I
won't
don't.
let me talk. So let me just take the question. So in the way Peter Obi approaches policy, I think is the right way to approach it if he wants
Which
to actually
policy? Which policy? Which policy are you
in
talking about?
terms of going from consumption to production, in
Oh
terms
my
of
How? Has he practicalized it?
are you feeling
How did
laughing?
he practical? How did you believe that? Has he practicalized it? Somebody that has been importing for
Why are you people
almost how many?
why
Has
can't
he?
you
No, he
like
is a businessman. Hold on. He cannot even manufacture
hold
one
on?
thing, one component of what is importing.
I
And
don't
then
have
he's talking
energy.
about. How do you believe somebody? Is it by saying it or by practicing?
Calm
How do you
down,
believe
calm down. You
somebody?
guys should manage your emotions, eh? Manage. I've not even said anything. You guys just start jumping all over the place. Jesus Christ. Come on, calm down. This is not that serious. So, the guy can do the way he defines his policy is very simple. He simplified it, and he also goes on to list the reasons why he wants to do these things. He talked about how the Nigerian economy is not productive, and he talked about how other economies are. So he knows the kind of references that he needs to use to justify some of his points of view. And then we also know he has a history of doing something similar. And we also know he has a history of not being, by Nigerian standard, extraordinarily corrupt. And he has accomplished something in office. He has fought for Nigerians, and he has governed relatively humanely. As a leader, he actually helped this education system in Anambra
He has
improve.
never fought for Nigeria. Stop lying, man.
Yeah, he also fought for ensured that his state was relatively secure when he was in office. So compared to the other candidates, and not to mention finally the way he
Just
carries
one voice.
himself, compared to the other candidates are arrogant. They sound like in short, they don't give any sense that they care about Nigerian people at all. All the other candidates, they're like, maybe Kwankwaso, I didn't follow Kwankwaso very closely, but Tinubu didn't give one idea that he even cared about the people he wants to govern. Neither did Atiku. Atiku, if anything, he came out and said, he wants to sell the Nigerian institutions to Arabic people so that they can run the companies for us, the country for us, and all the rest. And Tinubu comes in, he doesn't want to talk to anybody. The only time he managed to speak, he went to Chatham House to go and talk. And even if I agree with some of his security policies, but he didn't say it consistently enough and try to sell it to the people. And I felt like the way he's governing now, that's what he's going to do when he gets to office, because he doesn't want to talk to the people. He's not interested. And we've had Buhari doing the same thing.
We just want to talk to
for
people.
8 years. Buhari has done the same thing for 8
Can we
years.
also
And
ask for something? But do you feel like Obi has the political for like what you see? Nigeria has this big man, strong man for you to run Nigeria. They've always been people that can move people, that can persuade people at that level, and I have concern about it because I don't see a Peter Obi confronting Obasanjo or Babangida or those big men. I think he folds in front of them. If Tinubu is struggling with them, what do you think Peter Obi will do?
Somebody that is saying yes sir, yes sir, yes daddy to a pastor.
So okay, let's say
I don't even know what a country is not run by being nice. You can't run a country with nice people. You can't be nice. I say you want to run a country.
Front OBJ, they can have that difficult conversation. I just don't see to be confronting this. I just don't see it.
let me just add this. I think P2B has a different style. He's not very confrontational. Maybe that's why you don't see him coming out to shout at people.
Niger.
P2B is not very confrontational. Can I finish saying what I'm saying?
I woke up from sleep to hear your nonsense.
Yeah. You woke up from sleep and hear my nonsense.
I don't want to raise my voice, so I don't wake up my
You can calm down. You can hide out behind the
Who is this person?
I don't have the bed. They're not going to hear you. They're not going to hear you when you talk from under the bed. Just let me have my space. So Peter Obi is not very confrontational. So he has different style. The fact that he was able to govern Enugu, he was confrontational, to be fair, with the House of Assembly members.
He did not govern Enugu, he governed Anambra.
Don't mute me because I just woke up. Let's attack what you've been saying. You've been saying a lot of nonsense.
Of
course. You said someone is Nigerian centric, or whatever the fuck you were saying.
Actually, it sounded more than the others.
No. Let's look at it more. Let's look at his track record. You got to a state, the IGR was going. As soon as you took over the script, the IGR dipped. It dipped. And when you left the state, the IGR started growing again. Is that Nigerian centric? Go and check the record.
Only generated revenue, but yet he left a surplus.
You don't understand what I'm saying. IGR on its own, Ngige grew it. I have the percentages. I can't shout. Otherwise, I'm going to get
Maybe he was busy cutting taxes.
Wait. It wasn't cutting taxes for anybody. It was part of the IGR collection. Now, if you have time, listen. If you have time, go and Google Peter Obi's court deposition and read word for word. He hijacked the state, took local government money. He was caught with 250 million cash in Lagos on a Sunday night. He said he was going to use it to pay vendors. The police seized the 250 million naira and returned it. And then eventually they had to settle it out.
They had to settle it, didn't they?
No, this are records. You can Google it.
Guilty. That's why we didn't use it.
Listen, can you just shut up? You've been talking since.
Of course, you say
So keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut and listen to my lecture before I go back to bed. So 250 million naira cash, hot money. It was caught with it, and of course they seized it because he had zero explanation. And then all the time people were fighting for democracy. This guy was the chairman of Tinkan Island under Abacha. Shortly after Abacha left, he went to the UK with his loot. I mean, do you think he came from a wealthy family? He did not. It's from that Abacha period that he had money and went to the UK and then came back to Nigeria to become one of the biggest importers. And compared to the other candidates, Atiku's business is in Nigeria. He used to run Intels. He built a school in Nigeria by himself. Yes, he too is corrupt as fuck. But you can't say compared to other candidates. You don't make up a reality for yourself and then just go on. And now, going back to the court disposition, read word for word. Peter Obi hijacked all the instruments of state in Anambra and was doing things by himself. And that's when he now, cohabitated money. I mean, it was a very simple thing. You take fixed deposit, put it in the account, chop the interest, move it around, and then took local government money. No local government elections till 3 months before he left office. Used it.
Kolata, don't forget to add though. That was during oil boom when Obi was
That was all. I'm going to explain during oil boom. So there are small things that he did that people use it because we had debt forgiveness. Because I went through this bank account. I went through their financial statements. All this stuff I'm telling you, I read because when I started paying attention, they were hyping it. I'm one of the few people that went to their financial statement and read their financial statement, their audited financial statement. This guy, the only thing he did was when they did debt forgiveness. What's the name of that debt forgiveness? He paid part of the external debt. He paid part of it. And then he borrowed more because you can Google and look at the external debt that they had. So the lie is, oh, I paid everything because nobody read it. But when you go and check it, he actually added more to the external debt, but he dropped it because there was debt forgiveness. That was on page 6 or page 7 in the financial statement of 2007, if memory serves me right. So when you now look at the court debt position, he just every single process he shut it down. He was doing things by himself, saying that okay, I'm saving the state money, but I'm not following due process. So you're not going to ask for approval. You're not going to do this. You're not going to. So you're just doing many things by yourself. You can't run Nigeria that way. And then they took him to court, and the court's not like he won. It didn't like win because of merit of the case. They threw the case out of court because they said the way they filed in court that the timing was one thing or the other. And guess what? It was Mary Odili that helped him get the case out of court. This guy was practically begging Ojukwu for second term because the record was so poor. And then when you talk about security, don't tell me crap. He got in there. They killed a bunch of what we will now know today as IPOB. They killed them, threw them into the river. What's it called? Like assassination. And that did not stop the security situation because as soon as this guy took over, Obiano, as soon as he took over, he started dealing with security issues extensively. So you can Google Obiano security and all that stuff. You will find it there. If security was fixed, that's a lie. Maybe they didn't reduce it because it was a wild, wild west. Who it took over from was kidnapped. That was him. It took over from this guy that was in APC. That person had a good record, but was kidnapped because of them. Obasanjo. Ngige that took over was kidnapped. So Obi was able to wrestle some things away from the crew that kidnapped him. That crew is Uba brothers. But that did not stop the security issue. It was just wrestle the Uba brothers. And then he went to start padding up with OBJ. So, and all this while, this was when he built up Pandora Papers while he was governor. Because you can go and read about the Pandora Papers and track, okay, when was the wealth built? And then you can also look at all the shenanigans he did with Hero Bear. That was even crass because he used his wife. He used his wife on the account, used his daughter on the account. At some point in time, when you look at the list of shareholders, you'll see whatever her name is. And you use that state money commingled with his own money for Hero Bear. Who does that? Same thing with destruction of property. So when we're talking, if you did research on this guy, unless you're brain dead, if you want to tell me that it is Igbo's turn, then I'm not going to argue with you because that's an emotional argument. But when you tell me that, oh, this guy is this, is that, in terms of even talking about policies, Atiku had better thought out policies compared to Peter Obi, but nobody considered Atiku because it was a Fulani to Fulani transition that would have been. Tinubu didn't really talk. The only few times he talked a lot of things that he was going to do. But if you want to say, okay, policy or security or this, no, Peter Obi's president was as fucked as all of them. So if you don't know, just say you don't know. And if you want to say that, okay, turn by turn limited, then you can, I have no argument with you if it's turn by turn, yes, because it's Southeast turn. Or I just get very irritated for people that didn't do their homework and then start saying all these things about Peter Obi because it just riles me up. Anyway, let me go back to bed.
It riles you up. Don't worry, you're about to stay awake. See, all the things you just said, most of it is unsubstantiated.
It's substantiated though. I had links of all those things. I documented every fucking thing I just said.
You just spend how many minutes talking? So they are generally
no, don't tell it's substantiated. You can ask can I help you compile them and give it to you? Yes, I can, but not tonight.
Let me say what I want to say. None of those things led to any conviction on any front. None of those things led to him being accused of criminal activity. And so all the stuff,
bro, the man was impeached twice. Were you sleeping?
Criminal activity. That's because he was disagreeing with his House of Assembly. Literally, they were telling him to do certain things that were actually
the
corrupt.
police. You can go and Google this. The police literally seized 250 million naira cash. You think I'm joking? Go read it up.
They read it up. See, hold on. They seized money from even security agents in Nigeria. You don't know what it was for, and the fact that they let him go.
Explain what it was for.
Hold on now. The fact that they let him go tells you something.
They did not let it go. You're not understanding.
A sitting governor with an immunity. What are you going to do with him?
They confiscated the money. They didn't let it go. What are you talking about?
See, they would have accused him of committing a crime, even if he was sitting governor.
He had immunity. I mean, don't you know our laws?
Yes, he has immunity, but they could have charged him, and when he left office,
then what's it called? Then he worked with his House of Rep to cover it up eventually.
Oh, no,
apart from that, Obi was still Jonathan was still in office when Obi left government.
Yes,
exactly.
He was in that Jonathan's. He was part of his economic advisory team.
Okay, say it was Jonathan Allied, so that's why they didn't prosecute him. Buhari came in, they forgot about him, but it's okay. All we have
look at Nigeria now. No.
I let you talk. I didn't interrupt you, so don't interrupt me.
Put context in what you are saying. Buhari came in. How many people did Buhari prosecute?
Let me talk. I let you say.
No, answer me that question now.
I don't have to.
You have to because you're talking out of context. Like Nigeria prosecutes everybody.
I was asked a question, and you keep getting triggered, and you think
no, it's not triggering. We're correcting your fuck up.
You think the obedience have issues. Look at you. You couldn't even sleep.
I woke up. It's not that I couldn't sleep. This is my sleep medicine, and I woke up and I was hearing nonsense. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
You get up and come.
Normally, I won't come back. I'll just continue trying to sleep. But this your nonsense. Like, oh no, it was the one that and then they ask you questions, and then you're just saying.
No, Kolata, you know what happened? Right? I think a lot of people already boarded the train, right? So they just didn't bother to go back and check if the train was faulty or not. They just say, you know what, we ride on the train, and I think that is what happened with Obi. Obi, like a lot of people that came in, just saw the wave, and then they joined the wave.
They went with the flow.
They just went with the flow and just carried on like that.
That's the question I was never allowed to answer. Don't make me start using my power of administration.
So Naja, you already muted me before, so shut up. Don't give me that bullshit. This is not Dr. Damage.
Use your power of administration.
You can't shut
me. Power? You are not the one in charge today. You remember, you are not the one in charge today.
Use your power of administration.
Hey. See, I have my right to speak. I have my right to speak. You people can shut me up. This is freedom fighter.
You are an ordinary panelist today.
You are an ordinary guy like us, so don't give us that crap.
But you might not be fair now. You might not be fair. You won't let me talk. You just keep shutting me up.
Okay, talk, but you know one thing. If you talk,
this morning session is different. It's a session where you engage each other. It's not just those talk. And
okay, see, that's why I afforded in the courtesy. I didn't interrupt him. He finished. Let me finish mine. Then.
But if you start your live, we will not allow you to continue.
Your attitude already. So. This is so wrong. This is so wrong. You guys are worse than obedience. You wouldn't even let people talk. Okay, so point is, none of all these things you just said is more like smear. Just find a way to make him look dirty.
Okay, if something is provable, how do you call that a smear? What dictionary did you grow up with?
Because you are using that event to say there's something untoward with his behavior. When evidently. It's not necessarily.
Okay, to Niger, if the police catches 250 million naira cash on you and then they seize it, and it takes you, they seize it because you can't prove anything from it.
Kolata, you are going too far. We asked Tunaja a question. Tunaja,
brought back to him.
Tunaja,
They didn't keep
It wasn't brought back to him. That's a lie.
Tunaja, hold on.
Tunaja,
do you think Tinubu and Atiku are corrupt?
Of course, they are corrupt.
Based on what?
Based on all the wealth that they acquired in Nigeria, based on so many cases they've had in Nigeria where they did some shady deals to gain their wealth. They didn't have any.
So who convicted them? Who convicted them? Who convicted them of corruption?
Nobody convicted them.
Nobody. So why do you call
which court? No, he said cases. He said cases. Which court are they taking them to?
No, it's not talking about cases in terms of court. So
no, he said so. He mentioned cases also. He said cases.
If we are going to use your own, if we are going to use your own logic now, to Nigeria, so how can you call them corrupt when they've not been convicted of any crime?
Them corrupt because these people don't have any other way of generating money other than they reap the money from the Nigerian system.
I just told you about Atiku's businesses.
So how do you?
Atiku, when did Atiku start his businesses again?
Oh, a long time ago.
When? Around what time? Before the democratic
dispensation? Late 80s, early 90s.
Okay,
so Tunaja, the money. Tunaja, hold on 1 second. Tunaja, the money that they said Tinubu forfeited in America. How much was it again?
That was almost. Was it not 200,000 or 500? Who knows? I can't remember precisely.
Did you know in total figure those accounts were that was in those accounts at the time in total? They're talking about $1 million, right?
Yes.
And it was not even in government at the time.
Yes. And that is just that time.
Yeah, so it was not even it was not even in government at that time.
Actually quite corrupt.
Okay.
So it was not in government at that time.
That Tinubu is exceedingly corrupt.
Okay, Niger, if your offshore account grew or started and grew at the time you're a governor, can't I call you corrupt? What do you have to hide?
Because if there is money missing from the state, yes, you can say it's corrupt.
No, well, money.
No, he didn't embezzle.
Okay, so when we tell you to go and
just let me talk.
You said if there's money missing, it's a conversation. Don't you have the ability of having conversation?
I need to be able to speak.
Then you're not autistic.
We can
so listen to what I'm saying. You say if there's money missing. So if they take you to court to impeach you, and part of the cases in court is money missing, and just coincidentally, that was when your account in Panama that you did not declare to the state, which is a crime not to declare to the state, when it started growing. Is it that not corruption? Because you could call Atiku and Tinubu corrupt with no substance, and we are giving you substance that was even taken to court.
The court you are talking about, that they found out that he took the state money, did they convict him for taking the state money?
They did not even go through the the merit of the case. They attacked the process. You know all that stuff that you guys were talking about.
Let me finish my point.
Why are you using double standard?
No, I'm not using double standard.
That's exactly what you're doing. Tinubu was not convicted. Atiku was not convicted. So why are you using that?
This is just too much now. You won't let me talk. It's just rude now.
Don't mute him now. That is rude. Don't mute him. Stop that nonsense.
You are already being rude. I will mute and mute and mute. Because it's actually quite rude. I let people talk.
No, stop it, Tunaja. Stop that.
They're just asking you questions. Answer the questions. Answer the question. That's all.
They're asking questions. You don't have confidence to answer. You're now using buttons. Be man enough.
You're blocking me.
Go some balls.
Who gave you that power to be muting somebody? Yeah,
hold on. They are not letting me talk. They are being rude. They won't let me talk because I let them talk.
So you now remove them?
Yeah, because you have to let people talk. It's not fair. If we start
shouting you are not the moderator. You are not the moderator this morning. Now, why are you doing that?
Do you want us to be shouting over each other? That is not proper, is it? We have to have a conversation, and we should be able to have a conversation. We all.
To Nigeria, look, don't think because I can get access to this shit that you're doing and be pulling strings. I just don't want to. So stop that crap.
I will move you back again now. Go and get access to.
If I want it, I'll get it. I just don't want it. I'm man enough. I have enough balls to talk for myself.
But then stop. I don't have the energy to shout today.
You don't have balls? Are you castrated?
No. Look at this one. This is the one that woke up from sleep. Oh. He won't let me talk. You should be more relaxed than this. Let me finish my statement. Then you can rebut it all you want.
See, I've been keeping quiet now. I've been talking.
Everything you've said, there is no conviction that came from it. And
yes,
even
you again.
Said, hold on now. Even P2B said, if you have anything against me, then you have anything to say about me, go ahead and say it.
Right.
You see the politicians worry too much about that because they know they themselves are far guiltier. Leave that one aside. The reason why I prefer P2B, one, his own agenda is more Nigerian centric. The others are busy, their head is in the cloud talking about Oyibo people.
Okay.
The other one is talking about
follow-up question. What does Nigerian centric mean in his agenda?
Nigerian centric, what it simply means is that
examples though, not just
okay. Like when you talk about security, he wants to recruit up to 2 million in the security services, from the military to the police to the secret services, to bolster the Nigerian security space.
Okay, question. Which other candidates said they don't want to recruit? Because we're talking about the manifesto or plan. All of them said they wanted to recruit.
Yeah, but
so
he's the one that said it more repeatedly than the others. That's one.
More repeatedly. That's baloney.
And are we in primary school here now or what? Are we in primary school here?
Fine. The other ones, they managed to say it. That's true. And clearly we know that the one that said it in Chatham, that one.
Okay, so move on to the next point.
So, the next one is the policy of this in consumption to production that he says all the time. And the idea is to transition Nigeria from the fact that we import a lot of goods to locally manufactured
goods. Contest.
And the context is basically that he wants to start reducing our imports and investing in the...
So that contest.
What is context? What do you mean context?
You just say production.
I'm trying to give you context, and you're asking for context at the same time. What do you want me to say?
Okay.
I'm trying to give you examples of the areas he wants to do. He talked about agriculture. He talked about this in the heavy manufacturing. He talked about actually Nigerians making their own products to be able to start exporting it overseas. So this is not, yes.
Okay. Follow up question. So why are you conflicting a campaign slogan with actual policies? Because every single policy detail you mentioned is in everybody's manifesto. Everybody has, we're going to produce agriculture. Everybody has import substitution. There's no dog or goat that's going to run for president of Nigeria that will not put agriculture and import substitution there. We've had that. So consumption to production is sloganism, is a slogan. When you look at the details that you said, is not unique to him. All of them want that.
Let me say this: if somebody, one guy comes out looking like a punk with the dreadlocks, very very untidy, looks like he's been taking drugs, and he comes to your door, he says, "You know what? I'm here to marry your daughter. I'm going to take care of her. I'm going to do everything." But he's there, shaking all over the place like somebody that is in withdrawal, experiencing withdrawal symptoms. He goes, and the next guy comes around and says, "I'm here." And this guy comes around, presents himself very well dressed with his suit, looks like somebody that is working this thing in the financial sector. He says, "I want to marry your daughter." He says exactly the same thing that druggie said. Would you weigh all of them the same?
So we're no longer on substance.
Why did you conveniently leave Showeri out of it?
No. I don't want to. I'm just saying.
Let us reply. Let us reply you now.
Let me see. The point I'm trying to make is that one of them appears to have more credibility at delivering what they are saying.
Okay,
credibility.
So let us probe you now.
Nigeria, your head is shake. I'm convinced of that now. Your head, there's something inside that is shaking.
Let us probe you now. So, so let us probe you. Let us probe you. So you said both of them. Yeah. So essentially, your argument is who appears more credible, credibility. Okay, then when you say credible, is credibility based on soundtrack, just noise? Because all you just explained to me is you're a shallow person by just looking at appearance. You're very shallow. You're not that deep of a person. So if you're this shallow and all that stuff, for us that are not shallow, we go and look at track record. Now, what have each person done in Nigeria to increase capacity on Nigeria, right? You look at one guy is the biggest importer of ketchup in Nigeria. You look at what did he do in a state that is a lasting legacy. The lasting legacy is Aerobia. And you look at the other guy that has transformed the judiciary of the state, created the blueprint of creating revenue in Nigeria, created the blueprint in managing at the local government level, created the blueprint in handing over schools to mission owners, which Peter Obi adopted, and that was his claim to fame. It was Tinubu that created it. Created
Actually,
many legacies.
Can you summarize that? We just created a system.
So the summary is you are not looking deep enough. You are just looking at who was in front of the camera the most, and not really probe anybody's record.
Okay, good. Now let me tell you something that you didn't understand from what I said. What I said included all of those things by the appearance. That appearance includes all the other things. Like I said, the person was working in the financial sector, while the other one doesn't have a job.
He wasn't working in the financial sector.
Let me rephrase the question if that's okay.
It's an example of what I'm
Akim,
saying.
let me correct this thing.
Question. Can I
Sorry,
rephrase your question?
Akim, let's not digress.
Akim, wait. Akim, wait. He made a blatant lie. He said Peter Obi worked in the financial sector.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You are not listening.
He just said he worked in the financial sector.
No,
He has never worked in the financial sector.
Oh my God.
Kolata, hold on. I'm on Kolata, that Tunaja question. Tunaja, you see that your question now, the guy that looks like a junkie and everything, so, and the man that come in his suit and everything. So both of them come in. So you've looked at their appearances. That is what you look. You've looked at their appearances to give your. Yeah, no, that was your analogy. You look at their appearances, right? But you have not looked at what they've actually, their capacity as people. You just judge them by their appearances.
Hold on. You are not paying attention to everything I said. I said one of them comes with the withdrawal symptom, is already into drugs. And I also, by saying that, I mean that his background is already part of the equation now.
That's BS. That's BS. Complete BS. You're not. I'm not taking you serious anymore.
I think you're fine. Don't take me seriously. It's up to you.
I think we're joking with this stuff, but I don't think you're really serious about what you're saying.
Tunaja, who did you say worked in the financial sector before?
Huh?
Who did you say worked in the financial sector?
A lot of people are dishonest here. I'm using a thought experiment to let you understand. You asked me.
No, you said. I think you are making a referential. You're making a reference to your.
If I start behaving the way you are behaving, this conversation is not going to go anywhere.
Stop that crap! Don't pull that bullshit. Tunaja, answer my question. It's a direct question. Don't give me all that crap.
This conversation is not going to go anywhere if you start
answer my question.
I'm not here to answer your question. I'm here to give my own opinion about P2B. That was
okay. Then we questioned your opinion, and you can't freaking answer.
Now you said that I use P2B's appearance to judge him, and now I was trying to tell you that even if all of them said the same thing, sometimes you use how the person comes across, everything that's about them to judge them. It's not only just about appearance, because you were accusing me of using just appearance because all of them you said the same thing. I said because all of them said the same thing. Do you see Tinubu engaging the people in any way?
In your analogy, which one has the track record?
They depend on what you want to call track record. I believe in this in P2B's track record more than I believe this in Tinubu's track record.
On what premise?
You don't understand. On the premise of the fact that he ran a state relatively successfully, and he didn't come out.
Kolata, maybe you need to go back to sleep, man. Because this guy, you need to go and tie. You need to tie foul. You need to tie foul for neck if you want to follow this guy talk. If you like, because it's just going to go round. It's like a roundabout. This guy, just like
the only thing he does, he makes control of the moderator button. He can't. He doesn't have anything in there.
Now he just interrupted me again. You people can't even be civil, and you're here talking about foul.
Talk now. We're keeping quiet.
How are you? How are you opening? How are you to Nigeria? I know you live in the UK. Hold on, I know you live in the UK.
Come on, stop.
To Nigeria, I know you live in the UK, right? I know you live in the UK, and it is morning now. It's morning now in the UK. How do you blatantly open your mouth and say these things?
Don't make me start saying things I shouldn't
say.
Stop
that. He's asking you a question. Can you answer his question?
I'm trying to be civil.
What are you going to say? What are you going to say?
So
what are you going to say?
Because I don't have time to be shouting at you.
If you mute me, I'll mute myself.
Then
stop that. Tunaja, answer his question. Stop saying like a punk.
The question for me is that P2B has a stronger case to rule. And
okay, so track record. You said track record.
Can you be quiet, please?
No, you have to expand on the track record.
I am saying it. Then just interrupt me and say, talk about track record when I was actually talking about it.
Then talk.
So, P2B himself, I never said he was an angel. I just said he comes across as better than the others. And I said,
but you're supposed to talk about track record, a record, not superficial bluster.
I'm going to talk about track record. You are not going to tell me how to talk. Otherwise,
we're going to help you tonight. Talk about the IGRO. Let's compare IGRO first.
Stop.
Let's compare IGRO.
You are even the worst. Who is this guy even? You are the one that asked.
He's Akeem. You should know his name. Stop doing that nonsense. Calling people names that they know.
Stupid talk is that?
He's very, very rude. He won't let me talk, and he just keeps interrupting my. Is he progressive? Or is he one that they call
it's progressive? To Nigeria, you are digging. Talk. We're waiting for the track record.
So Nigeria, IGRO. Let's compare IGRO.
Can you stop? You see, you guys, what you are doing is trying to filibuster.
To Nigeria, talk.
Anything on a person that is better than Tinubu.
We are quiet. You talk.
So, P2B himself, I never said he was an angel, but he in the education sector he did relatively well. In road construction, he did relatively well. In the salary payment, he did relatively well. In fiscal management of his state finances, he did relatively well. He invested on behalf of his state. So how many things do you want me to count that this man actually did for his state?
Okay, can you stop there? You've given the context. Okay, fine. So let's take them one by one. In fiscal autonomy, beginning of the start of his period, they were less reliant of federal allocation when he started because Ngige grew the IGR, Obi decreased the IGR. Fiscally, Anambra was way more reliant on federal allocations after he left, number one. Number two, poverty. Poverty increased under Obi's watch. You can, don't believe me, go and check the records, the statistics in what's it called, and Soludo referenced it. That's somebody. Hey. Education one. The policy he followed, someone created that policy, which is really returning schools back to the original owner of those schools. And the only metric everybody refers to is WAEC. And WAEC has told us that they don't even maintain that record. They don't maintain that record. And then you talk about road construction. It is on record by every honest Anambrian or whatever we want to call them that the roads built under Peter Obi, most of them have washed away. The person that still has a lot of track record on building roads is Ngige. And for crying out loud, there's no single governor in this country that didn't build roads, more roads, in the beginning of their office to the end. All the 36 states at any point in time, each single governor built more roads than they started with. So that's just a useless metric. Then the next one is, well, what's the next one? We talk about security. I've already told you to go and check the kidnapping situation when Ngige just started, because that was, when Obiano just started, because that was when Obi transitioned to him. Look at all, if you're honest with yourself, because I don't think you've really, really proved the record, to see all the security situation he met in Anambra. And when we compare candidates, Someone created a security architecture that now funds itself. That's why Lagos is the safest place to date. You're now saying no on security. It's not even, you can't even compare it. Because someone created a system that works and keeps working. Someone's state right now is totally fucked.
Okay, so all the stuff you said holds nothing really to
It holds nothing. Nothing means nothing, man.
let me say something now. Let me
I
say
told you
something.
to go back to sleep. You're wasting your time with Tunaja.
You like to just bluster. The truth is that
It's not bluster. I gave you facts. I pick one of them and just try not. That can't disprove a single thing.
Can I just say my piece? You said your piece. I want to.
Let's listen to his rebuttal. Go ahead, to Niger. Let's hear.
This same P2B is the one that left this in extra money when he was leaving office. This same P2B, yes, maybe IGR reduced. Anybody can say IGR reduced, maybe because he's not taxing people as much, because that's internally generated revenue, isn't it? Yes, it's true. Maybe he didn't tax people as much as others, but that is not necessarily a sin. He left a lot of money for the people while not taking a lot of money from them at the same time. Then the education system that you try to say, oh, why this is not good and not the rest. Well, yeah, that's what the country used to measure states that are performing best.
They don't use WAEC to measure states that are performing. What is wrong with you?
Oh my God.
That's not true, though.
No, the country Nigeria don't use WAEC as a measurement.
Akim, let's rebut him when he's done, because that's not true.
Okay, now you are going to tell me what they use to measure the best this in the secondary school system in education.
Okay, are you done? So can we take over now?
I'm not done. In the last one that happened, was it not P2B's state, if I'm not mistaken, that the lady that came first?
Okay. This is how. You see how dumb some of your obedience are.
Hold on now.
Hold on. Let me just. I don't want to let that one sleep. The lady's state of origin. The lady's schooled in Ogun State. Her state of origin in Anambra. How did Peter Obi's work get to Ogun State?
Just shut up. I think I'm beginning to.
You see, so rational thinking. You don't use your assumptions.
You can't even engage in conversation in a simple way at all.
No.
You just keep interrupting me.
Yes. Please, let's not do the word, please. No.
Don't you see him interrupting me constantly? You didn't tell him to stop.
Hold on. You know I will not take that. So let's have it later. Let it be conversational. Let him respond.
He's the one not letting it be conversational and be trying to shout and mute and be freaking out like
Let me talk. So he left the educational system in a very, very good position compared to where he found it. He left a better road network system. He left a better fiscal system. Something that even Agbado could not, President Tinubu could not do for his state, even if the state is very rich.
Okay, can we rebut because we've exhausted the point now?
Are you crying now? Healthcare system.
It's time for rebuttal now.
Healthcare system, and regarding the the thing that you try to diminish again. Anytime there's a positive thing that you see that he's accomplished, you say, oh no, let's diminish that one too. That one, the education system,
okay.
It doesn't matter.
It's time for rebuttal.
The fiscal system, it doesn't matter. IGR, that is not even a reason to badmouth a governor that doesn't want to tax his poor state. You bring that as an issue. So please go ahead.
Tunaja, are you? I don't even know what language. Did you go to nursery school at all?
Don't worry, I didn't. I'm sorry to say.
You can expand the tax net without taxing people more. You can. There's something called expanding the tax net without having to increase taxes.
Okay, I agree with
you. Let me take what he's saying.
Do I even have to explain that to you?
Let me take what he's saying one by one. Okay, there's no single governor in the history of Nigeria that did not improve road security infrastructure the way they found it, because that's kind of like the lowest common factor. Everybody builds roads. And then when we talk about the roads built, Peter Obi built some of the worst roads because they've washed away. They've literally washed away. So that's built roads. Tinubu built roads. Everybody, the only Atiku was not the governor, so we can't kind of like say Atiku. And some of what Tinubu built is still standing till today. The entire VI road network and a bunch of more is still standing. So when we're trying to compare one governor use road as some sort of unique identifier. Please don't ever bring that up in this conversation. Yaya Bello, as useless as he was, built road. My dancing governor, as he's dancing right now, is building road. Are we going to say he's some genius because he built road? So please save us. Then WAEC does not, and I repeat, does not maintain performance by state and say, oh, highest unicorn is this, is that. It's not WAEC metric. They've said it multiple times. It's third parties that may try to gather information and say this. The metric for education is they use several ones. One of them is the number of out of school children and so on and so forth. And Anambra, historically, even when I was in primary school, they've always had a high number of people that went to school and also results. Because back in the day, common entrance, the cutoff mark was one of the highest. So that wasn't a Peter Obi. Can I finish? That wasn't a Peter Obi anything. And you now made the biggest fuck up anybody can make. Pardon my French. You said the person that had the highest rank last year is an indigene of Anambra. Do you know what the state of origin versus state of residence means? So me sitting in somewhere in Georgia, I pass exam and then you now say, great Elisha, or Elisha did a lot of work on me. Meanwhile, my education was in America. My sitting in the exam was in America. The state you are sitting in is not in Anambra. And then you now say, because I happen to have Anambra blood, then by some form of osmosis or diffusion, Peter Obi is responsible for my success. When I wrote my exam, went to school in Ogun State. I mean, what sort of logic is that? And you're now using that because you don't do critical thinking enough to look at, okay, there's a state of origin and then there's a state of residence and there's a state where you went to school and actually sat for the exam. So that's also a useless, totally useless. Now, I expected you to attack what I said about poverty increasing under Peter Obi, not decreasing, increasing. Poverty increased is in MBS. If you want to check, go and check. Peter Obi started 2006, left office 2014, April or so. Go and check the poverty numbers. Poverty grew on under his watch. And then you now say, oh, he saved body. The person that took over from him said he wrote post-dated checks, meaning checks that will cash in the future. So what he did was essentially a gimmick. You said, oh, I'm leaving now. This is the money when you have contractual obligations that will create a debitor's account after you left. So what is that? First of all, tell me the auditor that auditors Anambra's statement of account whenever I was leaving, because there's no single audit by, say, PwC or Ernst & Young or Deloitte or KPMG that says, okay, we've checked the books, so as of this day, this is the audited account. You guys, you see, when you don't have the ability to understand these things or critically think. So I just rely on what the guy said. I don't have any auditor to back it up. And then the person that took over from you said you already wrote post-dated checks, which there's proof of, because you can go and look at the financial statement, which I have looked at, which you haven't looked at. So you just made a lot of drivel. So Akin, you can add on to it.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I want to quickly add on before I leave, because once Tunaja is in this mode, is just you have to go and buy a cock and tie in your neck for you to be able to have a conversation with him. So look, the thing is this, right? You talk about Nigerian first. I've always believed that for somebody to govern, you have to have sets of ideas, okay? Ideas that how a system of government should function. If you govern the state for 8 years and you didn't think local government is a crucial part of governance, then you cannot turn around and say Nigerian is broken. Nigerian is broken because we don't have functioning local government. That is one part of it. And you did not deem it fit to say, okay, you know what, this area of governance is crucial. Let me make sure that this area of governance will work while I'm governor. So how are you then going to become a president and pay huge attention to local government governance in the country? But you can see, I'm not President Tinubu, but you can see that his ideas as a governor, knowing that local government is a crucial part of the system, when he was the governor of Lagos State, as soon as he became president, what did he do? He fought for the autonomy of local governments, for them to be able to have their own fund and be able to control their money. You must have that personal, those ideas, those sets of beliefs as a person before you can say, okay, I want to transfer them into governance. Obi did not have them, and that was why you saw that. You see that when he was governor, go and listen to a lot of the time when I criticize Obi, I criticize him with the words that came out from his mouth. Go and listen to Obi. If you listen to Obi properly to Nigeria, if you listen to him and you don't want to be biased, you will understand that the guy is knowledge of and understanding of the word governance. It's not there. When it comes to administrate as an administrator, Obi is not an administrator. Let's just say how he is. There are laws. You see, when they impeached him, right? People say, oh, it was because he didn't, he was saving money. No, it's not because he was saving money. It's because he was bypassing some procurement laws in the state. He even said it with him out. They said they awarded contract to build governor house. Oh, I said, okay, go and call me the man that sells cement in Onisha. You are a governor. Come on, you don't work like that. If you think the cost is too high, put it out there for other companies to come in and bid, and then you can choose from the cheapest one among them. You don't then take it as a contractor upon yourself to start calling for people to go and supply cement, to come and supply road, go and bring your own bricklayer. Government don't work like that. So these are the things that he was saying from his own mouth as a means of a cost saving. But looking at it, it's a breach of the system. You can't run a state like that. You have to follow the procedures of the rules that are there. Within that rule, you can find savings, not by breaching the law of the land. So when he was impeached, oh, I didn't do anything. No, you commit crimes against the state. That was why you were impeached. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, there's a reason why the impeachments failed. See, my point is that regarding the
sorry, before you start, Tunaja, sorry, because I said before you start, so you not started, so I said before you start. The impeachment didn't, it's not like the impeachment failed. They removed it on technicalities. That thing you guys were shouting during post-election. So it's technicalities, and they said it's the time. Let me give you the ridiculous detail. They said it was because the people that came up with the impeachment discussed it in the middle of the night, and that was it. That's why. Let me land my point so we can continue. So that's why Mary Odili. That's why Mary Odili threw it out of court. Continue.
She did not throw it out of court, Colata. She collected a good jail. Let's be honest with
ourselves. I mean, I have to. You know, I don't want to say something I can't substantiate, but we know what happened.
Okay, so now let me say my piece. You are just exhausting to talk to. You just ramble on.
We kept quiet for you to talk.
No, you just ramble on. You didn't keep quiet at all. So the point about P2B, all the stuff you try to say to diminish is this thing. In the end, there are three major candidates in the election, and one has to pick one of them. The other two belong to two old guards that have been known to be extremely corrupt, and Tinubu has been taken to court several times, even on its identity, for crying out loud. And so from putting all these people together, and you look at somebody that seems to have empathy for fellow Nigerians, that appears to be saying all the right things, that is younger, more vital in the presidential candidate, while the others are treating the Nigerian people like dirt. Actually, you can say whatever you like. P2B was more cordial with the people, was more transparent with the people, but the others were openly, brazenly telling you how crony they are, how tribalistic they are, how they are going to run the country based on the reaching the people around them. These are no pretense. And the idea that hold on, and now we know what he's like. It's not like we are talking in theory now. We know what they can do now. We are seeing it in office right now. These people took an opportunity. I couldn't even believe to think that.
Let's not change the topic. Can we not deviate, please?
Can I talk? You see,
no. You are now doing propaganda now. You are not doing propaganda.
Thomas, let me address.
Thomas, we have to report to Niger to Thomas. Niger has been doing your work when you left. He has been sending people out of the
Come on.
Because
See,
Tunaja is really relevant. So
shut up. I've not finished talking because
Stop saying shut up, man.
No, because Thomas, you shouldn't have interrupted me. That is not proper moderation because you allowed all of them to finish their statement. All of them finish their statement. So suddenly I'm propagandizing because I'm sharing my own opinion.
Tunaja, you think you are co-host as well, but you are speaking some propaganda now.
I'm allowed to
Tunaja,
speak my whatever you want to call it.
no.
I'm allowed
Let
to
me
have my
ask
own
you this.
opinion.
I'm not stopping you not to stop. Let me ask you this. Can you mention one corruption that has been connected to Tinubu? One. Just one.
I don't know of any
Just one.
particular case right now, but I know that
Hold on, please.
Okay.
Asking you now, you can't even give me one. Can I name 4 or 3 that's on the neck of Peter Obi just now?
Yeah. Name them now because people have all. You sleep with his name in your head.
The problem you guys obedient have is your teeth is good. I'm asking you now, name one allegation of corruption that has been let go against Tinubu. I'm not Tinubu fan, I don't care about it. Peter Obi have several of them.
Okay. Let me
name
read a corruption
some.
allegation against Tinubu linger as 70-year-old ex-governor becomes ruling APC presidential candidate. So
Thomas, allow me. Let me speak.
If I go through it, I'm going to see so
Tunaja,
many
okay, that's enough.
against him.
Kolata, let Kolata respond. You can see
let me retort.
See, if Kolata is allowed to respond, I'll just sleep. There's no point being here.
Go sleep.
Finish.
You see what happened now. If you guys are observing,
let him land. Let him land.
You can't just censor my speech now. Come on.
No. You
I'm allowed to have my own way.
No, Tunaja, don't behave like a woman now. I've told him, let's land.
Now you're insulting me on top of it too.
No, I'm not insulting you. I'm sorry. Let's land it, then Kolata respond. Yeah.
Good.
You have the floor.
So there are 3 candidates, and the other 2, we know what they stand for. They are not there to help build the country back again, like we are seeing now already. So this is not in theory anymore. And Peter Obi, he's talking about being transparent with the people. And everything he's saying, even when this government is doing, he's saying, this is how I would have done it. If I was removing subsidies, I would tell you what I'm going to do with the subsidies. I'm going to tell you where the money is going to be spent. And I will plan for it before it happens. And this is how we know he has always operated. So from that point of view, see, this is your territory, and I'm not the one hosting, so you're allowed to do whatever you like. Because Thomas is propaganda.
No. I've muted Kolata. Don't mind him. He's trying to plug at you.
Don't mind him now. The guy that cannot sleep. Whenever he hears Peter Obi's name, he jumps up. Okay,
Thomas, time was today.
Whenever he hears Peter Obi's name, he's
Tunaja, time today. I'm saying Tunaja, Thomas.
Because he thinks
is it our turn to retort now?
This is why I'm not
Tunaja, thank you.
Tunaja, please land it in 1 minute.
So that 30 minutes or so. Hold on. Let me finish. I still have 30 minutes to go. Point
is it's enough, Tunaja. It's enough. It's just enough.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
You are boring us back to sleep. I don't want to sleep. You're making me sleep already.
Nigerians. You look at what this your so-called person that you are supporting.
Okay, Tunaja, we've heard you now.
Because of Peter Obi.
Oh, okay, we've heard you.
Because of Tinubu
okay, yes, it's true. You are right. We're wrong. Okay. Now, if you guys noticed before the conversation started, before it started changing, before it started twisting in his knuckle, in his boxers, he started making the concession that okay, it's because Peter Obi has empathy. So it's because his style is preferred to me over substance. Because we looked at each record. When you talk about security, Tinubu has a better record. When we talk about financial capacity in terms of building wealth for a state, Tinubu has a better record. When you talk about even innovation in education, Tinubu, like I said, created that innovation. So when you look at point for point in terms of the Progressive made an excellent submission in terms of democracy, expanding democracy. Tinubu has a better record. Then you finally now said, okay, it's because of the way they are talking and because Peter Obi talks one way. So fine, if that is your argument that style, or you prefer style over substance, then I have no argument with you. I mean, before you now started going that Peter Obi maintains a shadow cabinet, blah, blah, blah. You already fessed up. You said, is this the way he talks, how he talks, he has empathy. And yeah, I'm not going to start arguing those stuff with you because to me, that's not substantial. That doesn't weigh anything. Because if I look at record head for head in terms of performance, there's nothing, I can't compare Peter Obi to Tinubu. There's just no basis of comparison. But in terms of like, okay, the style, yeah, I give that to you. Tinubu is not trying to suck up to you. And if you prefer suck up, and then that's your preference. But when we look at each record on a head-to-head basis, there's no basis of comparison between the three men. And business acumen, Atiku beats him flat out in terms of business acumen and understanding how the world works and so on and so forth. So I like where you landed because you ran away from all the issues because you have nothing to talk about in terms of the issues. But if you land on what you prefer in terms of like he has empathy, okay, then knock out yourself. Like I said, I won't argue with anybody that tells me, okay, he came to pick Peter Obi because it's the turn of the Southeast, or you're picking Peter Obi because of the way he talks is relatable. I'm not going to argue that with you because there's nothing to argue. But when we're talking about policy, substance, and track record, that's when you're going to get me riled. So that's my own point.
Kulata, I just asked to Nigeria now one allegation against Tinubu. He can't even mention one. Peter Obi, Pandora, 250 million. It's just enormous. Enormous. Just one. Mention just
Thomas,
one.
you know what? Because all the cool kids support Peter Obi, so you're not supposed to go and check his record.
Thomas, you see, yes. I'm happy that you said allegation. If it's a conviction, you will say Tinubu has none. But with allegation, Tinubu has a lot. Every politician has an allegation. Allegation means people allege that you have stolen.
Yeah.
So on this platform, here, we have all of us have alleged that he stole from.
Is essentially just saying people are not doing their homework before they get into conclusion.
Fleeting Lagos and stuff like that. So that thing is not the issue. Has Tinubu ever been convicted? No. Has Peter Obi ever been convicted? No. So they are at par at that level. You understand? But to me, I even look at
right. That's fair.
Yeah, in terms of fraudulence and corruption, I have a very high suspicion index towards Tinubu than Peter Obi. You understand? All the politicians are corrupt. I'm sure they are both corrupt.
Because you are conversant with Tinubu's regime more than how many people are aware of?
That's the reason.
He was in a corner. He was a corner. What corner of the country where nobody is looking at him?
Patrick, have you gone to read Anambra's financial statements 2006 to 2013? Have you?
No. But the point is that Peter Obi is how do I put it now?
So
what really beats me with Peter Obi is that the way he pretends to be a saint when he obviously violates the law and does things against the law. Can you imagine just with the little power he has as governor of Anambra State? So you can imagine that little power he was doing standard trading. He didn't organize local government election. He was doing all kind of things. You understand?
He was also directing the money.
It was pocketing state money, putting state money in his pocket to buy petrol.
It was giving express directory to shoot and kill.
Power. You can imagine if he now has all the power. So that's the thing. No, these politicians are not reliable. I'm telling you.
So that's what I'm saying. If we're looking at record for record in terms of financial acumen, Tinubu has a better record. But if you tell me style, yes, I'm not. Why would I be arguing style with you? Style is subjective. if you prefer one person style, that's your cup of tea now. Then I won't argue. So when two Nigeria landed on style, then I have nothing to argue against. But when you want to tell me his record, you can't get away.
The only record Tinubu has is taking increasing IGR. Is there any other
And
financial
that's not the only security infrastructure in Lagos. Do you think that happened by magic?
Security infrastructure in Lagos. Did you say that?
Yes, yes. I can talk about security infrastructure in Lagos. Who built it up to where it is today? Who started it?
Oh my God! There was
Don't
always.
say, "Oh my God." Talk. Don't say, "Oh my God." That's your tactic. It irritates me.
Just say stuff, but
I remember there was a time they bought all these motorbike for police. They
Power
bought
banks,
helicopters and all those things.
yeah.
That's something like
That's the hardware in terms of the financial mechanism that is funding the Lagos State security architecture. You know, they have this, what's it called now, that businesses contribute.
Exactly, that's the key. That's the key. The system that he put in place. That's the key.
You remember that Tinubu was the first state that started giving Lagos State police money. Before,
Yes.
Lagos, all the police, they were federal. So everybody was saying it should be federal funded. Tinubu was the first governor that started giving Lagos State police staffing in Lagos State money. So a lot of policemen wanted to be posted to Lagos that time.
Yeah, that's how they also want to be posted to the south.
Tinubu was the first person to implement
to go and be engaging in bunkering.
It was the first person to implement. It was the first person to implement ERP, Oracle. It was Oracle EBS, and they did the HR and the finance. So they used that. They just carved all sorts of ghost workers till today. Anambra they don't even have NetSuite. They don't even have. I don't even know if they have QuickBooks. Till today, they don't have any sort of ERP system or HR system. While Tinubu implemented Oracle back in 2000. What are we talking about?
And these back ends are the backbone of governance. That's how you sustain governance. That is how you build institutions. And that is how you leave legacy. You know? Peter Obi was a one-man show. And that's why the moment he left, everything crumbled.
I don't. The way people talk sometimes, I really don't understand it for the life of me.
Question.
Can I just say something before you start asking questions? I've not even said anything. So let me just say something, please. So
every time you have not said anything. That's your slogan. Every time you have not said anything. Every time you have not said anything.
Because it's like everybody debating one person, and you all want to believe that, and it's really scary actually. That you watch your country.
Don't be scared. Just make your point.
Can you be quiet, please?
You do it. Your tactics. I can see through your tactics. Stop getting flustered or pretending to be flustered. Just make your point.
Just shut up.
Make your point. Go straight to the point.
I didn't interrupt you, so behave yourself. Come on.
It's like me when I want to talk and say, I'm tired of all these Nigerians who they never get it. These Nigerians, they're this, they're that. Just talk. Don't play that. Don't play that pretend game.
Just be quiet, please. Don't be triggered. This guy,
you guys just watch out for his method. I'm exposing him for you so you can know.
Of course,
he has a pattern. We know his pattern now. He has a pattern that he follows there.
You know, guys. I wasn't even gonna.
You see now he's the other one.
I was not even. No.
Can you all just stop?
I'm only asking. I'm not talking. Just wait.
I was talking. You can't just interrupt me and say it's okay.
Okay. Hopefully you finish.
That's part of his method. Let him talk. That's part of his method.
Of course, I let you talk.
Talk.
Why you want to hear your own voice? So what this in Kulata is doing here is trying to prevent me from talking so that I don't defend this in P2B at all. This is a very, very obvious situation. You have two old kakos that they are known to be establishment figures that have not brought anything good to Nigeria in terms of Nigeria's development. They may have done a few things here and there, but overall, these people are very, very powerful, and they've led Nigeria to this point where we even have what they call godfatherism, and the other one is I'm going to help my friends make money and all the rest of it. I want to sell half of Nigeria to this in Arabic people. So when you have a leader now amongst all of them, a younger person comes along and says, you know what? I'm going to do so and so things, and I'm going to do it in such a way that I will take you people along with me. That matters a lot. And what bothers me with what we are having, the conversation we are having here, is that we are talking as if we don't know, like this is theory. This is not just theory anymore. We are seeing some of the results now. And we are acting as if it's just theory. And I don't understand for the life of me why Kolata is defending this. You are defending something.
Just continue without mentioning. Continue your talk. Leave Kolata alone. Continue your talk.
I'm not going to mention you anymore. So I'm not going to. So when we see the result of what we are advocating for right now, and we see come here and curse the other side out, when we know that everything you are cursing the other side out, the person you are advocating for has worse of it. You might believe that that person has some areas where he does better than the let's say P2B, but overall, anybody that is objective will tell you that P2B is better. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, let Babati and other people talk.
It's just for me to ask him questions because I'm not gonna.
Oh, Babati, don't ask him. Otherwise, I have stuff to say. If you want to ask him questions, then he'll go on that tangent.
Okay. So when they ask you a question, it's okay.
No, just I was just wondering if you can name 3 mentees or of people who has he raised in that political space. Oh, this guy was a disciple of Peter B or during his administration, and they become something. Can you name 3 of them? This is a very simple question. Right?
It's a very, very simple question. I really appreciate that because personally, I feel like P2B, there are certain areas he's lacking, like in the way he runs the party. He's not even running it. That's lacking of running on the party in terms of this thing. Even in the way he governed, because I felt like if he governed the state well, he would have left a bit of continuity, isn't it? Something very, very strong so that people will follow in his image. And then you in terms of mentorship, I don't know who you can say he has mentored to emerge and champion this thing. There are areas where he has weaknesses. Even people that support P2B would say, like, no, this thing he's not doing it well, especially with the way his relationship with the party.
So there's no disciple of the P2B school of he doesn't have anybody that can point to. All right, thank you.
Yeah,
all right.
People are rational. Okay. Did you criticize him?
Oh God, my alarm. So hold on. Let me make this clear. All right. Sorry. So you said Godfather, right? So when Peter Obi is what we call a failed Godfather because since he's left, he imposed Willie Obiano on Anambra, right? That's a fact. But Willie Obiano left him alone. Then since then, he tried to remove Willie Obiano by supporting, is enigmatic that knows all these characters, by supporting, because that's when he went to PDP. He started bringing people to try and impose on the state. They did not win. So the fact that he's not the godfather is because he's a failed godfather, is incompetent in being a godfather. It's not for lack of trying, it's for just basic incompetence. He lacks the competence. And then Babati asked a very serious question. Part of leadership, when you're looking at leadership, a key part of leadership is continuity, is being able to see your vision through and to see your vision blossom and grow and to have people continue where you stopped. But when everything, your narrative is you take local government funds, you didn't work with your commissioners because nobody knows what the hell you raised. Everything is grab. Look at the court cases I'm controlling the narrative. I don't like this contract, I'm going to do it this way. I don't like this, I'm going to do it that way. I put petrol by myself. It's all about me.
Peter Obi going to the class, collecting class captain number.
Class captain name. Like you don't have a commissioner for that.
But Kolata, let's give to Nigeria his flower because I was surprised by his last statement, which I would say that was an honest statement from him. He already acknowledged that Peter Obi failed to mentor anyone. He also acknowledged that.
And last time he could not even manage his party.
Yeah, he already acknowledged that. So let's We can build on that point he already acknowledged, which
Okay,
is
so someone that is not a
if he
leader.
agrees, yeah, if he already agrees that Peter Obi failed in all these important key points that makes you a good leader, why does he think he can then handle the complexity of Nigeria?
Okay, now let me take that on. I see the point is that when somebody has succession or continuity, it depends on what the nature of the continuity is. If it's the continuity of Agberos and people that are going to rob the state, right? That is not always a good thing. And if it's a continuity that doesn't work, instead of having a continuity that is going to benefit the state but failed, better it fails than have the one that ensures continuous robbing of the state. So in the context of Lagos right now, yes, there is some good that came out of the revenue generating system that President Tinubu created in Lagos. But that is not everything about Lagos. And this idea that people are carrying out and thinking that he is the one overseeing everything going on in Lagos is not necessarily accurate, because Lagos existed well before him. 90%, no, even 95% of Lagos was already there. The things he did, yes, he did some things in Lagos when he was in office, and good. The people that came after him generally try to improve on some of those things. But make no mistake, in terms of where they were, if you are rating the percentage of change that happened in Lagos versus the percentage of change that happened in the southeast, I can tell you that when I went to the southeast, the change that I'm talking about 2016, when I was in Nigeria, when I went to Lagos first, because after that time I kept going to Abuja and the other parts of Nigeria. But when I was in Lagos and I went to the south at the same time, the change I saw in the southeast was far more remarkable than the one that I saw in Lagos, especially on Ikeja. I was quite shocked that Ikeja didn't look better than when I left Nigeria previously. So that shocked me with Abuja's one. However, the road from the airport looked okay, and you can see that they improved, and you see all these masts, telephone masts everywhere. It wasn't very pretty, to be fair. Yeah, I don't know about Lekki. I think I went to Lekki actually, but I couldn't compare it to old Lekki, because when I was in Lagos before, I went to Lagos Island, but I didn't go to Lekki. I went to British Council area, which is Ikoyi area, but I didn't go to Lekki, so I didn't know how Lekki has improved or whether it has diminished. So what my point is that if you look at the change, the leap of change that happened in Lagos versus the leap of change, when I was in Nigeria, I felt that there was more leap in change in the southeast, like Onitsha. When you used to travel from Lagos to Port Harcourt, that road is like you just prepare to sleep there sometimes. You can't navigate it at all. But when I went there, I was like, my mouth, you can feel it in the air. You know, when you go to a place,
Which
you start
road?
feeling
Which
like
road? Which road?
the Onitsha road, from Delta to Onitsha and heading towards Port Harcourt. Yes, we saw a lot
But
of
those are federal roads. Those are federal roads.
but during the time when before then it was terrible. I don't know whether
Okay. If I may, so you're talking subjective, your subjective, whatever. I'm not going to argue what your subjective judgment is, because it's just based on your own individual frame
No,
of reference.
he just crammed me. He just crammed me for fun.
I like to think that it was quite objective. What I actually saw
Yeah, but however you want to think is still your subjective judgment, and I'm not going to question you on your subjective, because I don't know how your brain functions. I don't know what you've experienced, so that's just a useless argument. Now, the main thing that I expected us to stay on, we talked about severe deficiencies in this man's leadership. Severe deficiencies. No, doesn't have a history of working with people. It's just kind of like me, alone guy. No no mentoring, no leadership, no followership,
No collaboration. No collaboration. Nothing.
So you want him to
sorry for
deal with?
stopping you. Do we see any commissioners that Peter will be appointed through his tenure? Any one of them backing
That's
him?
now somebody. No.
That's not somebody in politics.
I don't
please
know.
mention one person.
Me, I don't even know.
Maybe because he wasn't a godfatherism kind of candidate.
Come
It's
on.
not
And he's a
about
useless guy.
godfatherism. Okay, let me continue what I'm saying. So you see that person. Excuse me, Tunaja. Excuse me.
Being a
Excuse me.
godfather doesn't necessarily mean a good thing.
Excuse me. Mentoring people and having people successful is not about godfatherism. It's sometimes it's about leadership, clear vision, being able to see that it is about the vision, not about self. So that's why you allow multiple people. I mean, if you're a leader at work, you can't do everything by yourself because you'll be getting more leadership responsibilities. You need a lot of people that are going to execute it for you. That's just basic stuff. Like you work in corporate America, you're high up the food chain. You think you'll be doing stuff by yourself? No, you won't. You're going to
You mean like
delegate.
the leadership that you are seeing in the
So,
country?
what I'm trying to say is, you have this guy, you are seeing him struggling to actually lead a Labour Party, just a Labour Party. Now you're going to expect him to deal with Boko Haram, to deal with Ndume, to deal with northern politicians from the northwest, this emirate, that emirate, Yoruba, this and that. You are looking at him even
You are not
struggle
expecting him to deal with the cabals. The cabals, all
the
cabals.
cabals. Do you think he will have the balls to attack this local government autonomy the way Tinubu did? No. Do you think he will have the balls to be fighting all this oil industry cabal? No. Like you've seen a man with his balls in his hands and his knicker up his bunch can't even handle Labour Party. Labour Party. Aisha Yesufu, what's his name? That actor of a guy and some kids. He can't even handle them. Okonkwo. Because it's a fish, it's acting like a fish out of water. He managed an homogeneous state. He also managed to F it up by creating divisions between Catholic versus Anglican. You see him not being able to manage a party, and you now expect him to somehow grow some magical leadership balls to handle
Kolata,
Nigeria.
he said I'm not in charge. I can't control them.
I'm not in
I am
charge.
not in charge.
No, not taking ownership. You now think he will be able to now magically somehow by who knows providence or by the act of God then now take
Even
control
with
of
all the
Nigeria.
knowledge that Nigeria has, all this, I wonder why it's supporting such a person. Can't you
Because
see
the
through?
person you are supporting is far worse.
Nigeria doesn't do. Let me explain one thing about
The
that I've
person you are
observed.
supporting has nothing to offer. Look at the country
Nobody.
running.
Let me explain one thing about Nigeria. Nigeria validates. He makes a judgment, then looks for every single piece of information to validate himself,
Oh my God.
irregardless of context.
Must be
And it is obvious that he did not do a single research on this guy. All he did was he saw what was going on, who are the people supporting. Then he listened to a few stuff from that guy, didn't go back to start researching, okay, what happened in this time period? That was this going on. So he was like, oh, Peter Obi said this, Peter Obi said that. He said, go and verify. He said this, he said that. So he just got caught up with all that stuff. So anything Peter Obi says that kind of like validates some of what he wants.
Mulata, even damages that Nigeria was with. Look at the kind of thing he did to Peter Obi when Peter Obi was the governor.
When you follow Peter Obi real time, when he was doing what he was doing, it's a different thing than now because now it's rent. They've already
They rebranded the guy now. They just rebranded him now. They rebranded him.
Okay, can I say my
so, but my main point. Let me land my point. My main point is look at this guy's leadership credentials. The way he's struggling right now. Project it in him being in Aso Rock. The guy cannot lead. Period.
Of course, he cannot. All he did was lead the state. So my point for 2 terms, by the way. And secondly, you see, people have different leadership styles. Some of them are authoritarian, some of them are more cooperative, while others are loners, kind of a leadership style. Maybe P2B is a kind of leadership style. Is more of a kind of single man leadership style.
Where does that where does that leadership style work?
Classified.
It does
It
work
belongs to the
because
classified category.
you tend to please, eh? You guys just laugh. I don't even understand why you even laugh. Jesus Christ, disgusting. See, let me say my piece.
How can it disgust you? We are laughing because we are
It's
excited and
disgusting.
we
It's
are happy.
disgusting.
We
Let
are
me just say
lively
my piece,
people.
please.
That's why.
See, the point is that can you just let me talk before I lost my chain of thought?
Because you're even making me
that's
laugh
what you
the
want me.
more.
That's what you want me to do.
Talk to Nigeria. Change this your habit. If you want to talk. Don't always want to.
Let me talk now. P2B this thing style is more of a single this thing. Now somebody asked whether that has ever worked. Have you heard of leaders when they come, they do a lot of great things?
What type of leadership style is that one? Does it exist? Does it exist?
Saying when they finish what they have accomplished, others cannot match what they have accomplished, even if they try to. Those are the kind of maybe that's the kind of person he is. Tinubu is a more of
Example. Tell us when you talk, you say people don't allow you to talk, but you talk. You don't want. That type of leadership style you're talking about. Where was it practiced? What is the name?
Let me
Tell us.
give you an example.
You can't just be talking for talking sake now.
You want me to give you an example? The example is like somebody like Rollins. There's no second of him, is there? Because he's done what he's done, and nobody can be like him. So move on.
Jelly Rollins?
Yes, he's a single.
Rollins is a loner.
You compare
the only person. It was. Can you imagine?
You ask a question about leaders that don't necessarily, other people don't necessarily lead with them. Nobody's like them, and they don't have people. They don't have.
How is Rollins and P2B okay?
Because he's like an individual person. He didn't bother to create a kind of continuity like him.
A leader cannot work alone. You are just babbling. A leader cannot work alone. How can you work alone? You want to rule a country alone? So he will be the one that he will put our money in his pocket now. He will buy petrol for us, Abi.
No, Simba. You have been talking. Let's also mention.
No. I've not finished my comments. Since the moderator is not bothering to moderate, I have to moderate. See.
Who told you have to moderate? Thomas is still available. Hold your fingers.
We didn't vote for you to moderate now. You can't impose yourself.
You can't vote for me because I'm following the rules.
You're not the moderator, it's Thomas.
I'm following the rules of any platform. Everybody has their say. I'm having my say.
You are not the de facto moderator for Nigerian platform. Nobody died that made you de facto moderator.
You had your say. Let me have my say. I'm not trying to stop you from talking.
You are not a de facto.
Can you let me have my say?
Why are you meeting people now? What's going on?
Can you hear me? This is like scratch record now.
Okay. So now, this is your own style of okay. This is your own style.
Because he's being rude now.
Because he has no.
You see, Nigerians, you are not conscientious at all.
Stop doing that.
You saw how he was interrupting me constantly, but you didn't stop him. It was okay for you because you like his
Thomas, Thomas, you can't have this happening. I can't be meeting people.
Why can't you have?
You are not the moderator now.
You are not the moderator. And nobody made you Nigerian moderator par excellence. You are not.
Yeah, you all have your say. You should let me have my say.
Stay in your corner like a panelist and talk.
Somebody like me, I have not said anything since. So.
I'm going to host someday, and you are not going to bully your way through it.
Tonight, just school you. Shut up.
You can see is that you are becoming an authoritarian. You are becoming an authoritarian, eh?
Who is that person saying it? Let me use that one too.
Are you Abasha?
Yes.
Nobody made you moderator in chief. Sit down. Sit your ass down like us.
I just want to pick one line from what you said. You said is a
let's hear Patrick. Yeah, let's hear Patrick.
He said
I was the one talking. They just interrupted me.
Hold on, now.
By what you are saying, you said that
they just want to hear themselves talk.
You said maybe his leadership style is a loner. Leadership, by definition, precludes loanership. You understand? When you say leader, a leader is not somebody who is a loner. Leadership, by definition, precludes loanership, being doing it on your own. You understand? Leadership by definition does not. You can't be walking alone and say you are leading people. You understand? Can you see, like, maybe you are just walking the streets, but you say, I'm leading you guys to, but nobody's with you. So you are just taking a stroll when you are walking alone as a loner. So that is what do you call that? Is it an oxymoron or something?
Yeah, I hear what you are saying, but the point I was making was that I think it falls along a transformational or strategic leadership. It doesn't. No, it forms. No, it falls within those realms. See, when you say, I'm not saying he's alone.
Transformational.
Yes,
Obi?
I'm not saying he's alone.
No,
Yes,
you said
oh my God,
transformation.
you guys, man, I don't.
No. What did transform? What we say transformation?
The school
What did
from
transform?
the state, the education system, just like Tinubu transformed the revenue generation system in Lagos. So I don't know why you accept the Tinubu one, but you will not accept his own.
I am
But
not
it's
accepting
okay.
anything. You are the one using the word transformation now.
Yes,
What
okay.
was major?
Would you not consider what Tinubu did in terms of revenue generation transformational to Lagos?
I mean,
okay, you will accept
impactful,
that. So if you can accept that, you have to remain consistent.
I'm saying when you use the word transformation,
I can't even talk for 1 minute.
It has to encompass your whole government. Like, you can't just pick one and say, okay, on this side, no. As a politician, as a leader, if you use the word transformation, then you have to show me many examples. You cannot just pick one.
You know, the rate at which you by interrupting me speaks a lot about your positions. So, but that said, see, you have to, if you accept it for Tinubu, you have to accept it for P2B. And not all leaders have the same style. People have different styles. They have
That's a fallacy. Fallacy. You accept something from someone, you have to accept. That's a fallacy.
That is not even a controversial statement. What is wrong with you?
It's a fallacious argument. It's logically defect.
Thomas, you are supposed to be one of my
You are supposed to be a man of logic. Now, why are you making all sorts of logical fallacies?
Thomas, do you know what's going on here?
What is going on?
I won't let me make one statement without interrupting me.
Hold on. This is what's going on.
I can't even go for 30 seconds. They just jump in.
Once you take him away from that bombing everything, it makes no sense. Once he cannot survive. You don't have him talk about something else apart from bombing or
crazy, man.
He's exposed. You just see the stark difference. You can. I don't know.
I told him it's a fish out of water, but Papati continued giving it to him in the midsection.
I don't know what. You know what? Let me give you credit. That on the most serious note, at least you went a couple of hours without mentioning bomb, nuclear weapon, or security.
Nuclear weapon.
I'm impressed. All these people that don't care about the security of their nation.
Okay, so we now have them. We have people that we know them with what they believe in. Tinaja cannot talk without talking security. Rational mind cannot talk without mentioning Tinubu.
You cannot talk without mentioning P2B. Literally, Kolata woke up from sleep. The moment he had P2B.
I woke up from sleep and I saw you kind of like pretending like you can make sense. I'm like, no. I'm not going to let this fly.
I am making sense.
You are not now. Everybody knows now.
See, Kolata, I'm sorry for you.
Why are you sorry for me? Kolata is doing good. Why are you sorry for me? How can you be sorry for someone that's not sorry for himself?
The fact that he woke up from sleep because of P2B. I'm really sorry. See, point is.
You see what happened? You know what? Let me tell you why. Sometimes I listen to this thing after and I'm like, why are they letting him say all this nonsense? Like, why? So I said to Bill, I don't want to wake up tomorrow and be listening to this. And you know what? I just traveled, so I'm changing time zones a bit. So I'm like, no. Let me come out and push back.
You're in your feelings about.
I'm not in my feelings. I just did not want you. I couldn't tolerate your propaganda. Like it's the weakest propaganda known to mankind.
Propaganda. I'm just saying.
Including stomach it.
There are old kakos that have been known to be corrupt themselves, and they don't seem to care about the people. I don't know what you want from me. The Tinubu pretend
Okay. What we are telling you that your guy is not an option. That's what we are telling you.
So
It's not an
someone
option.
that steals, wait, two Naija, hold on. Someone that steals Anambra money and locks it in Panama, does that person care about the people?
That wasn't Nigeria's money he's had there.
He's loose money.
No, that wasn't Nigeria's money. Stop it already.
It's not Nigeria's money that's in Pandora.
He ran a business, He ran a business in the UK. What are you going on about?
Yeah, he sells ketchup for a living. We know that. But ketchup money is not in Pandora.
At least he did something to earn his living than the guy that is accused of being into the drug this world. I don't know what you are making up here. Did you know that these Nadeko people, they did a lot of nefarious things when they were overseas? And again,
so you are now attacking pro-democracy people now, right?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that Tinubu before the election was more in France than he was
Thomas
even
Masalo.
He wanted to be supporting somebody that is ill, always in a former colonizer nation, and you want me to support him over somebody that is actually.
Have I told you to support anybody throughout this election period? I've never for once said anybody should vote for anybody. That's not me. Yes. I don't care who you vote for.
Yeah, right.
But I won't just allow you come and lie.
You see that? We know who you support based on who you are against.
That's your cup of tea. But I've never told anybody to go vote for anybody.
Of course, you've never. That's what.
But now my Bluetooth is going to die, so maybe I'm going to go back to sleep now.
Don't worry, you will charge it up, and all I have to do is say, "B2B" on this channel.
No, you can continue now. If I listen tomorrow, I'm not going to be vexed because I've had time to push back. So you can continue. If the Bluetooth dies, it dies.
The pushback you push back is relatively weak.
Tunaja, give me 1 sec. I have to go. Yes. Yeah, so will you guys want Tunaja to lead you, or we shut it down?
No, shut it down. Shut it down.
So far now,
yeah.
After
put us in
all this behavior, I would have made
sure we cannot survive under Tunaja.
I would have made sure of it.
People don't want you. People don't want you to lead.
It's 10 hours. It's 10 hours. Shut down. It's 10 hours already.
10 hours already. Yeah.
They will bow for people by the time the session is done.
I have to go. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. God bless you all. Peace. Yeah.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that P2B, I know that he's a smart man. But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that P2B left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. Remember? Yes, I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.